Hello everyone, it is Watchalong time. Fulham versus Liverpool with me, Paul Machin, Steve Hoare, and over at the board is Dan Clubb as well. Everyone here is ready. No one is frazzled because our next door neighbour's alarm's been going off for the last 3 hours. Everything is fine. If you work for Prospect Housing in the city of Liverpool...
Honestly, God, right, if you work for Prospect Homes, I swear to God, phone your boss and say, the alarm's going off, mate. It's been going off for hours and I've been on the phone to 7 different people. I might just go and break into the police. Because if the alarm goes off that long and no one bothers turning up, you've got to question the security.
Yeah. I will say this, our alarm, if it goes off for like 2 minutes and no one does anything, the police descend upon this place. Whereas they're... Fine, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what's there of worth at Prospect House in Hunts Cross, but there you go. Right.
We're not annoyed, that's all how we fall.
Fine. Absolutely fine.
We haven't had to soundproof the office.
I'm gonna pray for Aaron, who is sat in a room that has got less stuff protecting the walls between him and there. He's going to be hearing that in his sleep for weeks to come. Anyway, speaking of things that are going to be in our heads for weeks to come, Liverpool on the march to a Premier League title for the 20th time. Arsenal dropped points against the Ev. What a fabulous weekend that set us all up for at the end of a fabulous week. We're going to talk about it all in a moment. Before I do, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that we are partnered with Dr. Emrah Sinek, hair treatment transplant specialist. If you are looking into that, if it's something that you've considered, something you thought maybe be able to reach it financially, or don't understand the process behind how you go from where you are here to having that done and back home again, then Dr. Sinek has got you covered from A to B to C on that one. Click the link in the description underneath. Have a little mooch around the website. You can go now down to London for a consultation, and if it's something that fits you, then they will sort the whole thing, the packages over to Turkey to get you on your way, whether it's hair replacements or beard top-ups. Yeah, something you become a very bearded man this season, haven't you, Steve?
A little bit, yeah. It was longer a few weeks ago. It's soon back again now, Paul. But yeah, the ship kind of sailed, I think, on it. Listen, it might be wrong. I don't think I could go for the full hair transplant.
No.
I mean, maybe. I'd definitely do the dental stuff.
Yeah.
If the chance arose, yeah, definitely. Because
anyway.
We were with Lewis Garcia not that long ago. He's got fantastic teeth, so I don't know if they're real or...
Hair and teeth. Anyway, QR code was just there on the side. It'll be out throughout the streets. If you want to get involved, then please do. Right, okay. We aren't long away from finding out what the team is going to be for the Reds. There's a lot of debate over a couple of positions. What we don't know is if Alisson is 100% out of concussion protocol. Slot mentioned it in his press conference.
Yeah, so literally that. They were going to just do all the tests. I think he travelled with the team. But yeah, there's always boxes. Last time for the derby, he said he failed the last check. Obviously, it's been like 4 days since then, so you'd like to hope. But yeah, concussions are no joke, so they'll take every precaution. Listen, if it's Keller, it's Keller. That's absolutely fine. But yeah. I'd like it to be Alisson. Again, 4 days to get over one final hurdle, you're probably back that he's probably done that, but you just never know.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other one is Conor Bradley as well. He was asked about Curtis Jones playing again at right back. He said it's a possibility because he played well. I think we all saw that ourselves, but also mentioned that Joel Quansah has done a good job when playing in there. I mean, Dan, just quickly from you, if you had to pick between Curtis and Quansah for this one?
Yeah, difficult one. I think I just edge inside towards Joel Quansah, to be honest. I think the Curtis Jones experiment worked really, really well, but I think a lot of the reason it worked so well is because we dominated the lion's share of possession. It was at home. Everton never really posed any attacking threat down his side, so don't get me wrong, I think he did a really good job when he was called upon defensively, and of course he offered that attacking threat because quality on the ball. Quansah, not so much that latter part, but I think today it might be a bit of a sterner examination down that side. Obviously Anthony Robertson favour playing a lot down there as well, and maybe Alex Iwobi over that side as well. So yeah, I'd just about give Quansah the nod personally.
Yeah, it's an interesting shout. I think that's the thing sometimes when you do things out the ordinary, Steve, is you can make things work once, but then when you start it multiple times, that's when it needs to be trained, because actually your opponents are better at doing their job, more naturally suited to their job. And I presume Anthony Robertson's going to start for them as well. He's been brilliant against us for a couple of seasons now. He's up there with the best left backs in the league. That's a different kettle of fish to defending against Michalenko and no one, because basically Everton just launched the ball centrally to bet now.
Yeah, I would still go Jones, because I think Dan made the first point. If you want to dominate the ball, the best way not to concede is to just have the ball. And unfortunately, and we saw this a couple of times with Kwanzaa at right back, teams just let him have it, and we just don't get the ball into Mohamed Salah. So I would go Jones. Now I know the team's out, so we'll find out in due course what he's done. But yeah, I would have, without having seen it, I would have still stuck with Curtis Jones.
Well, in answer to all of the questions that we've got so far there, the goalkeeper first and foremost. We'll be Queen Kelleher. We'll pass over to Dan Club.
Yeah, Keith Keller remains his place, keeps in place in goal. No Alisson Becker at all. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I was in agreement with Steve in terms of the extra 4 days might have tipped it over, but apparently not. Curtis Jones keeps his spot at right back as well, which means we've got Ibou Konate, Virgil van Dijk and Andy Robertson completing the back 4. A midfield 3 of Ryan Gravenberch, Alexis McAllister and Domsa Bosley, I think I'm right in saying. Yeah, absolutely. And then a front 3, Cody Gakpo comes in place of Luis Diaz. Diogo Jota starts. Yep. Does he? He does, and Mo Salah. And then Vítězslav Jaros is on the bench. Jarell Quansah. We've got no James McConnell, who's fine Conor Bradley momentarily. Kostas Tsimikas, Harvey Elliott, Wataru Endo, Luis Diaz, Darwin Núñez, and Federico Chiesa.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good to see Conor Bradley back on the bench.
Absolutely.
In the real world, if not necessarily on our boards just yet. Dan's testing his lower back out right now. I'm trying to find that.
That was an old man Sunday afternoon lean.
Do you know what? I trained for the first time outside properly, yesterday, cricket-wise, and like a 2-hour session, and I am broken.
Excellent.
Fantastic. Dan, do us a favour, you just pick that one up there as no,
No, you won't.
For the love of God.
Go down in
I did
installments.
not need not having a player on the board in that last few minutes, by the way.
I was interested in, I suppose, Paul, is that I thought Diaz was excellent the other day. But listen, Gakpo was great, but I actually thought Diaz would have started this one. I'm surprised he hasn't.
What we're kind of going back to, it looks like, is there's not a lot of rotational options. Well, there's loads, but actually none that I think
the manager
Slot really wants to pay attention to, because obviously Harvey Elliott and Federico Chiesa, and even now Kostas Tsimikas are all rotational options, but it does feel like, and I said this last week, I think I was on the podcast, that if you wanted to hold out hope of seeing more of the fringe lads, then Liverpool playing 1 game a week is not going to facilitate that. Now, I know this is the second game in this week, but if that, he's telling us a lot here. He's saying these are the lads that I bank on, that I trust. And I do wonder whether a combination of sort of Kelleher being in there as well and having to play Jones at right back means that you don't really want to make too many changes. So the Gakpo keeping him fit and fresh, it makes sense.
I would have picked Diaz. I think I would have just picked the same 11 if I was in charge. I've got no issue with Cody Gakpo coming in whatsoever. What those lads will be hoping that Liverpool can win this league as soon as possible, and that way you can play your rotational options. You know what I mean? You can say to Mo Salah, you don't start every game. I mean, tell him that because he wants the records and stuff. But maybe other ones, you might say you might be able to get Chiesa and Elliott and Endo just a bit more time because you just don't have to want to flog these lads. So that would be the aim for that one. Like I say, was it 3 more wins and a draw potentially, and that's if Arsenal don't drop more points, which they will because they're not very good at the moment. So I would have went same 11, but I've got no issue with Gakpo coming. I just thought Diaz is one of those streaky players. Like, he has good runs of form and bad runs, and it feels like he's just coming into a good moment, and to kind of hold that momentum. Now listen, he'll get on. He'll get at least half an hour, so that's fine, but I would have stuck with the same 11.
I just think the manager really likes Cody Gakpo.
Yeah, absolutely. And he deserves
likes him and wants him in the team. And listen, the fact is he's been coming into games when he's been miles off it. He's been nowhere near it. So yeah, maybe this is actually the pecking order we're seeing, that he really wants Gakpo to be starting in football matches for us. So yeah, I mean, the interesting one in that, you talk about the minutes played and stuff like that. So Luis Diaz has played the 7th most minutes of anyone for Liverpool this season, 2,859, which is about 700 more, 710, I think, more than Cody Gakpo. So we've used a lot of Luis Diaz.
He stays fit, touch wood. Diaz, in terms of he had the big injury when he first started. He got his knee done. That can happen to anyone. But in terms of muscles and stuff, again, you go through it. Maybe they're looking after him because he has played a lot of minutes. You're right. I actually think if you asked Arne Slot, bar the 2 injuries, what's his best 11? The goalkeeper and the right back would change, and that'd be his 11. I'm convinced that still. I still think he loves Jota. I still think he absolutely adores Cody Gakpo. I think that was his best team. And like you said, when you're not having to worry about Champions League or Cups or whatever in midweek, you just keep picking your best 11. And he's picked what he thinks now is his best 11. And I wouldn't be shocked if he continues to do that all the way through. He doesn't see, I mentioned before, but maybe giving lads rests. I just don't think that's him. I just think this is what he does. We've got to get used to his methods. And yeah, I think that he's picked what he thinks is his strongest 11.
Yeah, no, undoubtedly on that one. I want to talk Jota, Dan, because he scored a peach of a goal in midweek. I think, like, the tide of criticism had been turning against him for a number of weeks.
It was a joke.
It really does my head in, stuff like that. Like, as again, and I get the logic. People going, well, Darwin Núñez gets loads of stick. If he was missing the chances Jota was missing, then imagine the stick. But I always think with someone like Diogo Jota, I think a lot of our annoyances with him come over injury proneness. But he's never injury prone in, like, he gets injured because people boot him and fall on him. And do, you know, and I still think when you come into a high pressure situation, you want someone to stick the ball in the back of the net. For me, I don't know about you, Jota's right near the top of the list.
Yeah, I agree with that last point wholeheartedly. I've said that forever, really. I've never really deviated from that. I think Jota is our most clinical of finishers in those moments, and he's shown that. He's illustrated that time and time again. I'll be honest, I'm okay with some of the criticism. Steve made the point literally in the immediate aftermath of the goal. Like, when it borders on abuse, that's a different conversation altogether. But when it comes to just general conversations about how somebody's playing and their form, I'm absolutely fine with that. And I think it was valid, personally, because you're right, a lot of the negativity around Diogo Jota's Liverpool time has come because of his injuries, and I think he's had his fair share of knocks, like you've said, and just like battle wall scars and what have you, but he's also had some muscular problems along the way as well, so that has been an issue, generally speaking. But I think more recently there has just been a general lack of form there, and he spoke openly about it as well. We're not really speaking out of turn. He said in front of the press a couple of times when it comes to Champions League nights that he's not playing as well as he'd like to be. I thought he looked much sharper in his all-round play in midweek, and then when he went on to score the goal to sort of cap off that performance, it didn't surprise me at all, because again, he looked more like himself. That was Diogo Jota in a nutshell. That goal was him all over. So yeah, I do agree with Steve's point. I think Arne Slot's preference all season long, he showed his hand very early on in the campaign, is Diogo Jota. Whether he's a solution beyond this season remains to be seen. But when he's fit, when he's back at it like he was in midweek, he's absolutely the favoured option in there.
It's just such a bizarre one with Jota. I'm just looking through some of his numbers. So he's only played 17.3 90s this season, so less than 18 games of football in total. He's got 9 goals and 3 assists in that time, which puts him into 1 in 2 category. He's just not on the pitch enough. But it's funny because Transfer Market have got it down as a muscular injury that kept him out. Like,
that one wasn't.
But he got fell on. Like, people talking about like broken ribs and potential punctured lungs and all that kind of stuff, and we've never truly known the insides and outs of that. But it's telling that you look prior to that, like the start of the season, starts Ipswich 79 minutes, starts Brentford 72, Man United 76, 60 against Forest in the defeat. He's on the bench for Bournemouth, then does 90, and then 30 against Chelsea, which is where he gets injured. Post-injury in the Premier League, Steve, it's 11, 22, 12, 32, 29, 24, goes out with another little injury there, and he's only just recently, in the last few weeks, or the last month and a half, really been getting back to playing more regular. And Slot referenced it again in press conference. He said he's been out for a big stretch of the season, and then it's taken him a couple of months to get back to this sort of level. So hopefully what they're seeing in training is Jota now ready to be back to the level that we should expect from him.
Yeah, and like, I done my head in. Again, I shouldn't pay too much attention, but it pissed me off in the week. But like, the comments were like, Jota's shit, he's finished, he's got to go, he's crap. That's just a load of bollocks. Like, he's none of those at all. He was in bad form. He was having a rough time of it, and everyone knew that. All of our number 9 options were actually playing pretty poorly, whoever played. Yeah. So I think it's more of a form thing than it was. And mate, injury recoveries aren't just a straight line. The further distance away from injury equals you are fit again. That just isn't always the case. There will always be ups and downs. Jota is our best striker, 100%. I have no doubt about that. He's one of the best strikers in the league. He just doesn't play enough games. Yeah. And if that's your criticism of Diogo Jota, valid. Yeah. Absolutely valid. My criticism of Diogo Jota is that it's valid. He just doesn't play enough. You know, that's absolutely fine. But he's brilliant. I have got no doubt about it. And I thought he was excellent all game. Actually, he come off a poor cup final. He was poor. I don't think our tactics suits him in the cup final, and I don't think it's a coincidence that when, again, you think you talk about things being linear and it's all like pieces of a puzzle. When you've got a right back who can pass the ball to the winger, who can pass the ball to the striker, it isn't half easier than just webbing it up the pitch every minute, and Dan Burn was just eating him alive. Yep. Like, he had no chance in that final with how we were playing. So I think Arne Slot and his team would have recognised that and said, well, how are we going to get the best out of our front three? It has to be we have to get the ball to them.
Yeah.
And you'll take the chance on Curtis Jones defensively, and there's a chance he gets beaten. You know, Fulham have got good wingers, Anthony Robertson's a good left back, and there's a chance you will get beaten there. But I think if you play Kwanzaa because you're worried about the defence, you take away from Salah, you take away from Szoboszlai, and you take away from the centre forward. So it's a little bit like, you know, on FIFA when you move one card and the lines go orange and green, you're almost accepting a couple of oranges because you're not getting no reds. Because Kwanzaa, with all due respect, I think Kwanzaa's a really good defender. He is limited on the ball at right back. I think the Jones, Salah, Szoboszlai, Jota half of the pitch all work better, and I don't think it was a surprise. The more you get the ball to Diogo Jota, the more he'll do with it, and he will miss chances. He'll miss 3, but he'll score the 4th.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw in the week. And ultimately, the reason now we're relatively stress-free going into this game is because Diogo Jota did the business, 100%. And that's all he needs to do.
Yeah, a couple of things. We're going to catch up on your comments in a second, so keep them coming in. But 2 huge things to draw attention to. One of the biggest things we've ever been involved in, or going to be involved in, was teased on Friday. Friday, good Lord. My time has flown. The Red Weekender is coming, the final weekend of the season. So if you've got any plans to be in Liverpool already, or you're sitting on the fence, or I'll go because, you know, maybe there'll be the parade to come and all that, get yourself involved with the Red Weekender, the 23rd to the 25th of May. This year at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. It's Boss Night, it's the Anfield Wrap, and it's us, the Redmen TV, in partnership to bring you the one and only, the biggest party in the city of Liverpool that weekend. And listen, the city of Liverpool is going to be the biggest party going anyway, because look, we're very much on a pathway. I don't like saying it out loud, but look,
we're going to win the league, I'll say.
It seems very, very likely.
I'll say it.
Very, very likely that Liverpool are going to win the league at this stage. So get ahead of this. Head to the redweekender.com. The redweekender.com. And sign up for ticket details on this, because when this goes, this is going to go in a huge way. And I promise you, listen, you know, if you're a regular Redmen TV viewer, hopefully my word carries some weight. Do not miss this. I can't even put into words what we've got planned. It is stupid, huge, ridiculous.
I wish we could tell them.
Oh my God, I'm itching just to spoil it all.
Can I ask you a question? Obviously, without spoiling it. 15 years ago, when you were sat in like your back bedroom with Chris, thinking of dreaming of this, if I'd have told you in 15 years' time what we were about to do on stage at that event with the people who got involved, you would have called us a madman. It's absolutely bananas. Some of the, like, I wish I could name names, but like the biggest of the biggest. It's stupid, isn't it? It really is. It's ridiculous. And it's all thanks to people like you guys who are watching and listening along, like, but it's mental.
Yeah. Hopefully in the coming days and week or so, we should be able to fully announce everything. But please get yourself in line for it, because I've got a sneaky feeling that when the tickets go live, they're not going to last long. So yeah, make sure you're at the head.
There's a pre-sale, isn't there? So if you sign up, you might get invited to that, because I promise you, when the guests are announced and the names are announced, they will sell for our show anyway. I don't know I haven't got too much of an idea on the other shows and what's planned, but I know a little bit about them. It's going to be outrageous.
There's a lot of stuff going to be happening that weekend, but I can look. It's Boss Night. It's the Wrap, and it's us. Just make sure you're there, please. Do not miss this, no matter what you do.
And by the way, I've seen people, because of the Radio 1 weekends in Liverpool, people are struggling for like hotel rooms and Airbnbs and stuff. Honestly, if it means you've got to stay in Manchester and get a train in, or it means you've got to, one of the surrounding areas, I promise you.
Witness.
Chester, anywhere within an hour, do it.
If you've got aunties and uncles and grandparents in and around the city of Liverpool, now's the time to book in a visit. The other thing, which is, look, it feels like I'm now underselling this massively, but I was speaking to someone at the match in midweek from Ireland, and I said, are you coming to see us live? And he went, no, we're in Ireland, we can't see us. I'm like, no, we're coming to Ireland, which means we're not shouting this loud enough. The Redmen TV, well, particularly me, Chris and Steve, are coming over to Dublin, Belfast and Cork this month. It's like 2 weeks away, 2 weeks away, a bit more than that. We are going to be in Dublin, in Belfast and in Cork. So if you want to come and party with us, we've got Mark Kenny playing music. It's the usual brand of just madness, loud noises, laughs and stupidity. And, Chris Pajak wants to do an aerial. Now, if you don't know what an aerial is, I don't mean like doing part of your world and doing this. I mean like doing a cartwheel without hands. I don't know how. He can't do one-handed, so I've got no idea what he thinks he's going to do. Probably kill himself. So yeah, come and get involved on the 23rd, 24th or 25th of April this month. Tickets are on Ticketmaster for the Dublin and Belfast gigs, and Cork they're on. Is it Eventbrite they're on? So yeah, they're just type in Redmen TV Cork on the internet and it'll come up for you. Jesus. Right, John Lee, David Blackshaw sent in a comment, said, after that win in the derby and the ref and VAR mistakes, I hope this game is just football. Love to see Curtis in the team today. As always, it's points over performances, but I think we can have both. It would be nice, wouldn't it, Dan, to have both? But at this point, I've got my feeling is I think this team are just absolutely wiped out. And I think we just need to, again, points over performance is probably the best way to put it.
Quite possibly. I've been crying out. Anyone who watches these sections of any watch-along that we do will know full well that I'm desperate to see an all-conquering, full of swagger Liverpool performance where we do just wipe the floor with a team, and I'm hoping for that again today, of course. But I think you're right. Ultimately, even I have now made peace with the fact that we are just going to get over the line, which sounds so sort of downplaying it, but it's going to be unbelievable however it happens. But I think, especially a day like today where Fulham are a proper football team, it'd be interesting to see how they approach this one, because they haven't got loads and loads to play for. They've got faint hopes of Europe still. Obviously, they've had a bad week. They got beaten by Arsenal midweek, which is grim. They got knocked out the FA Cup last weekend as well. So I'm not quite sure how bang up for it they're going to be. But from our point of view, I think when you look at some of the legs in there, some of the fellas in there, a little bit jaded, a little bit fatigued, the toll of the season is definitely playing on a couple of them. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think it is a case of we're just going to grind out a few wins, especially away from home. But ultimately, the big prize is still very much there for the taking.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Fulham have. This felt like a more difficult game, and it's still difficult. But like a few weeks ago, they have the FA Cup was a massive disappointment for them. Getting beat 3-0 at home, and I know Crystal Palace again are in good form, but Fulham would have fancied that would have hurt. They'd have had an half an eye on that FA Cup. I think the competition had opened up for them. It's a relatively understrength Manchester City, and then it was teams that they would have expected to beat, and especially at home. Then they went to Arsenal, and again they scored very late on, but they weren't brilliant against Arsenal. They beat Tottenham. Everyone beats Tottenham, but they got beat by Brighton. Obviously, Crystal Palace in the league. Wolves, it was a tough one. So they've had the same thing that you were talking about before, where the regular games and the cups and all that have started to kind of keep up with them. Now, listen, they are still a very good team, and they've got good players. And listen, we saw again at Anfield, they made it a massive problem for us. Liverpool, I think, looking back, one of our best performances of the season was how well we did with 10 men against Fulham. Yeah. Because in hindsight, we should have lost that game. So they're a good side, and they know how to hurt us. Marco Silva's a good manager, so it's not going to be easy. Yeah. But I think if you'd have said 4 weeks ago they're playing Fulham, I think they were in better form then than they are now. Yeah, right. I'd pressed the button to bring the super chat up when you started scoring. I'm losing the feeling in my finger. Let's let it go. Rich Rocket says, I'll be over on Sunday the 25th. See you there, Redmen. I would recommend, if you can, Rich, maybe come a day earlier. Don't want to say any more than that. But yeah. And stay a day longer. Definitely that. Definitely the Monday. Yeah, if you can try and get into the city Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, I think you would much prefer that. You won't regret it, no, absolutely. Right, cool. We're going to hand over to Liverpool manager Arne Slot to have a little bit of chat from him ahead of this game, and then Dan is going to be here to react to some more of your thoughts, feelings and general comments around the team selection and beyond. So see you in a sec. In terms of Fulham, you probably remember the game from in December where they came and gave you a real good go. What memories do you have of that game in particular as to how difficult a side they are to face? The memory I have of that game is that they should have had a red card in the first half as well, but didn't get, and that did cost us points. But the main memory I have about that game was that we played incredible with 10 men, and if we can have the same effort, intensity with 11, we give ourselves a chance to win the game against Fulham. But I also remember the first 10-15 minutes that Fulham started off really well when it was still 11-3-11. So they're a good team. They have definitely more than a few threats.
that's what the both I remember. So it was a great game of football where in the last few minutes we got a few very good chances. I think Virgil was one of them that could have scored the winner. Was it also the game that Jota scored the same goal as he did yesterday? Yeah. So many memories about that game.
And in terms of your approach, I mean, you talk about not thinking too much about the title being so close. Is it just having to take that usual mentality of one game at a time, forget everything else, just concentrate on one game every single time?
Yeah, because I said so many times, apart from, we've played 30 games now, maybe there were 3 or 4 games where the score was so clear that in the last 20 minutes it wasn't a problem anymore. Almost all of our other games have been really tight. So that probably tells you as well how big of an accomplishment it is that we are 12 points clear at the moment and that we are doing so well. But because it doesn't come from itself, it's not like the team that won the league in the last 4 times, where so many times 20 minutes before the end or at halftime already 3 or 4-0 up. That's not our season. That's why I have to give so much credit to our players, because if you every time have to fight with a 1-goal lead or you were 1 goal down, that's probably even harder than being 3 or 4-0 up at halftime.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Redmen TV and your match day live ahead. Liverpool taking on Fulham down at Craven Cottage in very much the sunshine down there. It's sunny everywhere across the country right now, even up in Scotland, I imagine, where it very rarely is. Do let me know how we're feeling about the match, team news, all that sort of stuff. This is the part of the show where we have a chat about it. You can ask me anything you want, questions, opinions, whatever. You very much take the reins. And we begin. I had a chat on screen whilst Arne was speaking. It was about the availability of James McConnell and Tyler Morton, actually, and sort of wanting to see some more of them, perhaps rotating a bit in that midfield. Now, we haven't seen Arne Slot rotate basically at all season long exclusively, but I think we'll carry on seeing what he perceives to be the best available 11 every single game, perhaps until it's mathematically ours. At that point, then maybe you will see Morton, McConnell, possibly, Chiesa, Wataru, Harvey Elliott start some more games of football. But like I say, until then, I can't envisage, I can't imagine that would be the case. Inquisitive Minion says, can confirm it is nice and sunny in Scotland. There you go. Rainstorm expected in 3 hours. So I was right for a bit. And I was also right to question whether indeed it was sunny in Scotland, because it just never seems to be the case for long, does it? As I'm sure you will attest to. Big Wave 25 says, let's enjoy the game and sunshine. Let's do that indeed. I think actually to come back to that original point, like in terms of health of the squad, obviously we know Alisson Becker's still sidelined with that ongoing concussion protocol keeping him out. That's why Keith Kelleher deputises in goal today. But we're actually in a decent position. Obviously Trent is a long-term absentee. Joe Gomez was getting closer last week. Tyler Morton himself was back on the pitch last week. James McConnell is available as far as I'm aware. So yeah, beyond the actual matchday squad today, there are more options that we could have called upon. And we've seen a lot of, Trey Naoni, Amara Nallo, etc. This season. So yeah, interesting. A fellow Dan says, come on Liverpool 3-0. Let me just do this comment and I'll move on. Hi Dan, I mentioned a while ago the name Kieran Morrison. It looks as if him and a number of names for the younger ranks may be departing this summer. Is this a sign of Slot not prioritising youth development? Possibly. We've always, even under Jurgen Klopp, we let some relatively surprising youngsters go. Ones that I believe may well have a future at the football club. That is kind of comes with the territory, I guess, really, because you can't keep them all ultimately. And you do have to make quite cutthroat decisions sometimes. I would be surprised if Kieran left, personally. But yeah, maybe at the same time. Like I said, would have been very shocked had Ben Doak left last summer. Obviously, that didn't turn out to be the case. He stuck around and was enjoying a good loan until injury put an end to his season. But yeah, Kieran's a talented kid. I did see some stories last week that there was a lot of interest in Kieran from European sides and indeed around the Premier League. So we'll wait and see what happens. Thank you very much, Holly. That's massively appreciated. I do enjoy. Thanks for Super Chat first off, but I do enjoy the positive feedback as well. Nice one. Hope you're having a boss day. Hope it's sunny wherever you are as well. I want to have a quick chat about the Fulham team and sort of how it
poses a problem to our team, because we spoke earlier on about the preference in the right-back situation now, because Conor Bradley's back on the bench, which is boss. It'd be great to get half an out of him, whatever he can manage later on. That's, really good news. But he's gone with Curtis Jones again, which in general I'm fine with, because again, the plan will be for us to dominate and to rarely have to deal with any sort of threatening situation, threatening attack. However, when you look at where Fulham's play mainly comes from and comes through, it's down the left, and it's Anthony Robinson. He's got 10 assists this year in the Premier League. He's a very front-footed, attack-minded left-back. Looks as though Fulham have gone back to a back four today. They sort of tinkered with a back five in midweek against Arsenal. It never really worked. But Anthony Robinson, as mentioned, is a really front-footed, aggressive, wants to do stuff in the final third left-back. So he's going to cause problems to Curtis Jones, first off. But also, interestingly, they've picked Ryan Sessegnon. Obviously, this is just names on a graphic right now, so it's hard to know exactly how they'll line up, but I imagine he will be the left winger. Now, he's been a left wing back, he's been a left back down the years, Sessegnon, and he's very talented, he's very exciting, and he was rapid. He's had bad injuries, like horrendous injuries, and predominantly hamstring injuries as well. So how much they've, had an impact on that speed and that turn of pace that he's got, we'll have to wait and see. I know it's a little bit of a surprise that he's starting, because I do our Oppo preview show midweek and there was no mention of Sessegnon starting a game. It was more likely it was going to be Willian, but it isn't, of course. It's an interesting balance, that interesting dynamic with Robinson, with Sessegnon ahead. Now, Sessegnon is the more attack-minded of the two, so it makes sense it would be in that order. But because of his defensive past, Sessegnon will be able to get back and help out against Mo Salah as well and double up there. So, that's going to be a fascinating area of the pitch, really, from both points of view, from Fulham's and from ours. Because, Curtis Jones, a midfielder playing an unfamiliar position against probably Sessegnon and Robinson flying at him. I think he's going to need Szoboszlai, Gravenberch to help out, and Canate, of course, a lot over there. But anyway, let's dive back in. Glad Wilson isn't playing, says Doug. I am, to an extent, but I do like Harry Wilson. And the fact he's injured, that's why he's not playing, is a bit disappointing to me. I've always liked Harry Wilson, just generally. But that celebration he did at Old Trafford when he scored that free kick for Derby, I think I'm right in saying, meant he's forever engraved on my heart. I'm a little bit disappointed, like I say, the fact he's missing out through injury, because, I wish him all the best. Timothy says Robinson, oh my God, scary player. Mikey J says Wilson not on the bench. He's not on the bench at all. The Fulham team, I don't think we even went through it in the last part of the show, so we'll do that now for you dead quickly. Bernd Leno in goal, obviously, as expected. Timothy Castagna, Joachim Anderson, Calvin Bassey, who missed the game at Anfield earlier on the season, so he's back in today. Anthony Robinson, as you can see there, the captain. Sander Berger, Sasa Lukic, probably in a double pivot at the base of the midfield. And then, as I touched on a moment ago, Sessegnon is next in that line. I imagine he'll be the left side of that three of Pereira and Iwobi, who'll play from the right, and then Rodrigo Muniz. And you can see on the bench there, it's Bender, Tete, Cuenca, Reed, Kearney, Smith-Rowe, Adama, Willian, and Raul Jimenez. Just on the Smith-Rowe exclusion momentary there, he would have been quite an outlandish, quite a let's see what happens pick from a Fulham point of view, because he's a bit of a maverick. He doesn't really take on loads of defensive responsibility. Pereira is a much more disciplined, much safer pair of hands inclusion from Marco Silva. So again, when you've got a midfield three of Pereira who'll get back and help out more than Smith-Rowe would, he would be more of an 8 than a 10. And you've got Sasa Lukic and Sander Berg behind him, that feels like a very combative, very high energy, high work rate midfield department that we, with Gravenberch, Szoboszlai and McAllister, are going to have to match if we're going to win the game of football. So, interesting. There's a few interesting little battles across this pitch for me against them. I think a lot of my hope and positivity, I don't know who Joe Goldberg is. Should I? I'll Google him momentarily. Maybe when I see his face, I'll realise. But right now, I'm struggling. You know what? You're right. Fulham's bench is actually strong there, and they've got attacking options from it. Now, listen, the hope is that we can just have the game out of sight before they've got a chance to utilise them. I still don't see Fulham, although it is a slightly more defensive-minded pick with, again, basically a left-back playing left wing, Pereira in there to do the running. It's still quite a team that will look to attack. They're not going to bank up. They're not going to put 10 men behind the ball. I'd be very surprised if they did. That's not really Marco Silva's mantra, to give him his credit. Certainly not at home, anyway. But my optimism around our chances today of picking up 3 points basically stem from the fact that we're boss and we're top of the league by 11 points, and the likelihood is we're going to go and win. I won't have heard of it. Okay, fair enough. I'll have a look though, just to see if there is a resemblance. So yeah, a lot of it is based on the fact that we're really good at footy and we win most games. However, I actually do wonder, and I'm starting to question what's left for Fulham this year. And I know that might be wishful thinking on my behalf, but that FA Cup exit, which we touched on earlier on, and that midweek defeat just makes you, if you're a Fulham player, fan, even Marco Silva to a certain extent, you've got professional pride and you are at home and Liverpool are coming to town. There's loads of reasons to want to win the game, of course there are. But in terms of what's actually at stake for them, I would start to question how much they will be 100% full throttle into this game. But again, could be me hoping that's the case and hoping for a bit of an easy, comfortable ride. He's a serial killer. Wonderful. Absolutely delighted. I've got a look of a serial killer. That's fantastic. Let me just see what this guy looks like. I remember Goldberg, the wrestler, from back in the day. But let me just see what Joe Goldberg. I cannot see that at all. Can anyone else see that? In terms of like the likeness? I mean, he's got dark hair, but that aside, he's not even got a beard. He's got also like different hair. No, I'm sorry. I don't see it at all. I think I look like a lot of different. Neither do I. Thanks, Tan. I'm glad it's not just me. Listen, I'm okay with being, compared to other people, even if they are serial killers. But I'm sorry, I don't see that one. Robert California, is that your name? Or is that a reference to Robert California from The Office? If it's the latter, then I'm so here for you. Liverpool not won 5 home games in a row in 24-25. Is that so? We've also only lost 1. And I think we are undefeated in 26 games, I think I'm right in saying. So that may be accurate. And listen, I'd love us to put that right between now and the end of the season. Which is sound, absolutely sound. But it doesn't really mean that we're not. All I would say on that point, actually, to be honest with you, hello, mate, hope you're good. Thank you very much. Nothing like a serial killer then, appreciate that. What I would say is, I've said this a few times this season, and you're going to have to bear with me just ever so slightly. Liverpool are a very, very good team, and we're going to win the Premier League. But I do have this inbuilt fear, having gone toe-to-toe with the great juggernaut that was Man City, albeit, lots of controversy around how they got to be that, but that's for another conversation on a different day. However, there is, I've heard this one before, there is a little bit of me that slightly fears City coming back with a vengeance next year, or, you never know, Arsenal being, as they think they are, a genuine contender once again, and actually getting a team that resembles that once again. But for me, I just feel like we're going to win the league on a very, very, very impressive points tally, 90 plus potentially again. But I think a lot of us will be in the same boat thinking, well, what if next year we need 95, 96, God forbid, nearly 100 again, like we've done in recent times, and it hasn't even been enough to win the league all the time either. So there, I do want us to, and there is room for improvement in the team, is what I'm trying to say. It really sounds like I'm being ultra negative when I use that sentence, but I don't mean it like that. I can't tell you enough how much I don't. I mean, but the fact we're not the finished article should excite us all and should make us be even more optimistic and make what Arne Slot's done this season in his first campaign as Liverpool manager all the more impressive to me. Are we just doing lookalikes now? Is that what we're up to? I'm fine with it. I've seen a couple. The Luke Humphries one I have had before. I'm glad it's Luke Humphries now, not Luke Humphries like 2 years ago, when I'm sure he won't mind me saying he was a little bit bigger than what he is. The one where he's wearing a cap, okay, has he got a cap at some point? Sound. We can live with that. I suppose it does change your complexion in your face when you wear a cap, so maybe. Hello, everyone. Hello, Liverpool Review. Hope you are doing well. Hope you're enjoying your weekends wherever you're watching. I hope everybody had an enjoyable Grand National experience yesterday for those that watched it. That's another serial killer. I'm not convinced by all these serial killers coming in. Motor Sir Ali said, I don't know who Alan Cummins is either. That's not what he said. He said, why can't Chiesa get any minutes? What's he done wrong? I'm not sure he's done anything wrong. Listen, the Plymouth game will be the glaring example of what all of those lads in that team did wrong, to be honest. And I think that did set him back and sort of lose a lot of the trust that he had gained over the course of the season for Slot, which wasn't loads, but there was probably some built up there. I think the faith dwindled after that match, and I think that's true for a lot of the lads, actually, not just Chiesa. A lot of the experienced lads that played on that day and didn't do themselves any justice whatsoever, and ultimately meant that we were eliminated from the FA Cup at a stage we didn't want to be. I know a lot of people with hindsight will look back and go, well, thank God we went out the cup. I don't subscribe to that personally. It's not really my view on any cup competition. I want to go as deep as possible for as long as possible in all of them. So it did hurt, that elimination. Certainly again in the manner that it came, because we were just shite, weren't we? Against a team that I think at the time were bottom of the Championship. So yeah, nowhere near good enough. Embarrassing, actually. But with Chiesa, yeah, I think it's set him. I don't think we've seen him for like 3 or 4 weeks after that. And he obviously has this final cameo, comes on, scores the goal, does a very good job, and looked really lively with it, actually. But then again, he doesn't play in midweek. And yeah, it's difficult to see where his time comes, to be honest with you. Barring us wrapping this up in the next like 2-3 weeks and then him having like the 4 or 5 games to finish the season, I don't know. Oh, mate, they're heavy, by the way, heavy. Rewind to the start of the show, and Paul and Steve and myself spoke about them in a bit more detail. Yeah, they're going to be unbelievable. Get yourself in Liverpool for that weekend. But yeah, I don't know where Chiesa's chance comes, is what I'm trying to say. Similar could be said for Harvey Elliott. I think he's got more credit in the bank, personally. With Slot, I mean. But yeah, I don't know on Chiesa. I really don't know. Liverpool review, I want to address this question dead quick. Do you think today is an audition for Robinson for Liverpool, or do you think we are set on Kirkes? I think we are set on Kirkes, personally. I will be amazed if we deviated from that, personally. Stop. Yeah, I think Kirkes is the one. I do. For lots of reasons. I think obviously the fact he's so... If Arne Slot wants a left back to be what Andy Robertson was 18, 24 months ago, some may argue even further back than that, I think Kirkes has got lots of that in his game. And I think he's got lots more to come as well. He's only 21. Like, it's remarkable how well he's performing in the Premier League. Likewise, Bournemouth, generally speaking, although they've gone off the boil a little bit recently. Maybe they just ran out of legs a touch because it's been, a phenomenal season. But yeah, I think Kirkes is the answer for Liverpool, personally. And again, lots of that is due to his attributes and due to the way he plays. The price tag is the price tag. I think for a proper footballer these days, you're going to have to pay around the 40 million pound mark, regardless. I think gone are the days where you can unearth a gem, a lot like Andy Robertson, for 8 to 10 million pounds like that. You're just not going to see that really these days, I wouldn't have thought. I think he ticks a lot of the boxes for the recruitment team and what we're after, age-wise and ability-wise. And also, I don't think Liverpool, I don't think Arne Slot, and this is evidenced by how much he's played recently and the fact he's starting again today, I don't think Liverpool are so certain that Robertson's time at the top end of the game is done. And I'm not sitting here saying he can play 60 games a season and go hell for leather in 50 of them anymore. He can't. I'm so over that. But I think if you brought in Kirkes, who could take off 50% of that workload of Robertson or 40% or whatever, I think you're going to see the best version of Andy Robertson for longer, and that might even prolong his career a little bit. And it'll be a new challenge for him as well. He's the type of player, there's a lot of talk midweek about Curtis Jones wanting challenges and rising to challenges. He's going to have to do the same today, actually, for what it's worth. Andy Robertson, if you throw down a gauntlet to Andy Robertson and say, we've just signed this 21-year-old kid, what are you going to do now, mate? I think he'll go, I'll show you what I'm going to do. And he'll work harder than ever before, and he'll make sure he's better than ever before, so he remains the number one left back. And also, not just on the pitch, but it's worth mentioning, like, there's a chance we lose a decent chunk of leadership this summer. It's grim, but it's factual. Andy Robertson is such a leader. Scotland captain, as we know, but he's been at Liverpool now for years. His experience and being there, seen it, won it all, done it all, that can be invaluable as well. So I think Kirkes at 21 with years left to grow and to learn from somebody like Robertson is the absolute perfect candidate. Perfect candidate. Sound. Anyway, I've just left that comment on screen for far too long, by the way. But, yeah, sorry. So I didn't even realize. I went on a proper diatribe about Milos Kirkes in our left back position whilst having a Fred Rest reference on the screen. But there we go. Shit happens. He was, the rotation thing. Yeah, that was my point on Anthony Robertson. Sorry, I don't know how I got so sidetracked there. I think Kirkes is the answer for all what I've just said, but I think Robinson's age rules him out of the equation. I think you can look at Ray and Nori, who I think 25, 26, perhaps maybe a touch younger than that, actually, I'll check while I'm speaking, as a more viable candidate for it. But again, I think you do want Kirkes, and I think Nori might cost even more than Kirkes. I think I've seen like 60 million bandied about for him down the years. So, yeah, 23 ain't Nori shit. No, I've done proper injustice there. 24 in June. So, yeah, maybe he's more in the wheelhouse to what we'd be looking for. But yeah, I just think Kirkes is the one personally. Sorry, that's my bad. And listen, they've been linked to Joel Harto as well, who obviously Slot will know well from his time in the Eredivisie. I like him. He's only, I think he might be 18. I've had a absolute stinker of ages momentarily there, so I'll just double check Harto's age. I think he's 18, possibly 19 now. Just turned maybe. Let's just double check. 19, yeah. Turned 19 in March. So I wasn't too wrong on that one. But yeah, I think with him, because he plays centre-back and left-back, you could do a different addition to the squad there with him if you really liked the play, if you really wanted him. But yeah, I think it's Kirkes. Have you? Is that a thing that I do? Is it? Yeah. The Robert California thing, I believe you about. I don't remember ever mentioning the Joe Goldberg thing before. Definitely didn't address it in the way that I did then. I really went deep into it this time. But there we go. King, Katie says, Kirkes is the one. Amy Adams says, yeah, Dan, I get you. Yeah, do you know what? You are right. And I was reluctant to wear it today, but it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. 5am says, Dan, Sesko or Gyökeres? There's a decent age gap between them. Why are we doing so much in ages? But there's a decent age gap between the two of them, isn't there? I would probably just about plumb for Benjamin Sesko. I think Gyökeres fits the system better, and I think he'd be a more slot type front man. So I'm kind of going against what I've just said here. But I think in terms of potential and in terms of goal scorer, I think Sesko's got more personally. But again, yeah, and he might not be the immediate answer, and I guess it's going to cost him, depends on how much he costs. And Gyökeres has got a release clause, I think I'm right in saying, hasn't he? But yeah, that's a difficult one. I don't think either of them are the answer for what it's worth personally when it comes to the 9. He plays up at St James's Park, but let's just wait and see. Eh? Mark Heesum says, is Rio ready to step up into the first team next year? I think we'll see a lot more of Rio Ngamoa next year, personally. I think, yeah, he's going to be a real viable candidate. I think pre-season will be fascinating for Rio. He doesn't feel like, often, again, people have made references already in the chat. I do watch and cover a lot of the academy stuff. Often you see players, and Jayden Danns is one of these, by the way, actually on the screen right now. And I think he could do with a loan. Like not because he's not going to be brilliant or not because he's got loads of talent, loads of potential, but because the type of player that he is, you think, he would benefit massively from a season, half a season in the Championship, League One, whatever. Conor Bradley was one of them, went to Bolton, did brilliantly, come back, now look. Joel Quansah had a decent loan at Bristol Rovers, now look, to a lesser extent, but still. Jayden Danns, I think, needs a loan, and I'm gutted this Sunderland hasn't worked out yet. I'm still hopeful that he might get some time up there between now and the end of the season, especially to make the playoffs. That, of course, extends the season for Sunderland, so you never know. But yeah, I think there are certain players, and I think Trey Naoni and Rio Ngamoa are the two that I'm thinking of really off the top of my head here, that I don't imagine Liverpool will ever allow to leave on loan. And that's not just because they want them under their wing and they want to keep the closest of close eyes on them, because they do that wherever the players go around the country. They're absolutely massive on the due diligence to make sure they get the best possible care and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I think Rio is a sort of lad that will just stay around Liverpool, regardless of what the football is, whether it be 18s, 21s, etc. No, that's not entirely true, this comment here, by the way. And on the note, on Ngamoa, I do think he'll play a part in pre-season. And when it comes to like cup competition next year, it wouldn't shock me at all if we saw a decent amount of him, because they think so highly of him, and rightfully so, because he's a talented boy. Yeah, so Danns came back to Liverpool in the season. I thought he never really left, really, in terms of Liverpool. He never really went up to Sunderland. He's been up there a few times to watch games, stuff like that, but he never started training. He never really sort of eyed up football for them at any point of actual proper game time. he's been doing his rehab down at the AXA, and a couple of weeks ago their manager, Reggie Labrie, spoke about they were hopefully getting him this month. That looks a little bit less likely, but again, they might have 2 or 3 games in May, possibly plus some playoffs at the end of that as well. So I'd love him to go up there and play a part, because you can make yourself a hero, actually. And we've seen Jayden dance for Liverpool. Like, when he gets on the pitch more often than not, he makes impacts. He has tangible impacts on football matches. So, yeah, I'd love to see him go up there and do a job. But, yeah, it's not looking overly likely right now. John Chunks is how much will we spend? I'm reluctant to answer that. I think a lot will depend on outgoings. A lot hinges on the contract situation as well, let's be honest. But I think, I'll answer it in a different way. I think we'll do 4 or 5 players in. And that might increase or decrease depending on what happens, again, in terms of outgoings and the contract lads as well. Because if you lose all 3 contract lads, let's live in that world, that grim world momentarily, then you need to do 7 or 8 signings. If you keep 2 of them, but you lose 2 or 3 senior first team options, whoever, I'm not going to name names right now, then you need to do 6 or 7 signings, So I think there's a lot of up in the air about this summer. But I think as a base layer, I think we need 5 players in, personally. 4, possibly, I'd shake your hand on, but I think 4 or 5 is an absolute minimum. And Walkoff agrees. We need 4 or 5 players in, which is mad, by the way. Can I just say, actually, I need to check myself here. We are about to win the Premier League, and we could take another giant step towards it literally today. But I just think that's the truth, ultimately. Hey, Dan, suggestions for good hotels to stay in Liverpool for the last game against... Do you know what? Normally, I'd list off a load of different hotel possibilities, but it might be rendered utterly pointless because that weekend is going to be nuts. I hope you can get a hotel in Liverpool. That's all I'll say to you. But we did mention earlier on, if you can't and you are struggling for accommodation in the city somewhere, there's outskirts, is all I'd say. Not just outskirts of Liverpool, there are then, but if you got to Manny, you'd be sound. You'd be laughing. Chester the same. Warrington comes under the outskirts thing, but still, Widnes, etc. Like, there is further afield that you could go, which might leave you a half an hour taxi, a 40-minute train, whatever. There's ways of doing it, because honestly, giving recommendations on hotels feels like a waste of time, because I would be staggered if they weren't booked. There's so much going on in the city that weekend. And I'm not just talking because of the Reds win the league, just generally speaking. It's that big weekender thing in Sefton Park as well. It's going to be nuts. Absolutely nuts. In the best possible way, it's going to be nuts. But yeah, just get yourself to the northwest, basically, and figure it out from there. Knocky Knock says, Jonathan Tah, yes or no? Possibly yes. He smacks me of Joel Matip vibes, predominantly because he's coming from Germany and he's a free agent. But still, I think if you were to add that, he's more experienced as well by the time you signed him. So, yeah, I don't see the harm in that. I don't think I'd want him to be the only centre-back signing that we made this summer. But if you were to add him to the squad, again, free agent, feels like a bit of a no-brainer to me. And the Wirral, by the way, I don't think I mentioned the Wirral right now. Absolutely. Yeah, just over the water. Loads of nice hotels, loads of nice areas as well, to be honest with you. So yeah, you'd be absolutely boxed, and it'd be dead easy to get to town from there too. So yeah, get it done. No problem at all. Sorry I couldn't give you any actual names. You can look, feel free to look at actual Liverpool ones, but the prices are worth considering, because again, there's so much going on. They probably would have been ramped up a notch or two. But also, I imagine most will be full by this point, because yeah, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. So plenty of things. Yeah, listen, you can do it on a budget. Absolutely, you can do it on a budget as well. And also, it's going to be hot, so the streets will be sound. I'm joking. Somebody mentioned, yeah, sorry, I did bring this up, Andreas. Hope you're well, mate, as well. Alvin Ayman has been a really interesting one. We often go into academy chats, but it's fine. I'll start getting score predictions in a minute. Jay, you're too kind. Alvin Ayman has been a really interesting... I've only seen glimpses of him, and that's not because I've not been there to watch. He just hasn't played that much. I think he might have had an injury problem, and I'm only speculating on that, but they never told us that was the case. But he wasn't really involved for a large chunk of the first half of the season. Now, they might have just been getting up to speed and getting used to the Liverpool way and all that sort of stuff. Who knows what the case was. But he never really got going at all. And then second half of the season, I saw more and more of him. And he was running games from midfield. He really was. He's definitely got something. You can see why Liverpool identified him and brought him to the football club from Wolves, I think it was. Talented boy. But yeah, hasn't maybe hasn't had the first season that everyone would have been hoping for and he would have been hoping for, but he's still so young that it doesn't really matter, to be honest. And as for Carter Pennington, yeah, brilliant. Love him. And Cahill Figueroa, yeah, good. Good goal scorer, proper box presence, proper box threat. Needs to stay fit and needs to score more goals because he should be having like Jayden Dan's last season impacts on football matches for me. But it's never really, really happened for him up until this point. But let's just wait and see. I hope so. I really hope so. Danny Hudson says, just Dan. Yeah, that's right. That's me. And that's also you, fellow Dan. Hope you're good. Sand, KDB is getting a statue for after he leaves. Do you think Salah and Van Dijk will get one when they leave? I don't know about that, you know. I'd love them to, but I think because of... Listen, I get why City do for De Bruyne. He's been a phenomenal player. You know, all schadenfreude, all jokes aside, he's been excellent. He really has. And City haven't got, and this is going to sound massively disrespectful, and it kind of is meant to be, but also they haven't got the long, illustrious list of legends that Liverpool Football Club possesses. Let's be honest. They haven't got the history of us. They haven't got, they're not us, basically. Liverpool have got so many legends. Like if we did a Salah and Van Dijk statue, I would have no issue with it whatsoever. But there could be a list of 10 to 20 footballers who people would sit around and go, well, what about this lad? You know what I mean? Like, the list is genuinely endless. So, yeah, I'm not against it. No, exactly this, Douglas. He doesn't. And I think a lot of people in the modern era would regard Stevie as the absolute pinnacle of the Liverpool Football Club. You go a bit further back, people will say Ken Dalglish, people say John Barnes, like Phil Thompson. Honestly, I could reel off the names. Ian St. John, we'd never stop. So, yeah. As much as Cali, like the most appearances of all time, Phil Neal, I'd be sound with Salah and Van Dijk getting recognised in some way. I think all of them people I've just mentioned, plus more and more, the pantheon of great Liverpool players we've had, deserve some sort of recognition around the ground, and a lot of them have got it. But yeah, Tommy Smith, exactly. Yeah, we could do. We could sit here for the rest of the time doing this. But yeah, I think some sort of recognition around the stadium for Salah and Van Dijk would be absolutely sound. Even this, I'd be okay with. 5am says, Frimpong, Kirk, Stiller, Schlotterbeck and Dele and Delap links have started, haven't they? Joel Gomez, or Gamez, I should say, gets us going back towards the game of football that's about to happen with a 3-1. Come on, you Reds. I'll just deal with this there quickly. I think Frimpong, yes. Kirkes, yes. And can I have Isak up top? They'd be my 3 probably starting points, I think. And I love Conor Bradley. Let's change that dead quick. Absolutely. But I do think we need a more experienced, and we need 2, don't we? Let's be honest. Conor Bradley currently been out with a problem, and we've gone to Curtis Jones, who's done a manful job there. He's been really good there, and likewise Joel Quansah, but none of them are ideally suited to play right back. That's just the facts of it. So I don't think you can have Conor Bradley as your only recognised senior right back, personally. And I don't know what happens with Joe Gomez this summer. So yeah, I would go and sign Frimpong, Kirkes, we already discussed why, and Isak from a centre forward in a dream world. Let's just wait and see. Right, sound. I'll start to wrap up. But before I do, now I want your score predictions. Now I want to speak about the actual football that's going to happen. Murals do work, and the guys from Murals are boss as well. So yeah, I like that shout. I'm going to go Liverpool 3-1 as well. Actually, I think I said 2-0 yesterday on Friday on the Umbu, but I've changed my mind. I think I'm going to go 3-1 because I think Fulham are going to come and play, and I think that suits us massively. So, yeah, 3-1 Liverpool, and I'm going to say Salah, naturally. I'm going to say McAllister, and I'm going to add in, who's my 3rd goal scorer? Cody Gakpo. I mean, Cody Gakpo likes playing against Fulham. I'm glad to see Cody Gakpo back in the team, actually, for what it's worth. And I think Arne Slot prefers him when fit and when ready over on that left-hand side. And, yeah, I think Gakpo likes playing against these. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Tan says 2-0. What's my thoughts on Victor Gyökeres? I like him as a player. I like him as a lot. And let me just check something. I know he scores absolutely hatsfuls over in Sporting. And he was, listen, the move, sorry, the form that got in the move at Coventry was exceptional. But it was Championship form. So, I don't know. He's still Premier League unproven, is kind of what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to check. Let's just see. He is 26. Yeah, again, in terms of like ready to go, he'd be in and around it. But then you're buying a 26-year-old who's never played in the Premier League before. So whilst he's got experience and whilst he's proven in lots of ways, he almost doesn't tick that final proven box. So I'm not as convinced by Gyökeres personally. 2-1, Jota and Gakpo. We've got a couple of 2-2s coming into the chat as well. We've got 3-0 to Liverpool, Salah brace, and Gakpo from a Salah assist. Kelleher needs a clean sheet. Okay. Salah, 2 contentious pens, just to annoy you. Oh yeah, the fume will be magical. I'm with you on that. Lauren says 3-1 with Salah, Sobbo and Maka scoring. The midfielders are dominating there. Fran of Drach says, just logged on and checked there's no Alisson. No Alisson again, not involved in the squad. I haven't heard what Arne Slot said about that. I assume he'll be asked and he will address why. Listen, the obvious conclusion to draw is the fact that he hasn't passed the protocol again. I imagine that final box that he didn't tick midweek either. But it has dragged on. Absolutely dragged on for a while now. What do you think about our corner conversions? We have so many, but I've said for ages we should be better from corners. When you've got somebody as dominant in the air as Virgil van Dijk is, obviously from a defensive point of view, predominantly, you should be scoring more goals from corners. Yeah, I've said that. And listen, we've got, in terms of delivery, obviously Trent, the less I've spoken about Trent these days, his dead ball set piece delivery is just class, absolute class. McAllister I think is really good from him as well. Szoboszlai is decent. Robertson's been good down the years. Kostas Tsimikas, as we know, that's probably his main asset, I think it's fair to say. We should have scored more from corners forever. I think Van Dijk should be nudging up towards double figures, which doesn't sound out of the realm of possibility. When you consider, am I misremembering football? Like John Terry and Rio Ferdinand used to score goals every year. Why isn't Van Dijk like here? Done me head in forever. Salty Random says, can see a high scoring game today, Liverpool 3-2. Okay. Bit of fun in the sun. 4-1, Salah, Gakpo, and second half. Yeah, 4-1 to full. Oh shit! Okay, fucking hell. Sobbo to get the most distance travelled with no goals and assists. I see what you're doing there. Bobby says 2-1, early Jota goal. Fulham back before half time. Then a late Van Dijk header, just as we were talking about. Van Dijk is due a corner goal again, just as we were talking about. The brave one says Liverpool 3-0. Skirtle also scored a few. We on a proper purple patch and scored them all in the space of a couple of weeks. But still, Sami Hyypiä to use a Liverpool example. Sami Hyypiä used to chip in with goals, and Van Dijk does. But I feel like he's capable of so much more. Again, when you think about the delivery we're capable of into the box and how superb and unmatched he is in the air. Yeah, I don't know. And he scored 2 against Brighton once, I think I'm right in saying. He scored on his debut against Everton. You feel like, excuse me, we've got such another weapon another string to our bow here, but hasn't really made the most of it, have we? Yeah, we never actually got a set piece coach. We gave that responsibility to Aaron Briggs, I think, because Aaron Briggs was appointed like a personal development coach or something like that, or a technical coach, one or the other, and kind of took on the role of doing the set pieces pre-season, and they just stuck with it. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn it, but I think it's because they didn't find a suitable candidate for that role, so they just went with Aaron Briggs. But I think it does need addressing. That's not to say Briggs has done a bad job, because I don't believe he has, but having a specialist in that department, we've seen Arsenal benefit from it, we've seen Brentford benefit from it down the years as well. Why not us? 3-2 the Reds, Jota, Gakpo and Mac. A lot of people say McAllister scored today. I don't hate that at all. 2-0 Virgil and Jota. Take Everton set peach coach. Daniel Agger only scored bangers. He did, yeah. Gary Mack. I spoke to Gary Mack a couple of days ago. I love Gary Mack. Yeah, Danny Agger did. The West Ham goal was an absolute banger. And he scored that goal in Europe as well. I can't remember who it was against. Man's gone blank completely. But you're right. He did only tend to score very nice, aesthetically pleasing left-footed goals. Not that many headers. Skirtle did the header in. Danny Agger did the bangers. Gakpo first goal, cutting in from the left. Don't hate that at all. A fully firing Jota will be a danger in. Yeah, Jota, whilst not being 6 foot plus, has this innate ability to get on the end of stuff in the air. And he's got a good leap, and he's very, 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 very dangerous. with his head, in spite of his lack of height. Sound, I will start to wrap up this part of the show, and I will leave you with, well, I will queue up Paul and Steve coming back into the building, but I will leave you with a chat that I have with a Fulham podcaster about just exactly how Fulham might look to hurt Liverpool today. I will see you post-match for the rankings, for the fan interactive bit as well, where hopefully we can speak about a Liverpool win. Take care. I'll see you in a bit. You mentioned there sort of a moment ago about the highlighting the key area where you might look to exploit a bit of Liverpool weakness potentially. Do you think it is down that left-hand side?
Yeah.
There's a lot of Fulham's attack come down there regardless of who you're playing.
I would say frustratingly, yes. I think we're becoming quite predictable. And I think when I talk about our form being so patchy, it's because teams have essentially worked out what our build-up play is. It's quite slow, it's quite methodical. The vast majority is we build up on the right and whip it to the left, or we build up on the left and whip it to the right. The other person I failed to mention, we talk about the wingers actually, is Adama Traore. And so what we did well against Man City was we sat very deep and chucked him forward with our striker and played on the counter with longer balls. And potentially over the top of Van Dijk and Konate, we might be able to do that potentially as well. But he's a bit out of favour, so it may well be that left-sided build-up that we focus on, because if it is Willian that starts, he is our creative spark as much as anyone else, so all things will go through him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you've got an imbalance whereby you look to attack predominantly from the left and Liverpool's main vulnerability is from the right, simultaneously that suggests that maybe a lot of traffic could come that way, which is absolutely fair enough, really.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Watchalong. I'm Paul Machin. Steve Hort is joining me. He's just smashing some chicken into his face, which, let's be honest, what better thing is there to do on a Sunday afternoon on a countdown to a game with Liverpool on the telly, but to basically fill your face with fried chicken. He's a god amongst men. What can I say? Listen, while I've got you, I just want to remind everyone, if you haven't seen already, then I would highly recommend that you check out one of our latest tweets over on our Twitter account, because that's how that works, about the Red Weekender. So I mentioned it in the earlier part of this show. I'm just going to find a tweet for you guys so that we can refer to that while I'm doing this. And it is not there. There we go. Yes, so Boss Night, The Rap, and us have got basically what is known locally as the Liverpool Echo Arena, but it's actually the M&S Bank Arena, and it's actually the exhibition centre on the side of it, to be more accurate. But the final weekend of the Premier League season, where Liverpool are basically going to lift the Premier League title and then end that weekend, hopefully, therefore, with a title parade. The biggest party the city has ever seen in a Liverpool space is coming to the exhibition centre. So tickets are not on sale just yet, and we haven't fully announced exactly what we're doing. Go to theredweekender.com and get yourself registered for the pre-sale on there, because, yeah, it's going to be the stuff of legend. It's going to be one of those where were you when that was happening kind of things. And that's just the footy, and this is taking on a whole thing around it as well. So, yeah, I know what we're doing. There are a few little bits and pieces still to kind of come together on it, so we haven't been able to announce the full breadth of what we're doing. But listen, yeah, theredweekender.com, get yourself involved with that, because something else, absolutely something else. How was your chicken?
Delicious.
Still in your teeth?
A little bit. I've got a sweet bowl. Good.
Excellent. So yeah, we're just under 12 minutes away from kickoff and all that. And also, don't forget, of course, that we are touring Ireland. We've got a 3-day tour. We're doing Dublin, Belfast and Cork, the 23rd, 24th and 25th of April. There we go. Lovely stuff. So if you like the fun side of what we do, which is to say me, Steve and Chris largely farting around and taking the piss out of other football teams and celebrating the brilliance of Liverpool and smiling and feeling happy, and then having a big old sing-song and party with us, with music coming from the exceptional Mark Kenny, then come and join us if you're in the surrounding areas of any of those places. Dublin first, then Belfast, and then our very first time ever in Cork. Dublin as well, for those of you who turned out last time, we were at the academy in Dublin last time. We're at the Ambassadors this time, which
Bigger.
I'm told is bigger and better. And yeah, I'm very, very excited. I'm very excited about all of them. I'm excited to see Cork for the very first time. I know Belfast is awesome, and I know Dublin's awesome, but Dublin were taking it up another notch as well. So yeah, ticketmaster.ie for Dublin and Belfast, and then Eventbrite for the Cork tickets if you want to get involved with us there. But yeah, to circle back to it, the Red Weekend there.
Got loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads going on. It's going to be great. If the Reds can win today, it makes everything a little bit. I was desperate to advertise when this was celebrate the champions, and we just didn't want to jinx it.
Yeah. Well, this has been in the planning for a little bit, and this is kind of similar in some regards to the last time we won the league, where it was different in that it was basically won in January, so we were planning stuff from January, like that. The Jordan Henderson mural, we had our first meeting about that literally in the January, and then it was obviously then delayed because of COVID and what have you. So it's been a little harder this time because I think a bit of anxiety crept in before the international break around the Champions League and the Carabao Cup. Liverpool, you were talking about this before. Arsenal's team selection was fascinating yesterday because they've definitely got an eye on Real Madrid, which of course they were going to. But your theory is Liverpool getting those 3 points at Everton kind of made it academic in their selection.
Yeah, I think if Everton would have beat Liverpool in midweek at Anfield, I think Arsenal and Arteta would have picked his best team yesterday, and he wouldn't have done the rest of the rotation because he'd have thought we can put the shits up them. When we make it 12 points, I think even he's gone 8 games to go, 24 points to play for, 12 plus the goal difference as well. It's where the goal difference is vastly superior, so they're going to have to get a 13-point swing. I think that was the one where he gave up the ghost, and I think if he probably already had, but that was definitely the one where they had their eye on. I
think there is a little bit where you're right. I think they put a team out that they probably thought was definitely capable. It was definitely capable. They've been getting points with teams like that. The 11s they've put out there. Moreover, they just weren't going to risk Saka.
Yeah.
From the start for something when they're using that as a platform to get him ready for Real Madrid, which is fair. But there is kind of a point where I think in Arteta's mind, that wasn't the weekend to go foot to the floor because you can't help but have one eye on the Champions League. He had to sort of see how the Merseyside derby went, see how the Fulham game goes for us, and if we were to drop points in that, once you stand, and then maybe in the next week, if you come out of his next Champions League thing, if they're knocked out and it's still within touching distance, but he can go foot to the floor, but he's got the Champions League.
If Everton would have beat us, for example, and he'd have gone, well, if we can beat Everton away, we can make it 6 points before Liverpool play Fulham. There's no guarantee Liverpool win at Fulham. They could easily lose, and all of a sudden, it's 6 points with 7 games to go, and they're right back in it. I think that Jota goal in midweek and that win over Everton, really, that was the end for Arsenal's hopes. And he rightly then decided all eyes on Real Madrid, and it should be. He's desperate to win a trophy. So I think that was a massive result. And then I just think if we'd have lost to Everton, I think Arsenal would have beat Everton yesterday. You know what I mean? I think they'd have been really up for it. They should have won anyway. They were in cruise control most of the game, but then he ends up a game in the Premier League chasing a win with like Kieran Tierney playing. I was like, with all due respect, that isn't the team he puts out if he's desperate to win the game. So yeah, absolutely, it definitely helped him midweek. Now it's just a case of we want it wrapped up as soon as possible.
We're playing for 14 points.
14 points with 7 games to go if we win today, yeah.
It's mad. It's absolutely mad. It's such a weird feeling to be in this, particularly because, and I think so much, everyone was rightly down in the dumps prior to the international break, and then therefore throughout the international break off the back of it. And then what we've had that gap filled with is some misery around the contract talk stuff as well, obviously particularly pertaining to Trent Alexander-Arnold, and then loads of like social media accounts and ex-pros and all that trying to jump on a pylon to make us all feel worse about what Liverpool have achieved so far. We just need to get this one now, and then actually we can stop worrying about other people's noise and actually look forward to what it means. And what it means is that Liverpool are going to win a 20th league title. There's going to be a moment in the season, in the flesh, where 60,000 people are going to get to see us lift the big fucking thing for the first time. And then there's going to be an open top bus parade where hundreds of thousands of people can descend and actually let go of something that we've been holding on to for now 35 years, because we just didn't get to properly let it go 5 years ago. So yeah, that's what our focus should be. Liverpool have got an opportunity there to really just continue to shut the noise down today. Mighty Quinn, the man, the legend, with the super chat. Says LFC Elvis about to bust through the unsuspecting doors of the Queensland Liverpool Supporters Club. Wish them luck. Up the Redmen TV, up the Red Weekender. Thank you so much, Quinn. I surely Quinn's going to be in attendance that weekend. Surely you're going to come and make an appearance,
yeah,
mate.
I think that's already confirmed.
I mean, it'd be mad if he didn't.
Go and check out Quinn's socials, by the way, and he's raising money for the Florrie by basically being Elvis all around Australia and all the various events that are happening there. So please do go and check out. If you can support, it'd be nice if you can as well.
I have been in a Liverpool supporters club on another continent where LFC Elvis has walked into the room without me knowing that was happening, and I can tell you it is an experience. So good luck to to the Queensland Liverpool supporters club. Yeah, they're about to have a wonderful.
What time is it in Queensland?
Morning. I was going to say afternoon, but morning, night. I've got no idea.
I'm going to Google time in Queensland. Paul.
Yeah, okay, cool.
If you had to guess,
it's 2 a.m.
It is 5 to 11 at night.
Oh, that's sound.
Even better. That's peak Quinn time. That's when you want Quinn. He comes alive around 11 to midnight.
Definitely.
Yeah, fill your boots.
Kieran Orr, long-time viewer / subscriber, says, "Hey, Paul and Steve, first game of my 30s, so let's go. Happy birthday, mate.
Happy birthday, Keith.
For whenever it was." Wow. Okay. Make sure that you drop a like on the stream if you're here waiting. We're a handful of minutes away from kick-off in this one. Isn't it weird being in the stage of the season where there's only really... We're now actually probably a week away from there being no other games of football of any interest to us. Like that Everton-Arsenal game was quite possibly the last other game of football for us to have our eyes on until there's a chance that, like, we're confirmed as champions in the coming weeks with Arsenal dropping points as opposed to us maybe gaining points.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be honest, even if they didn't win yesterday, I still thought we were going to win the league. But I did have half an eye on it. I had lots going on yesterday, but I was watching it on my phone as I was out and about. And then, you're right. It's weird because we still haven't experienced yet, and this is my mad, and we're going to get there sooner rather than later, hopefully. If Liverpool win this league in the next few weeks, what do you do? That nail biter. I always thought our first one would be a nail biter. You know, our first league title. The two that the one that we won and they're about to win, they haven't really been title races. This hasn't been a race. Like, it hasn't been a race since October. It's been our paranoia and negativity is what's made it a race. It hasn't been a title race. Well, it's been a procession.
I've been saying, and I've always said, like, I've always been a proponent of this idea of don't look at the league until there's 10 games gone. But also, in the last 5 or 6 years, I've come around to the notion of, maybe slightly longer, that the title race doesn't start until 10 games to go. Sometimes you can maybe extend it to like 11 or 12, but that's when you want to be on the starting blocks. And you don't need to be in the lead there. Yep. It's great if you've got a little bit of a lead, but as long as you're in touching distance, if you're 3 to 6 points away from top of the league with 10, 11, 12 games left to go, that's when you're in the title race. But we've been conditioned because of the 24-hour news cycle and Sky Sports and look, things like what we do, you know, fan media and social media, to constantly be talking about stuff. So there's always like a third team that's in the title race in November going into December, and they're rarely anywhere to be seen. And quite often it's Chelsea. I've discovered as well over the years. So yeah, you know, you're right. We reached that point, the pivotal point of the season, and it was basic. Yeah, 100%. You know, we were top of the league in January, and everything was going really well. Yeah. So here we are. We've been at the starting blocks, and it's a bit like we're just kind of like. The starter's pistol went off and Arsenal are just like a tangled mess trying to get themselves out the blocks, and we're just like having a nice comfortable jog like the Griswolds running to Molly World. I'm a big fan of it. The fuck's that? Have you not seen National Lampoon's Vacation?
I have seen National Lampoon's Vacation. I get the reference now. You're so old.
It's not, but that's not about being old. That's about having taste in movies.
From 40 years ago or something.
That's older. It's probably older than me. National Lampoon's Vacation is, you know,
another vintage Redmen.
I'm going to find that out because I must have been a kid when it came out the year I was born. So it's not to do with me being old. It's to do with the fact that it's an absolutely classic comedy movie, right? 1983. Dear God. I mean, The Christmas Vacation came out in 1989.
What a film. That's my favourite.
This is also the stage of the season we're in. I was thinking this before about like how we're going to drum up drama over the next few weeks if the title becomes a little bit of a procession.
What does that have to be?
And the secret answer is we'll just do what we've always done, And the answer is fart around. We might need Chris in. We might need more Pajak in the coming weeks. He's an expert, a farter arounder.
I'd say it's his main skill.
It's the role he was born to play. So yeah. Anyway, listen, drop likes on the content and all that kind of stuff as we're going through. Don't forget, we're going to be here all the way through to post-match as well. Dan will be doing player rankings and getting your reactions to stuff. Steve and I will be doing the player ratings podcast over on redmenplus.com. So yeah, plenty to keep you occupied between now and bedtime, or even, I guess, the Manchester derby. I mean, has there ever been a Manchester derby with so little, in the last decade, with so little stakes?
It's mad because actually I want City not in the Champions League next year, so if Manchester United can win that, they're bang up against it. Obviously with Nottingham Forest getting beat yesterday, but I was thinking Villa winning yesterday might be good, because I think Forest are guaranteed to be third now anyway.
Let's have a little look at the Premier League table, because you're right, that's an interesting talking point. So
I think Villa winning puts huge pressure on Manchester City today.
It does.
Because obviously top 5 is going to get Champions League. Man City are banging in that race with Aston Villa, and probably with Newcastle. Newcastle have got a game in hand, or 2 games in by the time City play today. So.
Villa have obviously got the Champions League to contend with, haven't they? Which is definitely a thing. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle that. But actually, I said it for weeks, their January recruitment was perfect for what they were trying to do. You know, Asensio and Rashford being added to that, and Marlon as well, meant that they can continue to do what they do in rotation. It's
been great.
Terrific. So they might be able to handle it. But no, I agree. Newcastle are the ones for me, because we are underway at Craven Cottage. But yeah, it will be interesting to see. I'm not saying I will support Manchester United in it, but I would get more joy out of seeing United beat City than the other way around, which is a very rare.
That's mad, right? I've just seen Fulham. If I'm Fulham, they go long ball off the kick-off. And they went to our left back. Surely you try and put it on Curtis Jones. I was amazed Everton didn't just stand Beto over there for like 5 minutes or something.
Is it just that they go to whoever their best head? Because we did this for years. We went to Mane every single time.
But just stick him on the other side then. Yeah, first chance for them to come down.
It's Fulham down the left-hand side. Liverpool got good numbers back. Looking to keep the door shut. Fulham again, just playing it round. Oh, it's well charged down. And recovered at the back by Fulham. And goes square to the defence. I have not even looked at Fulham's team. That's how little I've prepared for this.
We've got a lot of super chats as well. You can get that one other than
I will do now.
The Fulham 11.
Yeah.
They're a good team, aren't they? Yeah, they're going to go long behind Curtis now, and he's in. I just think they're enough on that one. I like Anthony Robinson. He's a good player.
Do you know where we are up to in that?
Not a clue, mate. So well, Quinn, you read Quinn's out.
Of course. Cool. Yes, Nathan said, I'm just glad this game starts at 9 p.m. for me. It's normally at 3 or 4 in the morning. Dear God, that sounds horrendous. Knocky Knock says, I'd crease if Arsenal finished third in a 2-horse race. That would be absolutely hilarious.
I think if Forest won yesterday, that was bang on. That was bang in play.
Definitely. Liverpool just knocking it around the back at the moment under a little bit of pressure. And back to Queeve Kelleher, and left-footed clearance to the middle of the park. Cody Gakpo a little bit slow to react there, and Fulham recovered.
2 Fulham lads just whacked into each other there. One stayed down as well.
Dara Graham there just sends a super chat in. Thank you so much, Dara.
2 Fulham players wiped each other out there. I think you're all right.
Yeah.
Castagna, is it?
Timothy Castagna, yeah. Collins. Morning from Texas. It's all flooded here after some severe weather, but the levee is still on. Yesterday's skies were green, but today they'll be red. Up the Redmen, up the bloody Reds. Excellent. Wow.
Stay safe, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Colin mentioned during the Everton game it was tornado season. So yeah, they had some rough weather down there.
I've just watched the Twister documentary on Netflix about the Joplin tornado.
They're terrifying, aren't they? Yeah, now they're going long behind Curtis. That's what I thought we'd see more of. Iwobi against Jones. Curtis that with that one.
Curtis up against, Alex Iwobi, little step overs.
Got to get rid now, though.
Free himself, gets it to Kelleher. Kelleher opens his body up, left footed clearance coming, and again sticks it towards Gakpo. But he's nowhere near him this time.
To be fair, I think Kelleher was just getting rid on that one from a yard away from his own goal.
Yeah. And Leno. Good pressing from Dominic Szoboszlai there. They're putting Fulham's defence under pressure. Goes back to Leno again. Cody Gakpo needs to push up a little bit more here. Jota's putting the press on. They go long themselves.
That should be our ball, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Van Dijk flick. Oh, sorry, Canate come across to flick a header forward there. A bit of a bitty start to the game.
Ooh, on ball.
Okay, free kick to Fulham. John Lee David Blackshaw, wonderful human, says, I told you, Paul, in December we were winning the league, and my God, you were right. Tell me you put some money on it, mate.
I think Gravenberch could have got that. Jones said as much off the clearance, but yeah, they are going to go down that. The danger's down the left anyway. Yeah. I don't think it's anything to do with Curtis playing there. I think that's just the way they attack.
Well, like, they've got Andy Robinson's amazing.
And Iwobi.
Yeah. And look, Iwobi's a good player, isn't he?
He's got pace, and good ball. Lucky.
Yeah. Very, very disjointed early few minutes here. The ball once again in the middle of the park. Fulham trying to play their way up the pitch here. Moves it back to the left-hand side. Anthony Robinson takes that off the toes of Iwobi, drives past his man.
That's not a foul. Yeah, ref was right on it.
Slight body check there, but Curtis Jones.
He ran into Jones, didn't he? Oh no!
Oh, Canate's giving it away. That stupid little square. It's got. Oh.
Playing on, no foul given.
Like we're playing on for the moment. Right inside the penalty area. Little curl to the back post.
Virgil's down on his face. I think they clashed heads.
Let's have a little look at that one. I was too busy watching the ball to actually watch what happened.
Smack in the face though. Canate pissing about. Oh, Ibu.
Silly that from Canate. Tried the little like.
I don't think that's a penalty. It's poor from Ibu. Kelleher out. I don't think that's a foul, is it?
I keep looking at other incidents before it. So the question is, does the goalie clean him out? And think he's passed it, so I don't think you can.
Van Dijk's took a whack in the face. I don't think VAR are going to get involved in either of those things.
Yeah,
we got away with that one.
That one, yeah. But Ibu Canate just so lax there.
Yeah, and very dangerous that.
Just a silly moment from him, really. You know, he tries
to drag back without looking at the ball.
He tries to drag back, gets it. He rolls it forward, gets it wrong, tries to recover by doing a mad like the Marseille turn in Pez parlance, and misses the ball completely. Yeah, well, Marco Silva's right to ask the officials for it. You know,
I think the one by Kelleher might have been more of a foul, and I think Van Dijk and Munoz just clash into each other. But
yeah, the thing is,
we've given away again here. Poor.
Yeah. I don't think so with the Kelleher one, if only because the ball's been quite clearly played. Yeah. Right, Szoboszlai gathers it, needs to find a red shirt, does good little touch inside from Cody Gakpo. Jota's making a run off him, Salah's out wide on the right, gets it. Curtis Jones goes for a little overlap, he gets it, what can he do? He can cross it flat, deflected, not clear. Iwobi goes to ground and clears it out for a throw-in better from Liverpool.
I don't know if Gakpo needs to go wide to Salah, I think. You kind of take half the momentum out the move.
It was one of them where he should probably just have a dig. But also they are coached within an inch of their lives not to do such things. I don't think Jota's run was necessarily the one. Yeah. Salah's an obvious pass. I think it's past the Salah or shoot. He chooses to pass the Salah, which you can't obviously overly complain about.
Curtis did well.
Curtis did well great overlapping run and a decent cross.
He looks okay. He took a nasty whack in the face.
Yeah, Van Dijk dribbling up the pitch. Finds Gakpo cuts inside two men, gets tripped.
Gakpo's touch on that pass inside from Szoboszlai was great because he kept the ball flowing forwards.
It was behind him, he reached his left foot back and scooped it forward. Yeah, it was a lovely touch from Cody. Right. Oh, let's have a little song.
I think he needs to calm down. I think he's being told prayer, isn't he? Just chill your beans, I'm the ref. That is true. Oh, good ball. Go on.
Ball over the top. Oh, cut out before it could reach Mo Salah. Well. Curtis Jones is high on the right-hand side now. He's got Gravenberch coming up in support, finds him. Oh, look like Mo might be offside, tries the cross, blocked, and now the linesman's flag goes up.
It was tight, that. So I think the linesman was right to let that go on.
Mm-hmm. Well, they do it. They just do anyway, don't they?
Let's see this again from Canate. So Jones just gives it to him. That's fine. That's poor by Ibu.
He's just.
I don't think there's any foul there.
Just runs into Van Dijk, doesn't he?
He jumps over the goal and he runs. I don't think the foul's there.
That's never a penalty.
Oh, they just nearly give it away to us.
Oh, Diogo Jota appealing for a foul on Cody Gakpo. Nothing doing. Fulham start again from the back.
We were watching the replay of the other instance and Fulham got themselves into a mess. We didn't really see what happened to Cody.
There's Ball over to the right-hand side. Fulham comes
Sessegnon,
streaming forward. Sessegnon cuts
Nice.
inside. Well marshalled.
Robertson did
McAllister gets back
fantastic
in as
there.
well. Pereira, he's desperate to win a free kick there, isn't he?
Robertson did brilliantly there. Just stood up.
Mo Salah putting them under pressure. Fulham, sticking to the principles well so far. Two teams wanting to play their way up the pitch and little one through. Iwobi now on the left-hand side, little cross.
Oh, Ibu again.
Canate took a wild little swing at that one and it's out for a corner. He does need to have he needs to take a big deep breath, Ibu.
Got long boots on Ibu.
It's funny because one of the things I noticed about Van Dijk, I thought Van Dijk was well too pumped up for the derby, and it was making him play worse because he lost his head a bit too much. It feels like Kanate's maybe had a coffee too many this morning.
Just got long boots on. Can't kick it.
Corner then to Fulham, far side. In swinger, near post. Robertson gets a foot to it. Gakpo hooks it to Salah, tries to get it back and then doesn't get it back in the end. Oh, it's a nice little turn. Pereira comes into the middle of the field on the ball. I've sent Cody Gakpo for the echo.
Yeah, it was a good turn, that wasn't it?
It was.
Liverpool were just desperate for him to go back to his goalie for Jota. He'd set the trap. And I think he just spun. I think was it Gakpo he spun? Done well.
If you haven't dropped a like on the stream yet, please do. We're on 707. Let's see if we can get it to 1,000 in the next couple of minutes, and then we'll go from there. 3,000 plus people watching. Click the like button. Much appreciated.
Thumbs up. Yeah, that's right. If I was Fulham, I'd be more annoyed at the Keller. I think Kelleher might have been a penalty. I don't think Van Dijk is, because he can't just collide us.
It's not a penalty. Not with the goalie at all. He crosses the ball. He's nowhere near involved with the play. He's not trying to get on the ball anymore.
It's definitely not one that VAR is going to give, is it?
No,
Once
it's not.
given.
It's just not. It's not a foul. Let alone let alone a penalty. Gakpo does well to maintain possession. Nice little ball there to Robertson. Cross blocked, and it will be a corner to Liverpool. Good to see Gakpo really getting stuck in. I mean, obviously, what we've seen of him since coming back from injury, it hasn't been great, but this looks like a much sharper.
That's more Cody Gakpo. Good in tight spaces. Spins this guy for the. See you later to that.
Yeah,
it's a good ball as well.
Yeah, it really is.
To be fair, there wasn't a lot on for Robbo. He's got Salah at the back post, and that was it. So he was right to go first time as well.
Absolutely. Okay, corner.
Come on, Virgil.
11 minutes played. McAllister with the in-swinger for this one. It's deep. It's punched by Leno to the edge of the area. Szoboszlai gathers. Gibu Konate's down there. McAllister's cross is blocked. He stayed down. Liverpool need to get numbers back and watch out for the counter-attack here. Sessegnon kicks it out of play.
He was got a head injury there. I'm surprised he never stopped the game.
I didn't really see what happened there. Obviously, it was unless Leno's gone. Yeah,
he whacks him in the face. Back top of the head. I think it's like an elbow to the top of the neck. Chop, watch. Have a bit of that. It's good goalkeeping. Take everything out the way, but he should have stopped the game, really.
Arne Slot just having a little word with his team there. McAllister looks like he's gagging in rather than being told specifically something. Who's he talking to? Szoboszlai? And then Szoboszlai's passing something on to Curtis Jones there.
I don't think Arne Slot's best pleased with this. It's been, like you say, scrappy, but both teams have been quality.
It's been two end-to-end for this, and there's been no control from Liverpool in this game so far. I'd say we've probably been...
even that. God, come on, Liverpool.
If Konate hadn't basically made a bit of a twat of himself, I think it would feel pretty level in terms of the dangerous moments both teams have created. But
both teams are giving the ball away.
Yeah, Gravenberch recovers and goes back to Van Dijk. Van Dijk misses Konate out this time, goes to Jones. Little one to Salah. That's a twat of a pass from Mo Salah. He plays it out for the throw.
That sums up both teams' first 12.5 minutes. It's just been really low quality. If you look at the pass percentages, I bet both teams would be average. There's been a lot of giving the ball away from both teams.
Yeah. Ball across the box there. Fulham.
Even that's it. Go on.
Out Salah trying to get on the end of it. They're going back to Leno. Go and put the pressure on him. Szoboszlai, furthest man forward now. Robinson in the left back position. Goes around Salah and just floats one forward. Liverpool need to get on the end of that. Gravenberch does just about enough.
Brilliant.
Well gathered.
McAllister.
But yeah, Alexis McAllister goes for goal! Oh my good God! Whitey!
Have a bit of that.
What a strike that is from Alexis McAllister!
Have a bit of that.
He picked it up in the middle of the pitch, strode forward and just went, you know what? Bang! I'm having a goal, and my God, did he get one? What a finish!
Absolutely brilliant. He picks up the loose ball because it kind of, there's a challenge on the halfway line. Both, like, Gavin Bates gets a toe and then McAllister just gets in there first. He's allowed to run, shrugs off the big fella and goes, you know, I'm having this. Oh, pick that out, see you later. He loves a worldie against Fulham. Fulham must be sick of the sight of this fella from distance. Oh, have a bit of that.
It's just Day's hit.
Oh, Alexis McAllister, you little beauty.
It's a clean strike from Alexis McAllister. It absolutely arrows past Lennon there. And that was a pure frustration goal. And you get the feeling there's a little bit of like leftovers from the Merseyside derby or whatever. And he just went twat. Hit the ball as hard as he could.
Mate, Ben Leno.
Fulham 0, Liverpool
He's
1.
a big fella, Ben Leno. We didn't even smell that. He was absolutely nowhere near. He could have had 7 goalies anyway saving that. That's some strike. And that's the Ben McAllister picking up a loose ball, strong. He holds off the big fella. He's about a foot short than him. See you later, get off me. And then rifles it in.
But that's a thing that we've been lacking in recent weeks. We've got the talent to do that. Szoboszlai's got that talent. Yeah. Jones has got that talent. Elliott's got the talent. McAllister's got it. We haven't seen enough of it. And they're the ones that just turn the tide of a football match. McAllister wanted that more. And he wasn't afraid to go and have it. And I say, he played that angry. And I think you need a little bit more emotion. I think we've lost a bit of the emotion in our play in the back end of the season. McAllister just decided he's willed that goal into existence and then obviously made it a reality with his right foot.
Oh, nice. It's how you said, he just wanted it more than the fella in the middle. He wanted it more than 3 people. There was a loose ball, he got it, and then he just shrugged that fella off like really, really strong. Low centre of gravity.
I thought it was Jota at first because it was a very Jota-like movement where you've got a player sort of hanging off you and you're like shaking them loose while you're driving towards goal. But yeah, pure Alexis McAllister, as it turns out.
He's so good, man. And you know what, he deserves like a moment this season where he scores. He's had some good ones, of course. Like we know he can score worldies. He's done it against, ironically, Fulham last year, but we know he can do it. He's a top player, man. There we go again. We're pairing now.
Curtis Jones. And one thing you can tell, Jones is playing more advanced. I think he played very within himself in the Merseyside derby. He still got up at times and supported the right-hand side, but actually, he just looks like he's having fun. Actually, balls a Salah too hard. It's going to run out for a throw into Fulham right in the corner. Yeah, Gravenberch just did enough to upset Iwobi there.
Who's 16? Is it Sander Berg, is it? Kind of, yeah. He's massive him as well.
He's
Bert Leno didn't even whiff that. See you later. It was past him before he could even get anywhere near it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love Alexis McAllister, man. He is, you know, it's about unsung heroes. Or not, let's say that, he's got a song. But but like, he doesn't get the recognition. He's a top Premier League midfielder. Like, if you're making best Premier League 11s, he's definitely in the conversation.
And the thing is,
no one talks about him.
You're right, he's not, and that's stupid. Yeah. Salah looked miles offside there.
Yeah, I'm amazed that flag didn't go.
Southampton 1-0 down.
They can be relegated today, I think, Southampton.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they're all relegated, but you get me.
Do you want them to break the points record? Any opinion on it?
It'd be funny, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If nothing else, it was something to talk about. Come on,
Liverpool. And he's having to race over to try and make amends for it. Iwobi now. Jones coming from central midfield there to try and win it back.
Yeah, that was a poor ball by Szoboszlai. He didn't even look. Yeah. Blind alley to kind of pass. Thankfully, his mates rallied.
Yeah.
Arne Slot must hate that. You know, we talk about being risk averse. Square balls across in your own half. You're just begging to be cut out. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can't play square balls, especially blind.
Yeah, that's a very Szoboszlai thing to do. That, you know, like, you know, those things that he talked about, he wants less of those like percentage little flicks around the corner and stuff like that. Yeah, they're exactly the thing that Slot doesn't want. He said publicly that he doesn't want his team doing. Szoboszlai does.
Pass the ball forwards, boys, or give it to Ryan Gravenberch. They have 2 options: blind sideways passes.
Catch up on a couple of super chats. Dara Green says, all right, Paul, got a picture of you at the derby. Say well to Steve for me. Yes. Are you the one who didn't know we were doing the Irish tour? Was that who?
No, you know, Dara, get on.
No, you know, come and see us.
Get a picture of me, even better.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Ramadan says, somewhat cheeky opening. It's Banana Skin Cottage, yeah, and stabilised by Alexis. Sunil Sarai, just rockets, love it. And Aryan Gugliani. Yeah, I think I've nailed that. Alexis loves a banger against Fulham.
He does.
Doesn't he just?
He does, yeah.
Excellent. 18 minutes. What?
I don't feel like you're far away from me.
I think you're coming. You are straying too close to this.
Sorry, mate. No, I want to be close to you. Is that better? I feel like I'm too far away now. Where's the connection?
No, that's fine.
For you?
No, that's fine.
No, I meant for you.
What do you mean?
Just wanted to be skin to skin, almost.
That's why I've said it's fine. Liverpool play the ball around on the left-hand side now. Andy Robertson goes back to Quivine Kelleher. And what you've got to hope is that, I mean, it's not going to change how Fulham play, but hopefully it can give Liverpool a little bit of more calm in what they're doing, because they don't need to force the issue. They can just take possession of the football as Virgil just plays one.
Is Kelleher not left-footed? Because
he's not left-footed.
We keep giving it to him on his left foot.
It's one of the things he's got going for us. He's not as good with his left foot, but he will always take the ball. And
he'll get rid. Oh, McAllister's gone for a worldy pass there. Feeling those onions a little bit there, I think, after the goal.
Yeah. Well,
might have worked out, though.
Jota. Salah can gather it. How can he deal with it now? Szoboszlai's made the forward run. Curtis Jones overlaps. Salah cuts inside. Fires the ball all the way over to Cody Gakpo. Overruns and goes out for a goal.
I mean, he very nearly pulled that off Mo Salah, but that was the high degree of difficulty to find Cody Gakpo there. But once he cut inside, he didn't have too many more options.
No.
I think he should have used the overlap. Again, who might tell Mo Salah, but...
Yeah.
Cody Gakpo would have to be Speedy Gonzalez on the end of that, but bright idea. Liverpool win the ball again. It was Jota on that goal.
Salah won it back again, and again it breaks
Fulham
down.
are very guilty of giving it back.
Yeah.
I know we've been sloppy, but they've been equally, if not more. Really, we keep getting turnovers.
Well, certainly this last 2 minutes, they've been giving the ball away for fun. Really, there's Gravenberch, Jones back to right back. Gravenberch under pressure, gets a kick, falls down, takes a free kick. Well done.
Hold your horses.
Pat Cooney says, "Can't wait to see you guys and Chris in Dublin. We're gonna win the league." And spams in the emote as well. I love to see it.
Cody's done well.
Cody Gakpo somehow has still got possession of the football. McAllister, he's got forward runners, tries to dink it over. That was an almost impossible pass.
It was a good run by Jones, but yeah, it was too straight.
It didn't need to be.
Nah, we've got to get back. Someone's got to get back. Gravenberch's done well there to fill in, but
Konate.
Is he fill in? He hadn't really filled in.
Yeah, Konate and Gravenberch up against the Iwobi. Iwobi's got to try and dance his way out of trouble.
Someone's got to play centre. Look at that, McAllister, genius. Just went and stood the centre half. See that?
Yeah.
Sprint. He saw Konate gone out of position and just stood himself as centre back. And he players have won the league and the World Cup, Premier League and World Cup. Can't be loads.
Do you know? I thought.
No, because I think Alexis is about to do it.
Yeah.
So there can't be tons of them.
Oh,
like Thierry Henry.
Yeah.
So Arsenal's French players, there'll be a few of them.
Yeah, it's a work your way back through all the World Cup winners. It more than anything else, this isn't it?
Alexis McAllister is going to join that list.
Yeah, it's a good question, though. If anyone knows any, that's what the comment section's for. Put them in there. Verified, please, only. I know it's the internet, so. We made it to 1,000 likes. Right now we're at 1,000. We've just gone to 1,001. Right, I think if we want another Liverpool goal, we need to get to 2,000 likes. So if you haven't pressed that button just yet, then make sure that you do it. Let's get to 2K for the second Liverpool goal.
21. McAllister will be the 21st, according to... Nice. Oh no, that's a lie. Forget that.
Was it a lie?
What
are you lying for?
It was a Brighton website. McAllister is a Premier League winner, having played in the Premier League, but not having won the Premier League.
So it's going to be a very short list then, really, isn't it?
Oh,
it's a big moment of madness and Fulham are back in the game. Liverpool just not clearing the lines at the back there at all. It's a cross into the box. It's not dealt with. I think it's dropped and Sessegnon stuck it away. Stupid.
I think it just bounced off Curtis Jones at the back post, off his knee really more than anything else. That kind of sums up the game. It's been scruffy. Good finish. But yeah, he shouldn't have really got there.
See this one again. Sunderberg driving through the middle of the pitch. Overlapping run on the right hand side. It's a whip cross. Konate doesn't get the head, and you're right.
It just comes off Curtis.
It misses Konate's head, and therefore Curtis Jones can't react. It hits him, and it falls perfectly to Sessegnon to stick away.
It's bounced off his knee. It's a great finish. It's a good finish.
Okay, you know what? I will apologize. It's a little unlucky from Liverpool's perspective, that.
It's just scrappy, isn't it? It's a good finish.
Yeah.
Curtis just gets into a very awkward position. It just comes off his knee. Good finish.
Ooh.
He reacted well, didn't he? Because he Keller down low.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm prepared to be a little kinder to Liverpool.
It's harsh. Curtis just gets him. I don't know. It just cannons off his knees. I don't know.
And Konate jumps and it misses his head, and so Curtis's reaction time is basically zero of that. That could go in any direction.
Yeah, just
and any direction other than that, I think Sessegnon either is nowhere near it or misses it. But give Sessegnon a bit of credit for
the good finish.
Liverpool need to go again then. Gravenberch gives it away in the middle of the park, trying to return it to Szoboszlai. Bassi plays it to Iwobi. Robinson's overlapping ahead of him, uses him. Curtis Jones goes towards, the cross is whipped. Robertson heads it away. Szoboszlai tries to gather, gets a little touch to Salah. Scrappy again from Liverpool, and it breaks down. And Liverpool had a little spell of stability there where Fulham were giving it away, and now it's gone back to being us again. Iwobi again, trying down that left-hand side. Deep cross this time. Kelleher comes out good. Fist gets it away to the edge of the penalty area. Pereira does well. Liverpool need to get on this. McAllister does. He's got 4 Fulham players around him. He just has to play it down the line and nearly takes out Marco Silva in doing so. Oh, okay. Well, I was hoping this would be a little bit more pleasant. I asked you before, where would the drama come from?
The game.
The football, as it turns out.
Yeah, it was a... Again, I'd have to say Konate, I don't know if he just misses it or what, but Curtis just doesn't react. It cannons off his knee, so it goes miles. If that is his thigh, it probably just falls down, but the fact that it wellies off his knee, it just bounces straight to the floor.
Jota, outside of the boot ball to Salah, good defending for now. Salah's just going to close down the passing lanes from Leno, and he goes long. Over the top for Van Dijk to deal with. Gravenberch, little indecision from Gravenberch.
Nice.
Finally dropped his way. And then Gravenberch just sits on the ball inside the centre circle for a second, then goes back to Virgil van Dijk. I'll catch up with people's comments in a second, guys. Cody Gakpo's now got it from Jota on the left. Racing towards the 18-yard box, tries to cross towards Salah. It's going to deflect. It's going to be picked up by Jones. Szoboszlai tries the first-time shot. Blocked. Jones again. Gravenberch. Liverpool need to get some movement in there. Somehow falls to Szoboszlai.
Scrappy again. Is the story of the first half just a scrappy first half, really?
Gakpo again inside, now threatens to go outside, does.
Nice.
Back inside again, and outside again, and then falls over on the floor. He'd done himself.
So, is it because he couldn't find a pass, or he just, I don't know, because he'd made himself space like twice?
Just, those like go to the well one too many times and then lost his footing in doing so.
Yeah, you're right. Scruffy again. It's just
scruffy. To being a bitty game of football, no one able to string together too many passes. Okay.
Here come Fulham again.
Fulham again. Iwobi now onside by the corner flag. Konate gets there but doesn't do anything. McAllister clears it away. Needs a red shirt on it. Jota will do everything and get wrestled to the floor by Bassi and win a free kick. Well
Excellent.
Don Tommy K, big fan of ketchup, I guess. Slot needs to be brave enough to try Diaz on the right in place of Salah. He's tired. Or Chiesa, mate. Or the lad that we bought to be the understudy for Mohamed Salah, who hasn't had a sniff all season long.
Just keep picking Mo Salah. It's fine.
No, it's not though, because
now it is. But the discussion for that was like 6 weeks ago. There's no games now.
No, but I mean, he's right. But I agree. I think that this team are running on fumes, whether they're playing 1 week a game a week or not. You've got lads there who you could.
Do you think they look tired?
Yeah,
I don't think they have in this game. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was missing.
Well, look again. We're 27 minutes into a football match. I think the general level of like Liverpool aren't having the control in football games anymore. Yeah. So tiredness comes in different ways. Tiredness isn't going. Whoo. Sometimes it's mental sharpness as much as physical.
I get you.
Oh, Kelleher, Jesus Christ. Somehow manages to come away and clear that down the line. It was actually brilliant in the end, although he did draw the attention of himself.
At times. Yeah, Liverpool need to wake up a little bit.
Back with Bert Leno anyway. And now Timothy Castagna in the right back area. Drops his shoulder. Goes long again. Virgil van Dijk steps into that one, does brilliantly.
The best thing...
McAllister gives it away though. And now Fulham are streaming forward. Anthony Robertson's got Iwobi. He's going to go central instead.
Brilliant.
Well shut down by Andy Robertson. That was brilliant defending.
Early on, the best thing Kelleher did was not panic.
Yeah.
Because if you panic, he was in a bit of control of, and that by Robertson was fantastic.
Yeah.
It was a poor ball by Liverpool. Both teams just giving
telling Jota to get up the pitch there.
Both teams just with some sloppy passing.
Yeah.
I think the draws were the fair start to this game, really.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, you can see
Liverpool's trying to stretch the pitch.
Yeah, Curtis Jones moved well up the pitch. He's playing he's playing inverted and more inverted certainly. He's further up the pitch than Mo Salah at the moment. Ibu Konate's got it back in the defensive line.
You could go long now if you wanted to, but no.
Well done. Played the ball to McAllister. McAllister shifted it quickly to Robertson. Robertson plays a little 1-2 with Szoboszlai. Reds still have got it in their half, and I'll catch up on a super chat while they're doing that. Hitch and Baz. So the rules are: if you're playing 5 Prem games, no matter how many minutes, you get a winners medal. Who would you bring back apart from Gerrard for 5 games just to get a league winners medal? Answers in the comments on that one. Yeah, yeah, I like that. Curtis Jones does well on the last line there. He's getting held by Bassey. Doesn't lose possession because it's Curtis Jones. He remonstrates with the referee, saying like, "What am I meant to do, mate?"
Looks like he was getting fouled.
Yeah, he's had all of it the whole way. Oh, Szoboszlai
jumped on the floor.
Just jumped on the floor there.
He hasn't had a good start in particular, Szoboszlai.
And well covered there by Virgil van Dijk. He's just going to have a little shout.
Yeah, Virgil was fuming. I think that's Szoboszlai.
Yeah.
He wake up a little bit.
Any other suggestions for that? Who would you bring back?
Sammy?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. I just don't.
Most of the good lads now. We've got one now.
Henderson.
He has one.
Yeah. Jones again, really staying high up and inside for Liverpool. The idea is
Fowler's probably a good option.
Yeah.
Someone you mentioned in the chat there.
But he's got to get back and defend now. Bassey's made a gut busting run. He didn't want to make that run. He pulled up short, but managed to win a corner off Curtis Jones. It's an interesting one.
He's injured himself.
He's absolutely goosed.
Oh, just knackered.
Yeah, he's knackered. He just ran the full length of the pitch just to stretch it. Didn't want that ball going back to him, but it did. So, these are the fewest set-piece goals in the Premier League this season. Fulham, Liverpool and Leicester, 4.
It's a jinx, isn't it? That is something we can definitely improve on next year. Get a set piece.
So much room for Liverpool to improve next year. Virgil van Dijk, good from post header there. Really move forward to attack that one. Liverpool trying to get into shape.
Get out!
Liverpool dropping deeper and deeper. Pereira goes for goal. Yeah, post wide, comfortable. Andy App. Remember, for 38 months here on YouTube, says get the red ribbons ready, Premier League, absolutely. Barnaby, you can't see it on screen, but they've sent a little super sticker in. Cool.
Thank you.
It's Crossbow says, our defending this season has been so poor, in my opinion. I've seen a couple of people say that recently.
We have sloppy moments, don't we? Actually,
but
what's that?
Oh, there you go. That's gonna back up your point exceptionally.
That's not defending. That's passing.
Yeah. And it's dropped to Iwobi again. Liverpool are desperate to get them a shot on goal. It's deflected and it's in.
Honest to God, that pass.
Fulham 2, Liverpool 1.
That pass it was Andy Robbo. What are we doing? That isn't defending. That's just horrendous ball playing.
Stupid.
That's so bad. Andy Robertson, just too casual. And it's happened 4 or 5 times in this game. Yeah, Arne Slot can't believe that.
So pissed off because it's just but it's terrible for Robertson, mate. But we've got an opportunity then to clear our lines. Van Dijk passes it to Robbo. This pass is an absolute stinker. Straight to Iwobi. Iwobi gets shut down by Konate. Robertson then heads it back to Iwobi. Then stop him.
Two deflections. And Robertson. It comes off Robertson again.
Poor old Andy
Robbo's had a stinker there. So I think he hits Konate and then Robbo. Oh, it's deflected past Kelleher. That's so poor. I don't know if it hits Konate first, but either way, it's the deflection off Robertson that really kills the goalie. No, it didn't. It's just the deflection, yeah. So Robbo's pass, header and deflection. Yeah, he's had a bad
It took
10 seconds there,
three bites there to get Fulham the goal, but it finally happened.
Mate, and we've been sloppy with the ball. We have.
I'm just going to bring up a super chat. It's Crossbow.
Yeah.
Our defending this season has been so poor, in my opinion. I was about to go on a defensive supporting tirade there, but like, wow, would that fall on deaf ears right now? Read the room, so I'm going to. I'm going to nod sagely instead.
Use of the ball, man. That's just we've done that a few times. It's been really casual. Liverpool, again, I know you want to get this done sooner rather than later, but goodness gracious.
Blimey.
Fulham, wow, they cause us issues.
Going for another long one, looking for Jota.
We've been the architects of our... Look at that. We've just been the architects of our own downfall.
Here we go. Jota needs to find a pass. He's going to keep going himself. He's somehow still going. Cleared for now. Going to drop to Salah. Salah needs to pass it. Finds Szoboszlai back to Salah. Fulham have got loads of numbers back here, though.
Play the ball. Like, even that move came via a bad pass.
Gakpo. Needs support. Gets it in Robertson. Good. Robertson, brilliant ball back. Gakpo cross. Somehow it's not cleared. And now it is. Dear God, Jota just stuck to him there as the ball went across the 6-yard box. Liverpool taking no time out from the game here. Quick throw in. Gravenberch's got it centrally, runs right into a blind
alley. He's having a poor game as well.
Yeah. Well, it's mad because every time he does something poor, he almost immediately follows it with something that's quite good, but he's like fighting against himself.
Yes,
all game long. Yeah, well done, Kurt Jones, winning it back. Back to Kelleher, and Kelleher first time just loops one up towards Salah, which he's going to lose to Bassi. And Iwobi goes back to Bassi.
It was a good move by Liverpool on the left again with Gakpo, yeah.
Robbo, yeah. Szoboszlai trying to put the press on. Bassi moving a little bit higher up on that left-hand side. Goes to Robinson. Ball in behind to Iwobi. Fulham have got a couple of men forward here for him to aim. Iwobi dances inside. He's going to go for goal himself. Kelleher dived and just got a little push away there. I wonder if like the flight of the ball he just misjudged it or something.
It's a good save, to be honest.
Yeah, it just seems to happen in slow motion, you know. It's the kind of one that Alisson, feels like Alisson like dives and
it's probably gone wide, but he doesn't know for sure. It's curling in, so he has to make sure.
Owen Nicholas says can smell a few more screamers in this match, though. Let's hope so.
Jota's so unlucky there. Bassi as well.
Charlotte Hardy, the suggestion of who you'd bring back. Suarez, Carragher and Risa, of all people. Carragher, yes. Suarez, I loved Suarez, but I'm not sure where I still sit on him. And Risa, he burned so many bridges with his late Liverpool performances. I'm not sure on that one anyway. Pereira, corner, outswinger, headed away by Canate for now. Iwobi just boots it up into the air. Van Dijk tries to win it, doesn't. That's a hell of a touch, hell of a turn. And it's 3-1 to Fulham. That's an absolutely fucking unbelievable goal.
What is going on here, Liverpool? Jesus Christ almighty.
Wild. Absolutely wild.
I tell you what, mate, it's a good job. You've got 12, a big gap after playing like this. So what
Van Dijk's out of the way with the referee. I don't know what. Maybe is he talking about offside? Is he talking about a foul? Maybe. Is it Munoz? Who just let's have a little look at this one. It's headed up. Okay, Iwobi just punts it up into the air.
It's a little tiny nudge, but I don't think it's enough to make the foul. I think Kelleher should save that.
That's a brilliant goal.
Yeah. Let's see.
It does just elbow.
It's a tiny. You're not going to get that.
Little flick to take it into his path. It's through the legs of Kelleher as well. So you're right. The goalie should do better.
There is a push on Van Dijk. I just don't think you're going to get a VAR for that.
No. I can't.
It's a good goal.
If this was like in October, I would be losing my shit over this right now. I think it's brilliant centre forward play.
It's a little nudge, but I don't think
it's Van Dijk and it's poor from Kelleher.
It's a nudge in the back, but I don't think it's a massive foul. I don't think you're going to get that. It's a good goal. It's a good touch and finish, isn't it?
It really is.
Come on, Liverpool has been really poor.
It's just, they're being gifted chances to shoot at our goal.
I think Arne Slot will be furious at this.
It's, again, this is what I'm talking about, those it's they look leggy. Like Gravenberch is off it, Szoboszlai's off it, but these guys have been running to the ground.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not saying we should necessarily have been starting Endo on this, but I keep saying you've got Harvey Elliott there. Just
I wonder what he'll do, because that was just lazy, just rubbish.
It must be hard to measure, like particularly Szoboszlai, because he just put a really big pacey run in there. But there's obviously difference in like the fine movements between being able to run around the pitch and then being able to run around the pitch and then pass the ball. By what I'm seeing so far. Well done. Jota wins it back. Just picked the pocket there. Dropped to Szoboszlai. Just sticks one over the top. 2 Liverpool players racing towards it. One of them is Gakpo.
Gives the nudge for that one, though, doesn't he? Is that much difference than what the fella did to Virgil?
I mean, no. There's nothing in that at all. Should Gakpo do it?
There's nothing there. That's considering he didn't give the foul at the other end.
That's stupid.
That's not a foul. That's less of what happened to Virgil.
Stupid, that.
Yeah, Arne Slot are saying the same thing. If Van Dijk's isn't a foul, then that's not a foul. Oh. I don't know. Jota had the ball, but...
Hawks with the $25. Thank you so much. Agrees that we don't look fresh and haven't for over a month. We've done great to get what we need to do in the league done so far, but Harvey and Chiesa especially need some time. Yeah, I totally agree.
I wonder if he is feeling like, again, half-time changes, if it is leggy. It's just been, it's been really scrappy and horrible. It's been poor. Imagine if you were desperate, again, Liverpool should still win the league no matter what, but if you were needing this game and you saw this performance. But still, there's a bit of just...
But that's the thing, is it's impossible to measure that.
Yeah.
What does that do to you?
Yeah, you never know, do you?
Ball towards Salah. Robinson deals with that one. Gravenberch comes out. Wins a free kick as well done. Yeah, you'll never know what you lose.
Psychologically.
Yeah.
But either way, never...
Well, look, 40 minutes played. If they can score 3 goals, we can grab another couple at least. Yeah, but we need to just stop stupidly giving the ball away.
Yeah.
And I do think some of it's coming from, again, it's the lads who've just played a lot of football for us. Curtis now dropping back. We were just starting to we were starting to get a real grip in the game, and it's I can't believe we were 1-0 up in this match. It's mad. Van Dijk now asks questions of Cody Gakpo and then gets put under pressure and miss hits the pass. Andy App says, put the red ribbons away, Premier League.
I think we're fine.
Yeah, just get them out. Just put them on the side for a minute. Hitchin Baz is back. This is where I go home, hide in a dark room and find out we scored 3 goals in the first 10 minutes of the second half. Fuck's sake, lads, too poor. Yeah, might need a bit of that.
Fulham haven't been that. We just gifted them that. But to be fair, that was a great goal. But it came off a lad just kicking it straight up in the air.
Yeah,
there was a little tiny nudge on Van Dijk, and it will put you off. But I don't think you're ever going to get that. I wonder if he might just go. Is there any? Does he just go triple sub at half time and really shake it up? How long have you got in Conor Bradley? Because you could bring him on, you could put Curtis into midfield, you could... Yeah. He's got Elliott, Chiesa, Nunez, he's got options.
Mm-hmm. It's so hard to judge, it really is, because as you say, judging fatigue they're not out there blowing like hands on the knees, looking absolutely wrecked, but it just looks off, and it has done for weeks and weeks. I just thought this was an opportunity to do something, to freshen it up, because you do have 2 games.
I'll be honest, I would have kept it as it was, but you're right, in hindsight, they do look a little bit all over the place at times.
Well done, Curtis Jones. Although Iwobi's done really well to maintain possession. And Fulham come away with it again. Bassey turned himself into trouble and just about got away with it. Well, I don't want to blame everyone who didn't get us to 2,000 likes when we were at 1-0, but we're 3-1 down. We've only got just shy of 1,300 likes, 4,200 people watching. Click that like button. Let's get us to 2,000 if we want Liverpool to get level. We need to get to at least 2,000 likes. There's nothing else we can do. We might as well try it, right? Yeah. Tottenham are beating Southampton by 2-0 for anyone who gives even a moderate shite about that. I am not one of those people, but I've said it. Robertson sends the ball long. It's absolutely fucking no one. Offside, and Liverpool have a free kick. Brennan Johnson with another goal, blimey. Is it Gravenberch?
It's me, Gravenberch, Bosley, Van Dijk. It all looks, Canate, just all look off it.
Yeah. It's Kelleher.
I still think Kelleher should have saved that as well. Who's that?
Yeah.
Even, I know he scored a worldie, Alexis, right? But even him, some of his passing's been really average at best as well.
Rakeen Dharma says it feels like this month is the opportunity to train more, work on patterns of play, set pieces, defence, etc. Yet we only come back 2 days before the match. Started with no rhythm. Yeah.
I don't know how they've got that throw in. Yeah, mate. Listen, it's been scrappy. Both teams have been scrappy. What's that?
Bosley, Alex Iwobi. He's going to go for goal, and Kelleher's.
We need to wait. These square passes, can he not see? Because he's passed it to them 4 times. Liverpool, that is just dreadful. Every one of them. Do they think we're playing an away kit? Everyone just kicking it to a white shirt.
I like the way that you had to just qualify that. Yeah, poor.
Bloody
One
hell.
over the top looking for Gakpo. It's too hard, but he keeps it alive for the moment. Castagna, under pressure, gives away a throw. Cool, well done, Liverpool.
Gakpo did all right there because it was a poor pass by Virgil.
Yeah, we just need to wait the ball to Gakpo a little bit better because he's actually playing pretty well. Robertson, apart from that triple moment of madness, it's been okay so far. As he lets the ball go out for him, throwing.
That just sums this half up, man. Gee, goodness gracious me. Need to wait this. Honestly. I think I will be saying to me lads on the bench, and I'm going to have to bring a couple of yous on. Just shake this up. He did it. What game was it when he said he did the subs? Because he went, and I did it because it was not only was it a freshening up, it was also a like wake up to everybody else kind of thing.
I can't remember it. Yeah, I just won't be able to tell us. I'm sure. I can't. The season's been a mush. It's Crossbow. Nose. Called it. Gravenberch. Salah flicks it on down straight to Burns. Leno. Rich Kirby, member for 50 months. Wow. Our performance today is as inconsistent as PGMOL. Yeah, and almost as annoying. It's Timothy Castagna. Liverpool are all over the place.
Just need to get to half time now, don't we, really?
Van Dijk has just given away a free kick and possibly picked up a yellow card. Oh, McAllister's getting into a little spat with Pereira there. Walks away. Okay then. Astariel says I want at least 3 changes at half time. Harvey, Endo, and one more. Conor Bradley might be the one, but just whether it's 45 minutes is just plus is too much footy for him. Having not played is the question on that one. Yeah, it goes back to it's like Salah's not been the problem.
It's not the ball.
Yeah,
really.
But
the defense centre backs.
But what I mean, but like you're not going to take Gakpo off. Gakpo looks quite good. Jota's been all right, but he's not really had service. But what he's done, I think he's been absolutely fine. Salah's probably been the one who's.
I wouldn't take any of the front three off yet. Yeah. I would go defence and midfield if you're going to do anything.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Gravenberch, it's just bouncing off like knees in awkward angles. He's just been dispossessed the game. He just get fouled that time at least. Matip's right knee says looks like we've been space jammed. Does a little bit, but again, it doesn't because there's been moments when it's been sound, and then I don't know. It's a bit like if Space Jam was like a button that you could flick on and off like a light switch, and everything. They go, oh, we've got the ball in like their own third of the pitch. Click, and then they just, stupid. And Protégidou says, reminds me 4-0 versus City in 2020, all on the drinks. I don't, no. Yeah, I mean, just, this is like Liverpool the season after the quadruple season, when everyone was just goosed, but they'd all prepped, and you'd start and you'd see some bits, but then it was just a mounting up of being just off it in so many different places. I think this looks like a team that's been run into the ground to win the league, where's our runners? Where's the relief pitches?
I think he's going to have to do something. My first sub would be Szoboszlai off for Elliott. I'd be happy if it's Conor Bradley, if he can play 45 and put Keita in midfield, I'd do that. And I think I'd do Endo for Gravenberch, actually. They're the two I think who have been most culpable.
Funny old performance. It's a little knockdown. Fulham trying to grab one more before half-time. They won't. It is half-time. It is Fulham 3, Liverpool 1. Liverpool, in case you're unaware, were 1-0 up thanks to an absolute smacker of a goal from Alexis McAllister.
It was all great then, wasn't it?
And even a little bit afterwards, Liverpool had done some decent stuff, got into some good positions. And then just 3
scruffy goals. Scruffy. The first one bounces off someone's knee.
Yeah.
The second one is a big deflection after a horrendous pass, and then it's all up. And then the third one, it's a lad kicks it straight up in the air, little tiny nudge on Van Dijk, and then a little flick around. I mean, it's a good finish by him, but like just really 3 scruffy goals. Our inability to keep the ball has really hurt us. Maybe it is a legs thing, maybe it's a complacence thing. I don't know, but it's been like. Yeah, just underwhelming to say the least.
It's funny because the momentum chart which I've got here actually sums it up, I think, perfectly. Liverpool couldn't quite get in the game, and then they started to get things right. They scored, and then they looked really good and in control. But it felt a bit like they were going, right, look, we've got all this lead in the top of the league. We've got the goal now. Cool. And then you're right, the Fulham goals have all been a bit mad, and I think Liverpool have been culpable in some way for every single one of them by their own inadequacies or mistakes or stupidities. But Fulham have been the better team since then, since they got the equaliser. We've had a couple of little nibbles here and there, but Fulham have definitely been the better team since then. Really disappointing to see, to be honest, because that's when you should just go into control mode. And actually, and this goes back to whether it's legginess, whether it's physical fatigue, mental fatigue, combination of the both. We just can't control football matches at the moment, and because you can't control a football match if you give the ball away. It's pretty basic stuff.
Mate, you could honestly take 6, 7, 8 of them off there, and not one of them could go playing. If I'm him, I'm doing 3. I don't care which 3. I'll do 3. And it's a bit like last time, like to rock up the other ones, but. I would leave the attacking 3 as it is, actually the front 3 for now. Mm-hmm. I would take Szoboszlai, Gravenberch, and then one of the full-backs. Work that as you want. So I'd either get Tsimikas or Bradley on. I would definitely get Endo on for Gravenberch, and then I'd either go Elliott or Jones into the field.
You're just a little stuck with the forward 3, because I think Gakpo's probably been the best of the 3 of them so far. I think Jota's doing absolutely fine, and look, Salah hasn't been on the ball enough, but yeah, I think Salah's been a bit poor. Maybe the poorest, and it's by fine margins, by the way. This isn't to say it's like there's a huge swing in this, but the problem you've got is what's on the bench. Is you're not going to take. You could bring Diaz on and put him, but I don't think you'd put him left wing, because I think Gakpo's doing enough to warrant his place in that team. You're not going to bring Darwin Núñez on at centre forward, because there's just I don't see the point. So you're left with, maybe you take Salah off, but are you going to take Mohamed Salah off because he's Mohamed Salah?
Again, the front 3 thing, I think you're papering over the crack. They don't have the ball. It's for me, it's got to be what's behind them. I think if you really want, I know McAllister scored a worldie. You could take all 3 midfielders off if you really wanted to. Yeah. The 2 centre-halves have been average. Yeah. Like so the full-backs, Robertson and Jones, they've had bright moments, but they've also both been at fault really for goals. So if he said, listen, 5 subs now, no one could argue with it. It's been really, really underwhelming. And yeah, I don't know if Arne Slot's the hair's eye treatment kind of fella. I think he is.
He did that the other week.
I think Mo Salah said sometimes he has done that in the past, and they would deserve it, because they're playing like a team who are walking towards the title. And listen, Liverpool, whatever happens to them, I'm sure they will win the league. But from a professional point of view, some of them decision making, the square passes, Szoboszlai, Gravenberch, McAllister, Robertson,
balls over your shoulder into the middle of the park, and this goes back to disjointedness. This team should know where everyone is by now. This team, this is not. If we'd started this game right, and all the players that we've said should be, Endo should maybe get Endo in, and Chiesa in, and Elliott in, and Tsimikas and Bradley or whatever, or Quant, and they were playing those passes, you go, well, they've not played, so they're not up to speed. You know, it's not second nature to them. This is Szoboszlai time and time again doing it. Robertson's done it a few times as well. Gravenberch, when he's got the go-go gadget legs and he looks just magic, it adds something to him, but actually he's looking like they're on the wrong, they're plugged into the wrong sockets at times during this one. And you're right, McAllister's battling and stuff, but even they're all,
Mate, the Canate thing was like, I don't know if the Catters, but like that was the first sign, something not right here.
Yeah.
And then again, we scored a whale, don't get me wrong, but then it's been constantly giving the ball away. Really, just poor technique, poor decisions, poor quality, lack of leadership, which you very rarely will say with Liverpool. It's just been, that's about as bad as we've played. It's like Plymouth vibes, you know what I mean? Except you're playing against a better team who can punish your mistakes. It's been really, really, really underwhelming. Like I say, it starts with this goal, which is a worldie from Alexis. And then pretty much since that moment, we've been shite. And we were a little bit shite before it as well. That's the one.
But we never capped. This is the point. It's half true, as I said. We had our best spell of the game following the goal, where we actually were good and we would have, we were good in possession and we looked like we were likely to add a second, but we didn't. And it just looks like they got the equaliser and it totally knocked the wind out of our sails, and we just haven't got a grip back on the football match.
Looking back at the equaliser.
That's just ridiculously unlucky. Look, the way that it drops on Curtis Jones's knee there.
I wonder if, does it... Just looking back at Konate's defending on it as well.
The ball comes in, Konate, and he's not paying attention.
Yeah, that's poor by Konate. Actually, Sky are right to point that out. He's spinning around. He's never set because he's too busy looking behind him. It's a good finish and just sloppy. This one's a joke. This second goal, this pass by Robertson. Who's he playing that to?
That's one of the... that is genuinely stupid, that pass. And he's tried to make good... He's ended up nodding it down to Iwobi, and then in trying to cover it, it comes off him and goes in. Yeah. That's one of them.
That's really poor. Who's he trying to pass? Is it Jones there? That's poor. Really poor. That's dreadful. Dreadful, that goal.
Yeah, really is.
The deflection's unlucky because Kelleher's going to save it, but yeah, it's good by Iwobi to keep his composure.
The thing is, and this is one of them, every one of them is in its own way. Either you can get away with things, or it's excusable in its own ways, or explainable in others. But there's three of them. They've got 3 goals, and they all have elements. They're all different, but they all have elements of each other. In that, this isn't them carving us apart with like a scintillating attacking move. You can point fingers at individual Liverpool players in all of these moves. Yeah, and it goes back to it.
It is a nudge on
physical / mental fatigue, or a combination of the both. I think that third one by them, by the way, is a brilliant finish from Munoz. That the touch.
I think
he uses Van Dijk, flicks it round himself, gets in there, and just wellies it at the goal.
It's just poor. It's really poor from Liverpool. I think again, the goalkeeper I think could have done better that one. He had no chance on the other 2. He was done for. So if you think about it, the right back's been done for the goal with the other centre back. The captain's been done for the 3rd goal. The left back's been done for the 1st goal. Actually, all 3 of the midfielders have been pretty average. Bar again, Alexis, granted he scored a worldie. It's no surprise you're losing, is it really? You know what I mean? If your back 8 are all underperforming and the front 3 have been sporadic at best because we've hardly got the ball to them. Yeah, you deserve to be losing 3-1.
Yeah, without a doubt. Just looking at some of the stats, they're not totally conclusive in terms of what we're talking about. Szoboszlai's got a 77% pass completion at the moment, 17 of 22. See, if that was him doing that because he's trying through balls, then that's acceptable, because if you're trying the difficult things, but it's not. I can't think of many of them that have come from him trying to make something decisive happen on the pitch. If in my mind, I am seeing a lot of them around the halfway line or in our half.
Yeah.
Which is not what you want to see.
It's worth mentioning, you don't ever want to throw babies out with bathwater. Like, these lads have run their bollocks off, and that's why they've got to a point where they're 11 points clear at the top of the league, whatever happens today. So I wouldn't stress it too much in the long term. But in terms of this game, the manager will want to get something. I think I saw Jamie Carragher actually the other day predict this will be a draw because it's always difficult after a midweek derby to go away from home anywhere. So
well, this was the one. These are a good team, and they're at home, and they've got a little bit of they've had a week,
bit of a wobble.
If they had a week, no, did they play midweek as well?
Yeah, but the day before Arsenal.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so they've had a little bit more preparation time and what have you. This was the one where I think if you'd said we take 4 points from the derby and this, you'd be like, cool, as long as it was 3 in the derby to get that psychologically, get that lift. But right now, it's we're 2 goals down. The manager needs to do something drastic here. I just want to quickly look at it. Yeah, just in terms of the midfield 3. So McAllister's pass completion is 72%. That's 18 of 25. Gravenberch is 88, which is 29 of 33. Now, he's deeper, so a lot of his passes are just kind of moving them on, but he's getting caught in possession, and actually there's a couple of times where he's kind of gotten lucky where it's bobbled, and because he's taller and lankier, he's getting himself away from a man. But I think
all 3 of them, mate. Not a subjective thing, but McAllister's rating, what's that, 6.9? Is that?
Yeah.
For a lad who scored the world, that's quite low.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because he keeps giving the ball away.
Yeah.
All 3 of them keep giving the ball away, and the defenders have not been good enough to keep Fulham out. Again, scruffiness around all 3 goals, but
possession lost. McAllister 11 times he's lost possession. Ryan Gravenberch's lost it 8 times, and Szoboszlai's lost it 7 times so far.
I would be shocked if he doesn't make some subs, but we'll find out, won't we?
Yeah. Let me just catch up quickly on some super chats before we take a little comfort break. John Lee, David Blackshaw back again, the wonderful man. Now we need Super Slot to sort out the second half. We do indeed. Rocket incoming, just like McAllister's, please. So 5, rotate early is about saving them for this run. Need to be better next year. 20 minutes here, 90 minutes there. Obvious rest spots not used. It's why we're like, yeah. And look, he's ran us into an 11-point lead at the top of the Premier League with a handful of games left to go. So
he ends justify the means for him.
Exactly. Look, if Liverpool win the league title, it doesn't matter how we did it, and we are a little bit. It's a bit. Can we really complain in this position? Yes, because we're fans. We just want to see more, but we've got players who can change it. Right, I'm going to catch up on the rest of the Super Chat. We're going to take a very, very short break, and then we will return for the second half. Don't go anywhere. Dublin, Belfast, Cork, the Redmen TV are coming to your town. The mighty Reds, Arne Slot, Liverpool are flying high in the Premier League, and we are coming up on our 15th anniversary. What better way to celebrate 2 amazing things than to head on a tour of Ireland? Yes, me, Chris and Steve will be bringing our usual brand of hijinks, cartwheels, foul language, slagging off other football clubs that we don't like very much, and generally loving Liverpool Football Club. This time we've got Mark Kenny with us, bringing the brilliant Liverpool tunes as well. Come and join us Wednesday the 23rd. We're in Dublin in the Ambassadors Theatre, our biggest ever live show venue. Thursday, we are back at the Limelight in Belfast, arguably our greatest ever live show last year. Can we recreate it again? Yes, we can. Get down there to see us if you're in Belfast. And for the very, very first time in Redmen history, Cork on the Friday. It's going to be a banger. The high bar will have been set by Dublin and Belfast. Can Cork surpass it? The only way to find out and to help it be a thing is to come down and see us. Tickets are available right now for the Dublin and Belfast gigs. Get your tickets at ticketmaster.ie, and Cork, you can get your tickets at eventbrite.ie. Come and join us. It's going to be the best time in the world with us and you, partying like only Liverpool fans can. Join us.
The Redmen. We are the Redmen.
Hey everyone, a new month means just one thing. It means a new prize if you are a Legend subscriber on Redmen Plus. That's right, if you're already existing as a Legend, you're already in the hat, but there's still time to get over there and get involved. And not only Discord access, not only all the boss content, you will also be in the hat for an incredible prize this month. It's this signed retro Liverpool shirt, signed by the brilliant Skippy, Craig Johnson himself, the inventor of the Predator, midfield extraordinaire, never stop running. What a fella, what a story, and what a signature, by the way, as well. Get over to Redmen Plus, sign up as a Legend yearly or monthly, and you will get all the brilliant stuff that we do here, as well as a chance of winning that incredible piece of memorabilia. Take it easy.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm on my own for a minute. Paul is away getting a cup of tea, so I will go through some of your super chats. Thanks very much. Ahead of the second half, Liverpool got it all to do if they want to win this game. 3-1 down to Fulham, even drawing it looks difficult at this point. Thanks very much to Hawks again for the super chat, my friend. Says, no energy or precision in midfield. It made it very easy to get our back line and we fell apart. Only Gakpo looks semi-sharp up front and we haven't rotated enough to keep sailing on a ship that's been creaking for months. Like I say, Arne Slot's aim was to win the Premier League and he's done it in his way. But yeah, going forward, if Liverpool are going to be competing on multiple fronts or they're going to get into a title race where that goes down to the wire, absolutely, there might be something to look forward to. In terms of more rest and rotation. Also, probably get a squad that he likes. There's clearly players he isn't interested in. So there's a summer ahead to do that. Football Factory says it feels like Nunes has shagged Slot's daughter. He just doesn't fancy that Nunes, does he? Am I right in saying he's made no subs? We're back underway anyway. With Liverpool going long with Virgil van Dijk. I'm surprised that there was no Liverpool subs, by the way. Maybe he has just gone, read the riot act. But I'm surprised that I'd have made 3 changes, never mind none. So Arne's obviously got his reasons, but maybe he thinks it's more of a tactical thing than a player's thing, but I would disagree with him on that. AJ Lebroy, I'll come back to yours in a moment. In fact, Liverpool won a free kick, so I can get to it. Said, there's still another half, guys. I'm just hoping for a bit of fight and fingers crossed some points. Keep the faith. Slot will sort them out. Harvey and Ender won, as Fulham will go 5-3-2 at some point. Yeah, again, mate, I agree that there's a half to go. They don't have to play better. As if Fulham get themselves a yellow card there as well. It was Lukic who dragged Liverpool down. Have we played well since end of January, says MDM. No, but they've continued to win. You know, they've won 3 Premier League games on the run while others have stumbled. That's why they are where they are. But yeah, performances haven't been amazing for a while. Rory says Market, Canato, Robbo and Virgil all having a shocker. They're not the only ones, but yeah, they haven't been great, have they? As Liverpool whip in at the free kick. Poor, straight to the goalkeeper. If that's a preview to how this next half's going to go, then we're in bother. And now Fulham have got a counter-attack of their own, but thankfully it's gone out of play. King Darwiz, he says the Reds to come back here with Nunes at the heart of it. Well, he's going to have to get himself on the pitch sooner rather than later. As Fulham have their own throw-in. Yeah. Here's the gaffer. Welcome back. Hi. Why did you I didn't have the computer. I was reading. I've cleared the super. I've done the super chats, buddy. So I tried to move the wire at first, and it wasn't having it. So I just stayed there.
Did we make any subs?
No, which is mad.
That is fucking.
Both sides. I was saying that before, as we were saying in the chat. Then that makes me think Arne Slot has said to them, "Go and fucking fix it, you gang of idiots," or he thinks it was tactical and he's made a tweak. Because yeah, I'd have made 3, 4, 5 subs if I wanted to. If I was in charge, I'd have definitely made 3.
Yeah. I think the problem he's got is it goes back to the players that he trusts, and he doesn't trust the lads. With the exception of Diaz, I just don't think he trusts.
Good tackle.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah, that's right. And exactly what I said in the chat. Oh, Salah's won it back.
There's Mo tries to just keep it alive. Finds Jota. Oh, what a save from Leno! Oh, that would have been a wonderful way to start the second half. Well done from Salah. It was a fantastic little ball through to Jota. Took his time, picked his spot, and yeah, just come off Bert Leno.
It's a great save, that. Salah comes alive.
I think Bassey's shaky as fuck, he's a couple of times.
Oh, he's definitely onside, Jota. It's a good save, to be fair. He can't really get out his feet.
Yeah.
So he has to go with his right. It's a good save. Yeah. There wasn't much of an angle there for Jota. to get anything. Leno was quick on top of his toes. Better though.
Come on, Liverpool, turn this around. Give us some feelings to feel. In swinging corner from the far side. It's a deep one again under Leno. Fists it away to the back stick. Salah will gather. And in fact, he won't. He'll let it run for a Liverpool throw-in instead.
Fists over punch is an interesting one.
Fists it away.
No, I like it, yeah.
It's called vocabulary, darling.
No, I like it.
You just think talking about fisting is a dirty thing.
No, I've never said the goalie fists it. I've never said that. With different people, but
Fist it away.
yeah, no, I like it. I don't mind the fist.
Szoboszlai, Jesus Christ.
He looks like he has forgot how to play footy.
He looks like...
He might have been Space Jammed. He's the one. We've Space Jammed one of years, and we're not going to tell you which one it is.
When you play old footy games, and old PES games used to run, and players would run at like 20-degree angles, so you could only turn like that. That's how he's playing for us at the moment. He can't, now it's like it's the smooth movement, analog stick movement. He looks like he's being played with the D-pad. He's got 8 directions of movement, Szoboszlai, in this game. There's a stupid pass over the top. It's going to run all the way back.
We've still been pretty poor.
It's gone with this completely.
You weren't here before, but we had a free kick that we just give straight to the goalie. That Jota moment was the only real moment, and even that came again a little bit scrappy. If Arne Slot wanted a reaction, I'm not quite sure he's got it.
Yeah. Van Dijk loses the
This is the second time in a week, right, where big fellas are causing major problems. You never really see this.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's again a fatigue thing or whatever that is, but like Beto caused him issues in midweek, and now this Munoz has given him a bit of a torrid time as well.
Curtis Jones has only got one option. He makes another one. That's brilliant for
Man
Jones. Oh, Christ almighty. Karate with the blind ball to Van Dijk. Van Dijk manages to play his way out of danger, and then Liverpool give it away, but they win it back because Fulham are a bit sloppy too. Jota's drifted out to the left-hand side. Tries a square ball across the 18-yard box to no one. And Fulham win it back. Gravenberch. Well done, Virgil van Dijk wins the header there. McAllister. Space Jam Bosley over to Salah. Salah cuts inside. Tries to stick it towards Gakpo. Doesn't have the distance. Looked offside, but play on fine. Salah now right wing. Bosley gets out of his way again. He's going to try it again. Narrower one. Liverpool keep them penned in just...
We've seen a bit more Salah, aren't we? Which isn't a bad thing.
Yeah,
we're actually getting Salah on the ball a little bit.
Salah wins a throw-in for Liverpool. I mean, the thing is, I think he's trying to pass to Gakpo both of those times, and he doesn't kick it hard enough for either of them. Canate. Kelleher and Van Dijk just having a couple little touches on the ball here. Back to the goalie, sends it long to Salah. Doesn't reach him this time. Bassi comes in and heads it into the midfield. Liverpool win it back. Well done. Szoboszlai now. Can you pass the ball, mate?
Play on.
Yeah.
Leave him.
Do it. Just play football, for God's sake. Van Dijk. Let the referee make the decision.
We're going to be 3-1.
Cody
Leave
Gakpo
him.
wide on the left. Drives to the byline. Cuts back inside. Cross. Good cross. Just about headed up and away, and corner to Liverpool.
We don't have to. He's fine. We don't have to stop the game. We don't have to stop the game.
Anything that makes Marco Silva angry as well is fine by me.
It wasn't a foul, was it? Let's see. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Stands on his hand, Steve.
Yeah.
He stands on Munoz's hand. Look.
That isn't a foul. Maybe it's twistable. Maybe it was.
It's a figure four leg lock. But again, it's not a foul because the referee didn't give it as a foul. Munoz gets his hand stood on, which I agree hurts.
It's not our job to put that out.
You can get up and play with a sore hand. It's stupid. Marco Silva, let him kick off. But the only problem with that is that it's just taking minutes out of the game. I've no doubt that's a sore one. He got Ibu Kanate stood full force on his hand. There he is. The little magician, Harvey Elliott.
Don't blame him. It's got to be Szoboszlai. It's got to be Szoboszlai.
Yeah.
Has to be. I think Nunes. This might be triple change time, Bradley.
Diaz.
Maybe 4 of them, lad.
Diaz, Darwin.
Darwin's putting his coat back on.
Sauce
Darwin.
Yeah.
Diaz, Elliott.
Me? No, not you. Oh. Right,
lads, bringing the subs on. Not you.
Diaz
and Elliott.
Bradley maybe as well.
You're alright though, Gakpo's been one of the brighter ones, and you'd imagine it's him going off, unless he goes and puts Luis Diaz up front.
Or puts him on again, or swaps him for Salah. Yeah, the up front thing's probably...
Potentially.
Unless he...
No?
He could do something. He could go... Well, we're losing 3-1. Like,
Go
he could take one off. He could take Curtis Jones off, or...
Yeah, go 4 up front. You've got a corner first.
McAllister, near side of the picture, out swinging corner. He's put a few deep ones in so far. Trying to put a little tempter for the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's not dealt with him particularly well. Kanate didn't quite get the connection. So Bosley on the volley. Goal kick.
Kind of sums his day up, doesn't it? And he might be coming off. I wouldn't be shocked.
So just,
the manager gave them 10 minutes, didn't he? And was like, no,
just Elliott and Diaz so far.
I thought Conor Bradley was coming on, but obviously not yet.
Darwin's gonna. You'd imagine Darwin will be coming on. He's ready to go underneath his cone.
I would have started Diaz again, but you're talking about fatigue and stuff. Maybe that was it, but I thought he was excellent against Everton. Can we get on another game? Fucking hell.
So yeah, Cody Gakpo is the one to be withdrawn for Diaz.
It's his first time back in, I suppose.
Yeah.
If this isn't a number 8, I'll be shocked. Yeah, it is. yeah. So he's even waiting for the board.
Nobody's like, I know. So Bob's like, off Harvey Elliott, on. So Luis Diaz and Elliott, can they turn the tide of this football match? It's interesting, in terms of how the second half's gone so far. The one note of encouragement from this, apart from like Jota's effort, which was well saved by Leno, the momentum chart finally has swung in our favour. It has been more Liverpool this half.
No, yeah, well, it has. It's also because Fulham are doing that a lot. They're not trying to play footy now. They're just trying to...
Liverpool, Jesus Christ, Kanate, well done. I thought Virgil had got himself into all kinds of trouble there. That's a bad ball. McAllister battling in the middle of the park, wins it back.
Loses out.
But then loses it. Fulham have got men streaming forward here. Sanderberg knocks it wide right. Sessegnon up against Robertson, cuts inside him, goes for goal near post wide.
He wanted a deflection.
I bet he did. It's so unlucky McAllister did. It was all the right thing until it wasn't.
Liverpool just about got enough men over there, to be fair.
God, there's loads of super chats here that I think we've missed out on. Do you know what the last one? I've got no idea. Brilliant. Oh yeah, no, I think we're fine. I think Red's the comeback here. Nunez at the heart of it.
I've read that one. I definitely read that one.
We've not got loads of super chats. Everyone's just retreated into their shells. Fair play. We need a goal here, Steve.
Yeah, just don't want
sooner rather than later, just to give us something to chase.
Yeah.
Van Dijk just gets shoved away. Kanate steps in and heads it back to Kelleher. Quickly dished out to Andy Robertson on the front foot. This is what we want to see. Robertson stretching his legs. Diaz now, first touch for him. Bobbles, recovers. He's got 2 men in front of him. Goes back to McAllister. Gravenberch is inside. He uses him. Needs to open his body up. Chooses not to. Stays on that left-hand side. Goes back to Luis Diaz, who's now got 4 men between him and the penalty area. Cool. McAllister.
Nice.
Oh, lovely ball. Lovely turn. Oh, Andy Robertson. Rush of blood to the head. It was vintage Robbie Fowler there from Andy Robertson with a little Cruyff on the edge of the 18-yard box there.
Both our fullbacks right up there. Great turn. I don't think he can cross, to be honest. I think he has to shoot, but that's what happens usually when Andy Robbo shoots.
It was a fantastic little turn. Oh dear, oh dear. Goal kick taken. Kanate wins the header. Liverpool get on the end of it.
It's got to be offside, surely. What?
He's gathered it, apparently. The ball in behind Sessegnon.
Why has he stopped?
Kelleher's in no man's land.
Why did Kelleher go back? Thankfully got away with that one. Oh, God.
Oh, that is shocking from Diaz.
What are we doing here, boys? Wake up. I was hoping not offside, but forget about it. Keller came and then went back and he got lucky there. So, oh, God.
Come on, Eboot. I mean, referee.
That was weird by Kelleher.
It was right on the line there where you either go all in or you don't. And I think
in the end, at least he decided early enough, just about.
Yeah, he managed to get back into position. It wasn't the end of the world. Oh, fucking hell.
Hospital ball from Canate. We've got 2 men down now.
Canate now going to play one over the top looking for Jota. Just needs to get a flick on. He does, but Diaz hasn't gambled. And Fulham clear. Robertson does really well there. McAllister. I'd say Liverpool throw it.
McAllister is not playing. I know he scored, right? He's not playing well at all, really.
Virgil van Dijk to Gravenberch. Gives it away. I said this, I don't know when I said it recently. I can't remember the last time I saw Gravenberch do that drop of the shoulder when he receives a ball and turn.
Teams are onto him a little bit, aren't they?
Well, yeah, but it's both. They might be onto it, but also, he just looks like he's lost his, whether it's lost his confidence in himself or whatever.
Yeah, he has not.
Yeah. Okay, it's Jones on the right hand side to Elliott. It's a shit ball. It's a shit ball from Gravenberch to Elliott there. He's left him with nothing to do. We're lucky to get a throw-in out of that. Gravenberch back to Canate. To Van Dijk. Van Dijk, good ball. Diaz now. Up against Castagna. She's going to drive to the byline. Well done. Cuts the cross back. Headed away. Got to go and put pressure on there. McAllister tries, but they can't keep them in. Oh, they've done well there. Jota's done well to harass his man into giving it away. Here's Gravenberch. Can't sort his feet out. Jones. Salah. It's a short pass to Mohamed Salah.
Poor by Jones there.
Well done, well anticipated, Harvey.
Well, Salah done well there just to chase the loose ball. Put Obi under pressure, but yeah, poor pass by Curtis.
There's Jones again.
The away end's allowed. Anyway, they're not giving up the ghost. 10.
Well done. That's a nice ball. It's a big ask of Curtis Jones again, though. Canate. Just about. Oh, come on, ref. Free kick to Fulham.
I'm not sure that's a foul.
Fucking Munoz knows it's not. Oh, Frankie Muniz up front there. Mamongu Gaming with the super chat says our players are on the beach whereas Fulham are playing for the European spot. Don't worry, we will still win the league, boys and girls. Yeah, no, you're dead right, but it's
just get off the beach.
I don't even think it's like a lack of like intent, like fight from Liverpool as such. Again,
they look tired.
This is why it reminds me of that the post quadruple season where they want to be good, but it's not just good. Random shit's not working for them. Free kick to Fulham then. Pereira's going to put that one into the box. Headed away by Jones. To Iwobi. Floated back over to that left-hand side to Pereira. There's a little Rabona pass and Iwobi.
He was offside anyway.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean,
it was 2 yards. It was about 4 yards out to play, and he was offside. But other than that, me, you look all right. But they're winning, so fair enough.
He's Gravenberch. McAllister punches it forward to Diaz on that left-hand side. Again, here he comes.
Nice.
Great ball. McAllister, he just didn't.
Someone needs a shout. Someone's got a shout, man on, boys.
Pereira, I think it was, just got back and dispossessed them too easy there. And he had space. It was like he had too much space and time.
Diaz has got the beating of Castagna.
Yeah. Gravenberch gets really lucky there. But here he comes. Salah Salah flicks
Corner.
it round, buys the corner. Well done.
I think, yeah, Diaz and Salah are starting to look a bit more bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Diaz has definitely got Castagne's number.
This is so shit.
Yeah, it's not been great, has it?
Corner. Another outswinger from McAllister. Getting closer to getting ahead on these things. Oh, even closer again. It was Diaz. It just seemed to hit the top of his head. Now Liverpool have got to keep them pending. Well done. Well anticipated from Curtis Jones. He's into the box. It's Robertson, sorry, fires the cross in. Well done, Gravenberch.
Second header was better than his first header, wasn't it?
Diaz looking for Salah. Oh, he spooned it right-footed. It was a gilt-edged opportunity. Dear God, you've got to put them away. Mohamed Salah, of all people, has put it over the bar.
At least we're starting to create a little bit more now.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful pass. He's onside. Just bounces in front of Salah, doesn't it?
Skips just before to try and get sort his feet out.
Oh, just bounces up.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get on top. He was just stretching too much. You expect him to score, but
Big chance.
Diaz is definitely making an impact.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Although that came again. It wasn't great from Fulham, but it's there. But
Curtis Jones is heavily inverted there to try and get us some more numbers in the middle of the park. I just wonder whether you just take Gravenberch off at this point and put Jones into centre mid.
Play Bradley.
And put Bradley on at right back.
Get some width. Man on.
Konate goes back to Kelleher. 25 minutes for Liverpool to try and salvage something from this game. It's not outside the realms of possibility. We've definitely been the better team in the second half, but of course they're winning 3-1 and they're at home with no need to chase it.
It's all Liverpool. Liverpool are going to bring on Nunes and Bradley. Yeah, you're right.
It'd be Jota, you'd imagine.
And then it's whether he goes Gravenberch or Jones.
He should take Gravenberch off here. He could
take McAllister or something.
Yeah.
Liverpool go long again.
Yeah, one for Salah to run down, headed away. Elliott gathers it, gives it to Curtis Jones. Goes for the deep cross to Diaz. Diaz corner of the box. Plays it back to McAllister. What have you got? He's got a pass to Elliott. Elliott, lovely little ball. Can Robertson keep it in? Oh, no, he can't.
It was a great idea from Harvey.
Yeah.
Really good, bright idea.
Here comes Jota off for Darwin. And this is the interesting one. Don't think he knows. Slot's pointing to someone.
Jones.
Curtis.
Is it? No, it's Konate.
Konate going off.
He's going to put Gravenberch as centre back.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting.
He's not at Fulham in the home game.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Out of necessity, as much as anything else, wasn't it?
He's basically saying we're losing by 2 anyway. If they scored again, they scored again.
Yeah, well, it's the roundabout. He's achieved what we were talking about, but in a slightly different way there. Curtis Jones, you would imagine, will just move into central midfield.
Yeah.
Gravenberch will drop in with alongside Virgil van Dijk.
Yeah.
It's a gamble. I mean, there was a little talk in the commentary on Sky there that it might be an injury to Konate.
I think it wasn't.
Because Konate's had a lot of defending to do in this game.
Second half, not really, though. That's the thing, isn't it?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, a lot of...
You kick up to the big fella, don't you?
Yeah, defend, but it's 50 yards from our goal, but he's been very active.
Come on, boys. It's just second to it.
There. Liverpool just haven't quite sorted themselves out into substitutions. Is Darwin Nunes wins it back. Fucking thick.
How fast do you think Mo Salah is?
There
was an easy pass there, wasn't it?
Yeah, there really is. That's a foul on Van Dijk. No, referee says no. Guy two-handed pushed them, not even looking at the ball. Iwobi's got it now on the left-hand side. First thing for Bradley to do. Does well, gets his body in the way. Can't stop that going for a corner to Fulham now.
We've been really rubbish.
Yeah. Okay, corner to Fulham, near side. Got a lot of small lads on the pitch. Pereira in swinger. Kelleher gets up and claims it. That's brilliant. Come on, who wants it? He wants it there. Him, there. Okay. Conor Bradley, what can you do? Smack it straight off the legs of their lad. Cool. Back to Gravenberch. Gravenberch to Van Dijk.
Nice to see Bradley back, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. It's Curtis Jones now restored to midfield. Little ball inside to McAllister. Back to Jones. That's better.
Got all our ball players on the pitch, haven't we? That's all. We should be able to keep the ball.
Yeah. Nice touch from Curtis Jones. And again, a give and go is what you need to see from the midfield. Create some space for yourself.
And Gravenberch can join in like that.
Gravenberch now. McAllister. Robertson.
Have a go, Lucho.
Oh, Diaz. He's a little still. He's got to do all the work himself here. He's dribbling, still going. Finds Elliott. Oh, that was a little touchy genius from Elliott. He just tried to flick it round his man.
Oh gosh, here we
Didn't
go.
work, and Liverpool have got to sort the counter-attack.
Here comes Tony Robinson.
It's a good ball. Muniz is well defended.
We defended
there. Liverpool hammer it clear.
You're gonna have to give up the fact that you might get counter-attacked on. Yeah. That's just going to happen.
Yeah.
When you're trying to chase 2 goals.
But that was the right idea in terms of that attack of like
moving the ball fast, yeah.
Give and go, move men into attacking position, trust good footballers with hard passes into feet.
Yeah.
Needs to keep doing more of that. And again, if we can work a situation where we can isolate Diaz against Castagna, then yeah, do that. Van Dijk plays it back to Kelleher. Kelleher lost it in the sun for a moment there. Gravenberch.
Nice.
Yeah. Goes to carry it out of the fence. Retreats for a moment, maintains possession and gives it to Conor Bradley. Back to Gravenberch. And in turn to Van Dijk. 20 minutes left. Jones driving down the left-hand side. Still maintaining possession. Does really well. Needs a pass though. Gets it from Robertson. It's a big ask for Scott there.
Don't foul.
Does okay, yeah. That's it. Just keep them there.
Don't foul. No fouls. No fouls.
Keep them there. Sessegnon all the way back defending. Curtis Jones and Andy Robertson trying to stop him. Fulham still in possession.
We should get
They
that.
can't get out of that yet. Oh,
Virgil!
Van Dijk, that is a...
With Liverpool, they've done everything right, and Virgil just so casual. The lads in the corner done brilliant. He didn't give a foul away, didn't give a throw away, didn't give a goal kick. They made him play it long, and then Virgil van Dijk just nothing touch.
He just got there and just didn't do anything. Yeah,
didn't deal with it
with the ball. Claim that from Queeves.
Oh, we're looking at.
Foul on Van Dijk.
Oh, he swung a little bit of an arm at Berg, yeah. Oh.
Back to Luis Diaz. They were showing a replay of Virgil van Dijk versus Sanderberg instead of showing us the football. You idiots! Liverpool have got one back. Diaz is the man. He's looked one of the men most likely since coming on the pitch. Game on, Steve Hull.
Absolutely, yeah, and all the sub was making a difference. Before you got your ball players on, that's exactly what Liverpool do. Fulham are sloppy again. They just kick it straight through us, and Liverpool just move it through the lines very, very quickly. It's a good little switch of play. It's that Conor Bradley inverting inside, lovely ball inside to Diaz. Yeah, brilliant. Liverpool subs combined. It's really good by Bradley.
Yeah.
Really good by Curtis as well with the little switch. Bradley inverts, runs straight down the middle of the pitch, goes, little feint inside, Diaz, touch and finish. Excellent.
Great that, because Bradley could quite easily have a pop there. Why not? But actually, it's intelligent to slip
Diaz's
into Diaz.
First touch is wonderful as well.
Sort his feet out great, and yeah, Liverpool are back in this game.
Nice. Good finish.
Well
Good
done.
touch and finish. A bit more energy, I say. The subs have made a difference.
Well done. Right, okay.
Good quality, that. Really good quality from Diaz. Again,
17.5 minutes.
He's a streaky player. And it feels like he's in a good moment. Because that's an instinctive touch and finish.
2 teams have dropped more points when ahead in this league than Fulham, and they are Southampton and Ipswich.
Let's take them off them, boys.
Yeah, in fact, Ipswich will have dropped 3 of those this weekend.
Most touches.
Bad touch from Mo.
Right, they want it back though,
recovered. Yeah. He has done.
It's just all a bit scrappy at the moment, isn't it? Diaz does well.
Diaz comes central. Come on. Curtis to Elliott got it all wrong. They worked it well. Came to Elliott. It was going to take a hell strike from the edge of the penalty area there. He got it all.
I think we had to, I know it's in the end it works all right, but he had to use the overlap. When Curtis cut inside, Robbo was just on all day. And listen, he finds a Liverpool man, so I get it.
Yeah,
and Elliott can, we know Elliott can score from there, but Fulham are going back to their bench now. They're going to bring Reed and Smith Rowe on, so they're reacting to our subs.
That looked very much like Steve Sidwell 2.0 that they were bringing on there.
Harrison Reed he's busy. I think he's a good player, actually. I think Smith Rowe's a good player.
Yeah, he is. Throw into Liverpool on the halfway line.
But Liverpool are definitely in the ascendancy in this half.
Yeah. Nice Curtis Jones turns his way out of danger. Gets fouled by two
different fellas, yeah.
McAllister carrying it. He's got Diaz as a target on that left-hand side. He drifts inside instead.
No, he got the ball.
Probably just about a good tackle there. Dispossessed. Diaz is having none of it, though. Gets back in and wins the free kick himself. Going to take it quickly.
Let us play. Go on, play.
Yeah, cool. It's taken. Darwin.
Do you think he thought quick free kick? Ah, shit, I've got to pass the Darwin.
I know, yeah. Darwin's on the pitch. Diaz cross the field to Mohamed Salah. He's got men to aim for at the back post. It's a good little header from Curtis Jones, who got into the box. It's comfortably saved by Leno.
It's going to be tough to score from there, though, isn't it?
Yeah. I think he actually under the cross, to be honest, again.
He has to get the header, because usually you're hoping you can leave that, but the defender was going to get it.
Yeah.
They just give us a straight back, mate. They're all having
Fulham have not been neat and tidy all game long. The first half was the tale of both teams. They were doing okay. They were looking quite dangerous, but then shooting themselves in the foot. It's just that, a combination of luck and, and other additional factors meant that they got the lead. Okay, super chat from Hawks again. Thank you so much. Never mind the tactics, knackered legs. Just come on, Liverpool. Absolutely. They just need to dig deeper here. They've got good footballers on the pitch. They've got creativity, and they've got 15 minutes to try and make something of this. Don't think about winning this game. You just got to, just get another goal and see where you're at. Barnaby and the guy says, "Come on, you Reds, YNWA up the fucking Reds."
So they're taking Pereira off.
Good.
I think Munoz went off as well. I mean, they're taking the time.
I like Raul Jimenez, but I think. He'll require runners to work. It changes the thing. He's not got the pace to it.
Well, he'll probably hold it up better. Munoz is better in behind. I think he'll hold it up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he needs players. He needs runners around him, and Smith Rowe might well provide that for him. But it definitely changes the complexion of what you're looking for here. It does facilitate, I think, Liverpool continuing to play high, unless one of those, again.
Liverpool aren't going to change, are they now? I think that was just more of a legs thing as well, like a lot of like replacements.
Right, throwing for Liverpool. Diaz made his way to the corner flag there. Didn't quite reach him. We've gained a few yards. Robertson jogs in, and this time goes to Diaz. This time finds Diaz. He's got two men nipping at his ankles here.
Take that.
Throw and well done. Darwin's been very wide left here, hasn't he?
Yeah. Conor Bradley's playing centre forward at the minute.
Whether he's just drifting towards
the ball for the kid. Yeah.
Curtis Jones making runs. Diaz is into the box this time. He flicked it over his man's head.
He wants a foul, does Diaz?
He's absolutely right to ask the question. The referee's going over to him.
Let's see.
He gets it.
Nah, he kind of kicks him a little bit, doesn't he?
He does kick, yeah.
I think Diaz catches Anderson more than Anderson catches Diaz. Yeah, I don't think it's a penalty. That's not a penalty. Diaz has been bright, though.
Yes.
I don't think that's a penalty.
I think that's the kind of decision, right, in the heat of a football match in the non-VAR world, where the referee just gives and everyone goes, it's a bit soft, but because it's one of them. But now referees have no pressure to give any of those. There's Tommy the Touche there hiding out, looking. He's definitely a vampire, isn't he? Mm-hmm. Thomas Tuchel's definitely vampiric in some way. Look at him staying out of the sunlight for fear of combusting. Gravenberg a little slow to react to that one. Van Dijk goes over and tidies up. Elliott does really well again. Bradley goes back to Kelleher. Needs to find a red shirt here. Goes long. It's a bad idea.
was the right idea, but there was 2 men to aim for. He could have picked one off.
Barnaby back again says we got this. 3-4 Salah at the double.
You're right, buddy.
That would be lovely.
Good turn by McAllister. The subs have kind of woke McAllister up a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we can be able to give him someone to pass to, I don't know. But...
Lovely little knock down from Elliot there. Conor Bradley finds Salah.
Nice.
Gets it back, well done. What can you do? Goes
Oh,
into Diaz's feet.
Conor Bradley...
Is Diaz playing centre forward and Darwin playing on the left?
No, Diaz isn't doing what he wants.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, great run from Robertson. He's free down the left-hand side. He's got loads of men to hit one-handy. Goes across everyone. Elliot! Across the bar! Oh, my good God. Robertson gathers. Ball's still alive.
Robbo's
and now
offside.
it's not. He's offside. Oh, my God. Come on.
I was just ready for that to be a goal.
Harvey Elliott G'ing up the away end there. Not that it sounds like they need much G'ing up, but he's gone for it.
He should have scored, really. It's a great move from Liverpool. The pass from Van Dijk, Robertson cuts it back. It somehow gets to Elliott. I just thought he'd scored.
Oh, it's so unlucky. Oh, so man.
Tell you what, there's at least a goal in this for us.
Yep.
At least a goal. Just keep the back door shut, boys.
Just need to get it soon now.
Because they're just kicking high and long and they're just going to try and scrap about. But there's definitely there for Liverpool.
Yep. I agree. Oh, with the flick onto Salah. Salah gets it.
Don't foul him out.
Yeah, that's it. Just make him make mistakes. He just emptied it. Bassey there. Oh, God. Oh, Bradley does just about enough there.
Nice.
That's a lovely touch. Curtis Jones. Darwin Núñez was onside and he didn't react to it. Oh, it was the right idea.
He was leaving that for Salah.
If the freedom with which Liverpool were playing here, Steve, like McAllister, Diaz, Jones, are just going wherever the game needs them to go.
Oh, Darwin was just caught on his toes, like just good goalkeeping from Villano. But yeah, it's definitely there for us. If you can, again, you're gonna have to deal with this because they're just kicking long, trying to scrap it about. If you can get it on the floor and play. That's the issue. If you can't, they're going to be a threat.
Fulham playing. Raul Jimenez had all kinds of space there. Wobie didn't react quick enough. He's just going to hold on for support. Right-footed cross in. Oh gosh, Liverpool just about get away with that. Diaz tracks back, wins it, and buys
Goal kick.
a goal kick. Well done, Luis Diaz. Whoa, my word! Right, where are we at? Some more substitutions here for Fulham. We are on 1,782 likes. I told you we need to get to 2,000 likes.
Chiesa,
Otherwise, it's not possible. I fucking love that.
Salah?
Federico Chiesa is due. Yeah.
Jones.
I wouldn't take Jones off. I think he's playing well.
I don't think he would take Salah off.
I think he fucking should take Salah off.
Salah's been brighter, though, I think, since we've had. I think he might take him midfield. He might be McAllister.
He might as well go for it. So it's just whether we've already made that move. You know, you're right.
Chiesa can't play midfield though. As a 10.
And maybe he puts him. He does what he does in the cup final and puts him alongside Darwin central. That's
Elliot can drop in, can't he?
Maybe McAllister then.
We'll find out. He hasn't done it yet. They made theirs, so we decided not to make ours.
Raj Desi says Darwin brace upcoming.
Robertson, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, really. I'm going for broke now. Who the fuck's playing left back?
What's a left back?
Yeah.
Diaz. Basically. We'll have to just see where.
No, it's just three at the back, mate.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what I mean.
Ryan Gravenberch just standing over there.
That's
now.
what I'm saying. Is like we're not playing a left back. Who's playing on the left hand side?
Yeah.
Diaz is playing over.
It's Gravenberch. Look at him. They've gone back 5, so we've gone fuck it. We'll take a defender off them.
Yeah. Salah will keep that one in play on the right hand side against Anthony Robinson. Conor Bradley does well there. There's Van Dijk. Nice ball to Harvey Elliott. What can Harvey pick out? Oh, just couldn't quite find the man. McAllister still going. Darwin. Chiesa. McAllister. Flick on. Oh, come on. We've got a lot of men forward here, which means there aren't a lot of men back. Van Dijk heads it up, and Conor Bradley will.
That ball from McAllister needed to go to back post. I think it was Diaz on acres of space.
Yeah.
We've got everyone on that, don't we? I mean, it's a bit scrappy, but we'll see how it plays out.
7 minutes.
Salah's playing up front effectively. Chiesa is going to play right wing. Salah's lost out though to Bassey, is it?
Yeah. Calvin Bassey just manages to maintain possession.
Go far then!
He's scoring a foul. He's playing for the foul, and we've given it to him.
He's done really well, and we just...
Yeah. Oh. Marco Silva remonstrating with Reed there.
It's been all us second half.
Yeah.
But we need to get...
2,000 likes. Well done, everyone. We've done all we can.
Give us a song, Paul.
Whatever. They don't deserve any more than that. Okay, Fulham free kick. Deep on the left-hand side. A lot of men forward. Liverpool defending. A handful of yards outside the 18-yard box. They try to
Can we counter?
all the way through to the goalie. What have we
Web
got?
it?
There's got to be someone to web it to, mate. I don't think there is.
Everyone was back, maybe.
Yeah, Callagher bowls it out to Curtis Jones to carry forward. I think Curtis Jones has been really good in this game.
He's been best in midfield, hasn't he?
Yeah. He just passes the ball and then follows it. And that's, I don't think Gravenberch has got a license to do that when he plays in that position normally, Yeah,
there's a bit more freedom when your manager basically says go and chase 2 goals. So, yeah.
McAllister.
Nice.
Well done, Conor Bradley running forward. Oh!
Darwin ran away from that one.
I
think Bradley wants him to come to feet.
But again, I don't mind Darwin making that run, but just do it consistently, Van Dijk, Gravenberch. Oh, well done, Curtis Jones. Good Lord. He was really asked to stretch for that one from Gravenberch, and he managed to maintain possession. Van Dijk, Virgil's caught out. He's lucky that his man has fucked it there.
Nice, Conor.
Conor Bradley's brilliant. That's surely a yellow card for whoever that is.
Let us just play.
Yeah, Smith Rowe goes into the book. Yeah, let's see the game. Come on, Sky. Liverpool, passing triangles on the right-hand side. Fulham have got a lot of bodies back in their half, all of them, in fact. Gravenberch. The only problem with this, Diaz is too deep here.
There's about 1 million men up there, to be fair. Yeah. Fulham are just trying to pass off.
I suppose they've changed their shape to sort of stop themselves being as weak in those full-back positions. They've got an extra man over there now, and we've tried to counteract that by putting another man through the middle. See if we can do anything. Again, it's just going to require some trust. Just got to ping some ball to feet and let good players do good things. The moment this is not what you want. You don't want Elliott and Diaz 45 yards from goal playing effectively left and right mid with everything happening miles away from them. They're the 2 creative players. We need to get them on the ball outside the box.
Yeah, you need to pass forwards, don't we know? Their changes have kind of nullified what we were trying to do a little bit, so we're going to have to figure it out again.
Yeah. Oh, Curtis just kicks it off. There's a man there. And then recovers well.
Can Liverpool go, I don't know, long maybe? I'm not sure you're going to be able to play through this formation now. There you go. They're just 5 at the back, 5-4, is it?
Yeah. Federico Chiesa. I'm not sure that's a foul, but he's given it.
You were hoping a bit of momentum was building, but it's actually nullified a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're right though. They've just chucked men back, and that's going to obviously stifle what Liverpool were trying to do. They're holding on. They're desperately trying to hold on to what they've got here, and that's one of those things where we haven't got a different way of playing.
No, yeah, we're gonna have to figure it out because
we're a minute away from Virgil van Dijk playing centre forward. Yeah.
We just needed that Harvey goal to go in, didn't we? Oh,
there's a chance. Jimenez shot, good save from Callagher. Come on, we've got to see if we can hit them on the counter now. Touch, Elliott, well done. That's good football between him and Chiesa.
Nice.
Praise it out to Curtis Jones. Come on, Reds, keep the momentum. Keep running, don't slow it down. Curtis Jones, he's got support there in the middle. Chooses not to use it, goes to Diaz. giving them a chance to get settled though. Diaz inside to Gravenberch. Square to Van
Good save by
Dijk.
Callagher.
It was a good save, yeah. It was smart.
Nice.
That's a lovely pass.
Nice.
Callister.
Brilliant, go!
Darwin.
Oh, he's not going to get there.
Jesus. Okay.
Go. Take the throw in. Take the throw in.
Yeah.
Lucho.
It's good though. It's going to take something intricate to work its way through. Gravenberch.
Get away,
Get
ref.
out the way, you fucking bellend. Diaz. He's got Bradley to hit if he wants. Needs some movement from the forward lads. Bradley to Salah. Come on, he needs support. Who's with him? Give him a pass. It's a good one. It's a great run from Diaz. Blocked. Oh, I thought it was going for a corner. Bassi knocks it away.
Oh, meant to throw in as well.
Yeah.
He's been good, Bassi, hasn't he?
It's funny because I just don't think we've put him under enough pressure. He just looks really uncomfortable at times. But I do agree. He's playing well. This is Kelleher's save here. That's what we talked about. Jimenez holding it up and bringing other players in. Come on, Liverpool. 1 minute of normal time. There'll be a chunky amount of added time, you would imagine. 6.
We have a lot of subs.
Yep. Come on. Oh, they've got runners.
This is a problem. This is a problem.
Well, Jimenez.
That'll do.
Well tackled, Ryan Gravenberch.
That'll do. Deal with it.
That. Come on, Connor. There's your pass. Harvey Elliott on for you there, mate. Well done. Harvey needs a pass in turn.
That'll do.
There's the throw. Well done. Come on, lads. Bradley takes it. Well done. McAllister just bundled off it there. Wants it back though. Come on. Pressure. Come on, cover the goalie. Just what I mean about Bassi, mate.
He's unorthodox, isn't he?
Unorthodox is a great way to describe it, yeah. Right, Elliott now. Curtis.
Nice.
Somehow.
Referee! Yeah.
Well done, Curtis. Come on, Liverpool.
Take it quick.
Yeah, we have taken a quick. Conor Bradley fires it into the box. It's going to drop. Kaiser! Oh, saved! Oh, Federico. Thought that was your moment, mate. Just stabbed it towards goal.
I kind of used his wrong foot.
Yeah. He's done well to just get a touch and then get a shot off. Come on. Right, throw into Liverpool, left-hand side, left-back area. Gravenberch takes it quick.
You want to keep that on.
Kelleher.
Keep this unbeaten run.
Bradley. Van Dijk, back to Bradley. And then back to Kelleher at Liverpool. To get the ball up the pitch, but the way it is there's so many lads up the other end. There's no sort of like, there's no middle ground for us, no midfield. That's a great ball from Van Dijk. Harvey Elliott manages to turn on it as well there. McAllister, everything in it to try and get it to Diaz, just didn't have the distance. Got to keep Fulham under pressure here. Van Dijk's got some defending to do. Well done. Diaz now goes for the big switch again. Elliott this time, can he play it to Salah? He can. Salah's into the box. Salah back to Elliott, right footed. Oh, saved again from Leno.
Just didn't catch it.
It was just a snapshot from Harvey Elliott on his right foot. Didn't get any power behind it, but it was brilliant football.
Yeah, it really was. Just didn't get no power on it whatsoever. The little link up with Salah's great.
Creativity. This is everything we've been lacking for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Good move, that.
Yeah.
Salah does well, but Elliott, he's had 2 chances.
Yeah. Van Dijk's lovely little.
Elliott, Bradley, both been really good, man.
Yeah, they really have. Elliott stands one over the top for Darwin. Lovely little knockdown to Curtis Jones. Needs to sort his feet out. Oh, he tried to thread it through to Darwin. He didn't anticipate it. Robinson clears a corner to Liverpool.
Oh, no, he's given someone else.
Oh, throwing? Oh, offside. Ah. Damn it.
There's no one else offside, I wouldn't mean.
I mean, if you were going to have a
if I had to have a guess, like.
Yeah, of course he is. It's both offside, to be fair.
3 minutes. I don't think we're going to get it, man.
Taking time out of the game, Fulham.
There were 6 minutes added on, by the way. People asking, Arne Slot not happy how long this is taking, but...
Kelleher bowls it out again to Gravenberch. Stretches legs down that left-hand side. Liverpool trying to empty the tank here. And a week till the next game. Got 2.5 minutes to try and grab an equaliser here. Good ball. McAllister. Oh, dispossessed on the edge of the box.
Don't foul. No fouls. There we go.
Well done, Darwin. Put him under enough pressure. Diaz wins it back. Chiesa. Elliott. He's going to push it back to Salah. Salah needs support. He's well marshalled there by Anthony Robinson. But he does win it back off him. What can you pick out? Oh, no. Cleared away.
Up rather than away.
Yep. They'd score from this. Elliott. Well done. Curtis Jones finds himself on the right side. Whips a ball in. Not cleared. Salah. Diaz. Chiesa.
Slipped.
Oh, yeah. Just lost control at the vital moments. McAllister. Gives away a free kick.
That'll be that, I think, Paul. I think that might be that. Get up, Ali.
John Lee David Blackshaw says, I'm glad we got that new goalkeeper incoming. WA. Okay.
Oh, I think...
He's a good defender, actually. Chiesa just kind of set himself.
I didn't think
up
McAllister did anything wrong there. I don't think that was a foul.
He's just got to get that one last little touch on it, and when he doesn't, the referee's always going to give a free kick there. Okay, coming in on the last minute, there might be slightly more on top. There should be if the referee's doing his job. We'll see.
They've taken ages, haven't they?
Straight in with him to make sure
he just booked someone, so that should help.
Booking for Bert Leno there. Okay. Leno's going to stand that one up into the corner.
He's done really well there, didn't he?
All the way over, start playing the Kevin Davies role there. And throw into Liverpool. Chiesa. Come on, need someone. Gets it in Darwin. Darwin just kicks it down the pitch. He's so stupid, man. Honestly, I enjoy him in so many aspects, but
decision making.
We just really need a more intelligent footballer than him.
Oh, it's a shame, really. I mean, listen, 11 points clear at the top of the league, it could be worse. But yeah, I mean,
he sends it long. Can Liverpool craft one more late moment? Van Dijk with the header. Elliott's going to control it. This is it. It's all or nothing for Liverpool here. It's got to go into the box. Connor Bradley heads toward the back post. Diaz with a little elbow. Chiesa with the cross. It's into the hands of Bert Leno, and yeah, that will certainly be that for Liverpool. Yeah, and there's the full-time whistle. Fulham 3, Liverpool 2. Despite going for it, they left themselves with a mountain to climb by just being crap in the first half.
Just 15 minutes of madness. Fulham, against second half, Liverpool threw everything they could at it, but ultimately it wasn't enough. Second defeat of the season.
It's another example, though, game said after the Carabao Cup final, you've got footballers there, and I know there's not loads that we've brought in who's new and different, but Elliott is a good footballer. He makes things happen for Liverpool. We need more creativity in this team because the legs have gone. The legs have gone in a big way. I think Elliott made another strong case for him to start football matches for us. McAllister's ran himself into the ground there. Curtis Jones, I thought, was really good in that. Salah disappointed the game, but looked lively once he had Elliott to play with over on that side. That helped. Nice little cameo from Chiesa. Diaz, brilliant. Again, coming off the substitute bench. Yeah. First half, shot ourselves in the foot. We didn't just shoot ourselves in the foot 3 times. We shot ourselves in the foot 3 times for one of their goals, let alone for the sum total of all the goals they scored. Left themselves with too much to do in the second half, and got one goal back, but not enough. You're right. Liverpool are 11 points clear at the top of the Premier League. That's one more game ticked off. The mission remains the same. We close in on a title. It would have been nice to end this week with a win, but it wasn't to be. So there we go. I will be joined, or you will be joined by Dan Club in the building in a minute or so to take over from us. Are we having a break before that? Anyone?
Yeah.
No idea. Keep your thoughts and comments coming in. Stick around. If you've got anything that you want to get off your chest, then the next show is the one for you to do that on. Do stay tuned for that. Dan is going to be going through your reactions, then doing player rankings as well. If you want to join me and Steve over for the player ratings podcast, that's over on redmenplus.com. That would be great if you could join us over for that. If you want to listen, if you just want to not talk about Liverpool for the rest of the day, then that's your choice. We're going to get this through. I'm going to go and have dinner at my dad's and watch an absolutely stress-free Manchester derby in a bit. So yeah, right guys, thank you so much for joining us. Yes, short break and then Dan will return. So yeah, hopefully he will see you guys in a few moments' time.
Hey everyone, a new month means just one thing. It means a new prize if you are a Legend subscriber on Redmen Plus. That's right, if you're already existing as a Legend, you're already in the hat, but there's still time to get over there and get involved. And not only Discord access, not only all the boss content, you will also be in the hat for an incredible prize this month. It's this signed retro Liverpool shirt, signed by the brilliant Skippy, Craig Johnson himself, the inventor of the Predator, midfield extraordinaire, never stop running. What a fella, what a story, and what a signature, by the way, as well. Get over to Redmen Plus, sign up as a Legend yearly or monthly, and you will get all the brilliant stuff that we do here, as well as a chance of winning that incredible piece of memorabilia. Take it easy. Hello everybody, welcome to the Redmen TV and your fan reaction show after Liverpool were beaten at Craven Cottage by Fulham 3-2, and I think you'd be hard pressed to say not deservingly so, because we were pretty poor. Moments aside, I thought it was a really disappointing performance for Liverpool. This is where we talk about it. This is where we try and make sense of what we just watched. Bitterly disappointing. Get it a bit of context. First away defeat in the league this season. First defeat in 26. Still top of the league, still 11 points clear, 8 games to go. So definite reasons and causes for optimism and to be optimistic. But also, let's also have it right. Like, that was poor, properly poor. Alexis McAllister with a wonder strike, got a habit of doing that against Fulham. Got us on our way really after a bit of a dodgy, iffy start. And I guess the warning signs were there that we were capable of shooting ourselves in the foot from a defensive point of view when Konate inexplicably did what Konate did early on. But then, like I say, McAllister changed the whole narrative of the game for a few minutes. But after that, just the mistake-laden nature of the back line was horrible to watch. It was car crash telly at times, and credit to Fulham, they capitalised on it. Like, we kept gifting them opportunities, and yeah, they punished us. They punished us bad. It was, not good, not pretty. Let's talk about it. Aidan Dowd gets us underway. It says, have been shocking for ages. Possibly, I'm just going to deal with this super chat. I'm not sure whether it became this bit or the last bit. Hawks, hope you're well. At least we gave it a go from 10 minutes into the second half with the subs, but I don't get how Harvey isn't playing. Surely not giving the ball away, keeping him energy and Doms. Yeah, listen, I agree on the Harvey point, but and I think this in the subs definitely made an impact second half. They were more effective. They offered something that wasn't there to begin with, and I agree on the Harvey. Like I say, I think we've seen too little of Harvey Elliott this season, and you could argue at this point, with the way we're playing, we've seen too little of a lot of the fringe players of the squad, because I think we're feeling the effects of it. It's showing in the performances that a lot of the main lads that Slot's relied upon this year just haven't got the same levels of performance. When we went 3-1 down today, I think the right was on the ball. Now, we rallied second half, and a lot of that was due to the subs, as you mentioned there, coming on and performing. I thought Conor Bradley was excellent when he came on as well. Louis Diaz added loads and scored, obviously. There was those two that combined for the goal, actually. But yeah, Elliot, he's just got that imagination, that invention, that deftness of touching the 10 that I think you require in there sometimes. Like, Dom Szoboszlai's got running power, he's got legs for days, and we've needed that in certain games this season. We needed that a lot of games this season. I'm not talking down on what Szoboszlai's done, because I think he's had a really good year, but he doesn't seemingly have that vision, that eye for a pass. And Harvey Elliott, nearly comes off with 1 or 2 passes and actually hits the bar late on as well. So maybe it's time for a straight swap between those two. Tyron says, thanks for Super Chat as well, buddy. This stuff about Robertson being scapegoated needs to stop. He's looking, I don't know, sorry, wasn't his game. The experienced fullback, he has to be replaced. Listen, we had a big chat about Robertson pre-match, and my views haven't really changed on it. And it was terrible timing to throw in an absolute all-timer of a stinker performance, which it was. I mean, the goal, the pass across the box is one thing. That's one of the first things you learn in footy. Don't play the ball square across your own area. And that's exactly what Andy Robertson did. And then he's the one who, his header falls into the path of Iwobi, and then he's the one it flicks off to go in. Like, it's a catalogue of errors, a horror 30 seconds for him. But I still maintain that he has a future in and around the squad, regardless. Alger Boy says, I'm so sick of this generation of players. 80s had 12-player squad, kick 6 buckets of crap out of each other, and they play 50 games a season. These so-called elite athletes with all the help are so fragile. Yeah, listen, former players would argue that to the hilt, like absolutely non-stop, and I speak to a lot of them. However, that's the way of the modern game right now, and we've seen it. It's not just a Liverpool thing, is it? It's not just a Liverpool-centric thing. It's across the board of world football. Like, players get tired. I don't know whether it's a scheduling thing, an intensity of the game thing. I don't know what it is, because a lot of the points that you make are absolutely valid and spot on. It was one substitute back in the day. Prior to that, it was none. And he did run on a squad of 12 to 13, maximum 14 players, and the pitches were terrible, and the sports science was nowhere near as advanced as it is. So I take your point entirely, but there's got to be a reason why every single footballer needs rotating these days, and it's just become the absolute norm across the board, as I say. Another super chat from Martin Lawrence, thank you, says, we have a lack of genuine pace. Yes. Like, preaching to the choir about that. Up front, so many of our attack fall short because of it. Also, I've now taken Canate out of the team right now. Yeah, I seen somebody a moment ago mentioned maybe Conser for Canate, and I'm not in huge disagreement. The fact Canate came off early was quite telling, A, about his performance, and B, maybe his fitness levels, and maybe he's carrying something, who knows. But yeah, I think we might... It's difficult, isn't it? Because every time I thought we were in line for a change, Arne Slot just reverts to type and picks the same 11 again. Like, we had a conversation about Szoboszlai a minute ago, Ibu Konate as well. Both of them will probably start next week when we play West Ham, let's be honest. They just probably will. Just kind of the way it's been. Salah is immune from substitution. I think he has been taken off on occasion this year in surprising circumstances from time to time. Away in Paris was one of them. But I think more often than not, as a general rule of thumb, when it comes to someone like Salah. Now, he was nullified today massively. I think he had 2 touches inside the box, and one of them was that half-volleyed effort that was he got to hit the target, and if he hits the target, he scores. But generally, when you keep, when you're chasing a goal, you keep Salah on the pitch. Your main goal threat, which is what he is, you don't really mess around with that, in my opinion, anyway. Lee says, Arne is too stubborn. Difficult to disagree with that as well, to be honest with you. I was shell-shocked he made no changes at half-time, like baffled by it, honestly. I think it was such a abysmal performance that it required sort of sweeping changes, sending a bit of a message, because he's done that a little bit recently. He's been so disappointed by what he's seen. He's let everybody know he's been disappointed by what he's seen, but today, for whatever reason, he sent the same lads back out there. And it took until the subs, really, for us to get an actual genuine reaction and a response. But anyway, somebody said Salah's been poor for weeks. Yeah, he has been poor. I'm not making excuses for him. He's been dreadful. But he's not the only one today, first off. But I'm one of the first to criticise Salah when he's not at it, and he's not been at it for ages. And today was another example of that. I thought most things that he did today, nothing really came off of him. There's a moment where he slips in Jota, and maybe Jota should have done better. It's a decent Burnt save, but he's 1-on-1 with a keeper. And Jota is, that guy more often than not, the guy you want in those situations. But yeah, like I say, Salah, for some reason, Salah's closing out of seasons for a little while now have not been up to his usual standard. And this, as it looks like another one of them. Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's ended recently, hasn't it? Maybe this still having an effect. I don't know. I've never gone through it, so I couldn't possibly speak from experience on that, unfortunately. Salah has lost so much. To come back to the point on the pace in the front line, I think that's absolutely a valid argument to have. And I think that's something we desperately are crying out for this summer. We had big conversations pre-match about where we need to look and what we need to do. I think one of the first ports of call has to be getting some more pace into the attacking line, because even today, it was funny because I heard the commentator say something like, we counted on Fulham at one point and then they got numbers back and got organised. And he basically said, can they stop a trademark Liverpool counter? I'm not sure trademark Liverpool counter is right or accurate anymore, to be honest, because we've lost so much pace. I think back in the day when it was Mane, it was a prime Mo Salah, then you could say it and it would actually make sense. But I don't know anymore. I don't know. I think a lot of our counter-attacks fizzle out into nothing and we allow teams to get set again more often than not. Timothy says, honestly, I'm not shocked because the first half historically stuck. Listen, Fulham have caused us huge problems. Like, they've taken points off us twice this season now. Even last year, they were a problem for us. Like, for some reason, Marco Silva appears to be our kryptonite, and I can't quite explain it. It was trademark under Klopp. Yeah, possibly. Slot refuses to say. Hopefully, I think Ali will be back next week. Kelleher doesn't cover himself in glory, certainly not for the third goal. Nobody does. Van Dijk's got to be so much stronger there. We'll do more individual player chat in the next show, obviously, because that's literally what it's designed for. But Van Dijk, for somebody who's 6'4" plus, built like a brick shit house and strong as an ox, he doesn't half, I don't know, he takes real offence to people thinking they can touch him and challenge him. He just needs to be stronger and deal with it and realise that centre forward, certainly ones of Rodrigo Menezes' type, who like to put themselves about a little bit, they're going to want to physically challenge you. He feels like almost affronted by somebody thinking they can go shoulder to shoulder with him or leaning onto him, something that he's made a career of, being really smart with your body positions and just giving people a nudge at the right time. Defenders do that all the time. Don't be shocked when a striker or an attacker does it to you as well. Like, it's going to happen. And you've got to be strong. You've got to deal with credit to Menezes because the touch is excellent. The finish is decent. Goes for Keller's legs. You could probably do better. But Van Dijk, for me, there's just got to be more aggressive. He's got to be stronger. Like, it's piss poor. It really, really is piss poor. And he wasn't the only one. Like I say, the first goal comes off Curtis Jones' knee. Andy Robertson has an absolute horror show for the second. Konate nearly cost us a goal in the first minute, trying to do a fucking mad spin in his own area. It's a car crash across the back four. Each and every single one of them individually at moments is had problems, major mistakes in them. So I don't know, man. It wasn't fucking good, was it? Thank God we've got such a cushion at the top of the league. Anyway, back into the chat. Luke DeVed, I want to see Diaz down the middle now till the end of the season. Macca Jones and Grav in midfield. Yeah, the Diaz thing, possibly. But I thought Diaz was really good when he came on, actually. But maybe he was probably unfortunate not to start the game. In hindsight, you might look at that and maybe switch it around a little bit. But I love Cody Gakpo and I think he had a really good season. So I wasn't, toys out the pram at it. Rob Hayes, I said this a month ago, the squad was good enough, and you said it was ridiculous. What's your excuse now, Dan? Did I say it was ridiculous? I don't think I would have said that, actually, I'll be honest, because I think we've got a lot of quality in the squad. I don't think we've used it enough. That's been my problem all season long. Now, there's plenty to add to the squad as well. I've said that all year. Actually, in a very sick sense, what I've kind of been on a little bit of a limb about for a while now. I've said a lot. I think this Liverpool team, and I'm repeating myself, I'm definitely at risk of it, so forgive me if you heard me say it before. It's a very, very fucking good Liverpool team. Let's get out there early doors. And it's a Liverpool team that I think will still win the Premier League. And there's a lot of people panicking. I can see here, Carver. Possibly. I fucking hope not, but possibly, absolutely. That exists until it doesn't exist. But I think it's a very good Liverpool team. I don't think it's an excellent Liverpool team. I think it's a Liverpool team that would have struggled to keep pace with Liverpool teams of old under Jurgen Klopp and against the Man City team under Pep Guardiola that was firing all cylinders. There, I've said it. And I've said it for a while, actually. You could probably go back to old videos where I've said very similar. And nobody really got on board with it. Nobody really agreed with me. And I think a lot of it I think this Liverpool team for a long time looked like a very good team to the stats nerds, and I don't mind stats. I lean into them at times, but more to sort of like back up opinions. I think to stats people, we looked exceptional because so many of the numbers were boss and XGs and etc, etc, etc. And we controlled games of football more and whatever. But I think actually when you just watch us play footy, I don't think we were quite it all the time in games. And I think now we're seeing a combination of that and the fact that this team have just ran out of a little bit of steam. Certainly the main bulk of 12, 13 players that he seems to rely upon week in, week out. And we're paying for it. We are paying for it. And this, because Jose, is kind of the point I was making, actually, because I actually think when you look at some of the players on the bench individually, everyone's been crying out for Chiesa to see more of him. Fitness might play a part as to why we haven't. Who knows? We're not privy to that information. Everyone knows Harvey Elliott can play. Like, we've seen him make impacts before. We've seen him play well from starter games before. Underused, in my opinion. Wataru Endo, I think there has definitely been times early on the season where we should have seen Endo earlier, which would have in turn given Gravenberch much of a rest, etc, etc, etc. Like, I don't think he's utilised the squad well enough. Now, that might be just the way he goes about his business and the way he operates, or it might be because he doesn't trust the rest of them to carry out the jobs. Who knows? We'll know in the fullness of time. The passion of John, so we can still get 94 points. We can, and I hope we do, because I actually think, and this come back to my point a moment ago, I think we're gonna win the league. I'm certain of it. I think now it is about how sort of well we win the league, and a lot of people won't care, but I think that sets us up for the summer and how we're going to then try and defend the league. There is a lot of me, and today wasn't a good start to what I'm talking about here, by the way, because I think the Merseyside derby win and Arsenal dropping more points, albeit we didn't capitalise, means that it's definitely done, because it's another game week over, of course. I do want to see us win the league, like actually go out and win the league in a bit of style. Genuinely do. And like I say, today was the opposite of all of that. Douglas says, why was Diaz dropped? I don't think there is a reason to have dropped Luis Diaz, personally. I do think that's just straight swap rotation. Gakpo in, Diaz out. I don't think he's looked at Diaz's performance in midweek and gone, you didn't do this well enough, you weren't. There's none of that for me. Like I said, I just think it was a case of trying to get Gakpo a start. But did it work? I thought Gakpo was okay, to be honest with you. Probably avoids a lot of the criticism from that half. But yeah, there's no questioning Diaz was far and away the most likely to make something happen when he was on the pitch. And of course he did. The gap definitely won't be double digits by the end. No, possibly. Yeah, possibly. I don't think that's out the realms of possibility. Don't get how in the league as long as we get it done. Yeah, again, a lot of people will be absolutely with you on that sentiment, and I'm not going to be disappointed, regardless of how it happens. Even don't get me wrong, but we've got 8 more games to watch now, and I want to enjoy them, and I want to celebrate them. If we'd have won the league on the back of today, damn squib, no, but there would have been a little bit like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? You want to do it in the best possible way. I've waited 3 years for this. I want to do it all in the ideal way, and we're not quite seeing that right now. Why can't we just see Chiesa in our strongest lineup? Hasn't started a game all year. Plymouth away, I think, is the only start he made. Like, it feels so far out of the realms of possibility right now that he's going to start starting games out of the blue. I just don't. And today, actually, defeat today means it's even less likely, because Chiesa's opportunities are going to come in 2 circumstances, really. A, chasing the game and desperation, where we're bringing him on for a fucking fullback late on because it's caution to the wind, let's just see what happens. Or B, because the league's wrapped up, done and dusted. And this has just pushed that back a little bit more, the fact that we didn't pick up any point at all, let alone one. I'm going to dive into the Twitter dead quickly and see how people have reacted over there before we start to wrap up. LFC Seattle says, the Reds failed to capitalise on Arsenal dropping 2 points by dropping all 3 points in only their second. I mean, is this some sort of AI-generated chat? Perspective is important here, but we'll have to address the atrocious defending and complacent mentality. Yeah, there was definitely a bit of complacency at the back. Just really sloppy, really casual, lethargic at times. The something made a difference, which was good to see onwards to West Ham. I mean, I'm not even going to justify or sort of, that needs ignoring, that second comment. I can't see Salah starting anymore. He has been fucking dog shit since February. He needs dropped. whilst I tend to agree with the second bit, that first bit just isn't going to happen. Let's be honest. After that pathetic first half, we could have drawn, stroke won the game with more chances in the second half. Well deserved win for Fulham nonetheless. This shouldn't cause any wet bed sheets in the grand scheme of things. We've lost a game. We are still 11 points clear. Yeah, echo that as well. And the first half was shocking. Second half much better, but too far. But that's it. We gave ourselves a mountain to climb, didn't we? And we weren't quite able to do it. We did have chances though. We really did have chances. Just not good enough today. We definitely need to win our game next week against West Ham. Otherwise, the pressure. That's it, really. I mean, I guess with the home games we've got coming, just win our home games, and that'll get us over the line. So I'm not panicking yet. Not panicking, I'm so confident. Ryan Hatton says, I just don't understand why we haven't rotated today. The players look shattered. Creators of their own downfall. Yeah, 100% that. Onward and upwards next week and nothing changes. Yeah. Luke Sand says, the shove and Virgil van Dijk not given. 20 seconds later, Gakpo shoves the Fulham. Yeah, I think that's a fair comparison to make because they were very similar. But I don't think either of them are fouls for me. But I'm not going to blame the ref for that defeat today. I can't watch a Liverpool performance with so many individual errors and bad ones at that and come out of it blaming the referee. I'm sorry. It's just not in my nature. Andrew Shook says he'll definitely be shook after that. We need some rotation next match. Dom's legs are gone. Needs a rest. Defence looks mentally tired today as well. Def says, what we've learned from today, Bradley is great. Elliott should be a start and our defence needs big changes. Speaking of that, Bassey played. But yeah, Bassey was excellent actually for them again. Didn't give Mo Salah a sniff, really, did he? Do you know what, actually? It's another one of those games because you see the impact from the bench and you see how much marked the improvement was second half when we did make the changes. And can we honestly sit here and say that's a quality and a level uptick that we've made there? Or is it just freshness? Is it just energy? Is it just a little bit of desire? Because those lads that are coming on have all got points to prove. They haven't been there time and time again this season. They haven't been the ones running through brick walls to make sure we got over the line in games. And that's not to discredit the work that the starters have done because they've done exceptionally well to get us in the position that we are. But all of a sudden, we're seeing them running out of legs whilst the lads, Elliott, Chiesa, etc., Bradley even to a certain extent, have got so much left to give and they're desperate to give it. So when they do come onto the pitch, we're seeing everything change. Like Fulham had moments as the game wore on because Liverpool again were going absolutely gung-ho, trying to get something from the game. But we were so much better. Everything we did was so much better. We even played like a fucking one-touch move around the box at one point that looked like proper total football vibes, and there's been nowhere near enough of that. Like, honestly, really, really underwhelming again. Tom Chiesa must start the next game. What I will say for Chiesa, in terms of like what he did today, things seem to happen when he's on the pitch. Let's put it like that. I don't think he has a really poor touch when it looks like a moment might be opening up for him, and it takes the moment away because it's too into the path of the defender. And obviously has that right-footed volley that he never really catches. There's the Elliott shot with his right foot that he never really catches either. But I mean, Chiesa could probably go with his left, to be honest. I don't know, man. Kwanzaa should start over Kanate. Call back to pre-season. It's funny, isn't it, how sort of perceptions change quickly on Jarell Kwanzaa. Like, he was hung out to dry early on this year, and all of a sudden we want him in for Ibu. I don't disagree with it, by the way. I think Ibu's having a bit of a dip in form. I don't think he was great against Everton either, to be fair. Just not physically standing up to the test. I do wonder if he's carrying something. Obviously, he was taken off at half-time during the international break for France and then didn't feature at all in the second game. And since we've come back, he hasn't looked his usual self at all. So maybe there's something in that. It's feasible. Anyway, let's start to wrap up. Let's start to wrap up, shall we? I'm feeling the effects of that defeat. Let's put it that way. Yeah, shite. Right, sound. I will end this show. Because I feel like, much like Liverpool's defence today, I'm about to self-destruct as well. Liverpool beaten 3-2 by Fulham. That was the fan reaction part. Hang on, quick super chat before we go anywhere. Martin Lawrence, what have you got to say? Has our system with Gravenberch and our six been worked out by other teams? His performances have dropped and it's not just about his energy. Perhaps. I guess that's the other thing that comes with not making much changes in personnel. Like, obviously we have shifted system once or twice and tactics once or twice. The Man City away game being sort of the glowing, shining example of that. We did it with Diaz going centrally a few times as well, which changed how we attack. There was a Spurs game away where we shifted it as well with Jones and Szoboszlai as the false nines, tens, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, probably, because again, I think when you do name more or less the same team week in, week out, there's a lot of evidence and there's a bigger sample size for opposition managers to base how they approach it off. And if we're picking that set midfield, it becomes pretty evident how it's going to operate. And Gravenberch was a bit of an X factor early on the season because nobody could have envisaged him playing that role at the start of the campaign, let's be honest, not even us as Liverpool fans. So to see him do it must have been a complete surprise to teams we were facing, and they just couldn't get to grips with him. He plays it in such a way that's quite unique, really. Nobody could live with it. And I think second half of the season, particularly recently, he's not quite... In fact, no, let's fucking scrap that the first bit. He's not having anything like the same impact. And I think it might be a combination of the two. I think it's a little bit of teams have become wise to what he wants to do and how he wants to play it and how Liverpool generally go about our business. But also, I do think there's an energy problem in that entire squad, but certainly midfield. I think there's a real energy problem in there. And it's not a huge shock to me, to be honest. Certainly not in Gravenberch's case. Let's just speak about him in isolation, because I've said this a million times, but barely gets going at all at Bayern Munich, has a complete season to forget, doesn't really get anything like a run of games. So that's 2 seasons ago. Year before that at Ajax, obviously one of the key players for them, so great. Comes in at Liverpool, bit part role, comes in and out, a couple of injuries along the way as well. So to go from that 2 seasons worth of lack of proper games to playing every single minute, basically, of every single week, there was always potentially going to come a bit of a drop-off, and I think we've seen it in recent times. Anyway, that's that. Sounds. You got a chance to do a bit of a Van Dijk hammering if you want in a minute. Do join me for the player ranking show, which is where we do speak about more individual performances and just how shit they were for the most part. We do it from boss sound to your messing. I don't want to have to get rid of the boss category, but there's a little bit of me that's tempted as well. Maybe the subs can save the day on that front. But yeah, do come and join me for that, because this bit of the show is really important for you guys. The next bit's even more so, because otherwise it's just daft. I'll see you in a second. Hey everyone, a new month means just one thing. It means a new prize if you are a Legend subscriber on Redmen Plus. That's right, if you're already existing as a Legend, you're already in the hat, but there's still time to get over there and get involved. And not only Discord access, not only all the boss content, you will also be in the hat for an incredible prize this month. It's this signed retro Liverpool shirt, signed by the brilliant Skippy, Craig Johnson himself, the inventor of the Predator, midfield extraordinaire, never stop running. What a fella, what a story, and what a signature, by the way, as well. Get over to Redmen Plus, sign up as a Legend yearly or monthly, and you will get all the brilliant stuff that we do here, as well as a chance of winning that incredible piece of memorabilia. Take it easy. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Redmen TV and your player ranking show. After Liverpool were beaten by Fulham 3-2, deservedly so, no complaints, no excuses from my end necessarily. Liverpool self-destruct mode at the back, really. Far too many individual performances, far too many off days as well. It all started so promisingly with Alexis McAllister absolutely thunderbastarded one home for about 30 yards, but it never really got better than that. We rallied a bit late on, the subs made an impact. Luis Diaz got us seemingly back into the game momentarily, but it never really came to anything in truth. So this is the part of the day where I pick up a player's face and you tell me where they should be from boss sound to your messing. Now, every time we do this, you've got to tell me where they go, but also sort of how high they go, or if they should straddle. Yeah, it's the whole thing. You'll pick it up as we go along. If it's your first time. If it's not your first rodeo, you know what to do at this point. Kevin Kelleher. We can have a chat about the performance as well. We don't just have to whack him in there. Yeah, let's do this, shall we? Kevin Kelleher. What do we make of Keeve today? I feel like I say this every time he plays recently, but fingers crossed Alisson Becker finally recovers from that seemingly non-concussion that he had. We were definitely sold a dream when he went onto Instagram like a day after returning home and said, "I'm fine, nobody panic." And we haven't seen him since. Didn't see him in midweek, and then not today. Surely he's back for West Ham. But yeah, could be Keller's last game for Liverpool. What did we make of it? We're not that impressed, I think it's fair to say, taking a quick glance at the comments here. Yeah, listen, I often, when speaking about Keller, I think he's been exceptional for Liverpool. Let's say that first. This wasn't one of those performances, by the way. It wasn't quite as bad as he was it last game of last season or 2 seasons ago? 2 seasons ago. Southampton away, when he was truly dreadful, and he was a hologram. And I don't like saying that about keepers. It's massively disrespectful, but it was true on the day. But today, he just, poor. Made a decent save late on to keep it a 3-2. It looked like we were chasing the game, and who knows what might have happened. A decent save down low from Harrison Reed, it was on the edge of the box. But yeah, not good. Not good at all. Third goal in particular, really shouldn't be beaten like that. We're saying a low sound. I think most people have said low sound. Let's have a quick look. Oh, that's a shame. Low sound, yeah, okay, made a big save. Thought, yeah, all right. Couldn't do anything about the. I think he should do better for the third, personally. Low sound, I think, is the general consensus there. But I'll be honest, I'm just going to hover him. Like that. Liverpool's keeper can't let 3 in and be above your messing. Oh, see, there you go. That's a viewpoint. Low sound, but where was his defence? Saved the 4 goal. Second goal was also saved. Yeah, possibly. Takes a decent deflection, doesn't it? Anyway, let's move on. Curtis Jones in at right back again. I've seen a lot of critique and a lot of criticism around Curtis Jones' performance, and understandably, I think the first goal literally just hits his knee and falls into the path of Sessegnon, who reacts fastest, which is unforgivable in my mind. But yeah, I'm not sure how much he could do or knew about that, but it doesn't look good ultimately. And a lot of people basically bemoaning the lack of a natural right back and ironically crying out for Trent now. But it's not just Trent that we missed, it was Conor Bradley that we missed today, and I felt like when he came on we saw why, really. We just miss a natural right back, don't we? And we've got 3 of the fuckers injured. Conor Bradley, the exception, now he's kind of back. But yeah, low sound. And he was so good in midweek as well. He moved into midfield late on, so I guess we could judge him on both parts of the game, really. Nick Dyke says sound. Remember he was playing out of position. Yeah, okay. We're giving him some leeway for the right back stuff today, are we? I think that's fair. Honestly, I think it's fair. I was a little bit surprised he went with it again, I must admit. And it never really reared its ugly head in the way I thought it might, in terms of there wasn't loads coming down that side. I thought it was going to be a bit of a bombardment, and it would all be, possibly Sessegnon out there, Iwobi, Anthony Robertson, of course, and Fulham would just predominantly, almost exclusively attack him. It never really materialised that way. So yeah, interesting. Curtis was sound all day, low sound. Okay, second half was sound. All right. I think Curtis Jones just about escapes, which is okay. Let's do Ibu Konate, shall we? Let's do Ibu Konate. Taking off, second half. Poor in midweek for me, poor today rather for me. It gets away with one massively. We're going to speak about individual errors costing us in a moment. He arguably made the worst. Now, you can have a proper toss-up between all 3 of them if you want, but I think his might be the worst, and it didn't cost us. What he's trying to do in that instance, spin his way out of trouble. I don't know who he thinks he is, but he ain't Franz Beckenbauer. That was nuts. Absolutely nuts. I don't know what he was thinking at all. He ain't that guy. I love Ibu. I've loved Ibu for a long time, but he ain't that guy. Very poor. You're messing. Yeah, and again, I said it a minute ago, I think the fact he was taken off at half-time on French duty, never seen again in the second game, not at it in midweek against Everton, and looked a bit rattled by Beto. And then today, below par again, I can't help but feel something's not right with Ibu. Whether it be a bit of fatigue, fitness related, I'm not sure. But yeah, something's not right. Too clumsy, he's absolutely spot on. Straight in your messing. Okay, all right, I'm just feeling at this point, aren't I? Ibu, you're messing. I don't disagree. And people will know I try and be as fair and balanced as possible on these shows. But I can't disagree with that at all, unfortunately. I thought he was terrible. Virgil van Dijk, Virgil van Dijk. I don't think we're going to be having a too dissimilar conversation, in truth, because, and again, if you're just joining, I said it a minute ago, the goal that he's at fault for, we can literally pad them out like that. That was him, that was him, that was him. It's just weak. There's no other way of describing it. And for somebody 6'4" odd and fucking huge and prides himself on being the fastest, the strongest, the best, got to be better. Like, expect that a striker is allowed to touch it. Now, people will bemoan the fact that Cody Gakpo gives away a free kick at the other end minutes later, and I tend to agree, but there's nothing in either of them. He just has to be better, has to be stronger. It's too easy. It's fucking far too easy. It's great from Muniz, by the way. The touch is excellent, and the finish is the finish. But Virgil, I'm sorry, has to be so much stronger there. Looks like his contract, Arne Slot should go into your messing. Well, we'll deal with Arne Slot later. That's all to come. Messing too. That is kind of my point on it, really. It feels like he feels as though he has a God-given right not to be touched sometimes. Do you know what I mean? He looks at people and say, how dare you? And listen, he's earned that 99%. You know what I mean? But there is still that element of, like, some strikers will just have a go. Like, they won't care. They won't be fazed by the fact that you're Virgil van Dijk and you're captain of Liverpool and you've got this aura, and a well-earned aura, by the way, of being the best centre-half in world football, because he is. He absolutely is. But that doesn't mean that somebody's not going to just have a go. And Muniz did, and we got punished for it. He has to be ready and prepared to fucking fight sometimes, and he wasn't. Certainly not in that instance. Okay, you mess him. Yeah, can't disagree again, I'm afraid. I'm not looking forward to this either. Andy Robertson. Can I just say, before we do the bad stuff, that turn on the edge of the box, the shot was grim, but the turn was... I didn't think it was Robbo. I thought it was Jota for a second. I didn't believe it was Robbo. I don't think he's ever been in your messing either, Michaela. I honestly don't. I don't think... certainly not as a collective. But we might be on for a new record of your messings today, so let's all stick around and find out. Robbo was and has been total shite. Now, I thought he turned the corner, and I'm not afraid to say it. I said it a lot pre-match, and I'll stand there and own it a little bit. I thought he looked much more like his usual self recently. So the timing and disappointment of watching just how poor, certainly his first half performance was so disappointing. Obviously, he comes off late on. He's replaced by Chiesa as that Hail Mary substitution. Let's just fucking see what this looks like. Basically with no formation, whatever. His legs have got... his legs might... I'm not as convinced by everybody else about the legs thing. I just think sometimes his decision-making has gone a little bit, and that was never more true than that 10-second spell whereby he plays a pass across his box, which I've said a minute ago. I got taught as a 9-year-old kid, you don't do that. And how he's doing it, I'll never know. Like, he's got stuff in his locker in terms of his passing range is good. It's not quite Trent on the other side. But to play that across is just inexcusable. And it's poorly executed, obviously. Then he gets back in, and his header is poorly executed. And then he tries to get back in and save the day, and it comes off him and goes in. It's an absolute car. And I love Robbo. I love him. But shit me. Sadly, you're messing. Yeah, national captain playing like an 8-year-old. Yeah, okay. I'm Robert's business. He's been bad this year. Yeah, he's not had a good season. No, I thought he turned the corner. Honestly, I thought recently, and I know the 2 games before the break, nobody was good at all, but I felt like Robertson was getting back to something like his level. And the fact that Slot's swap changing him and Tsimikas suggested to me that Slot felt the same. But today was grim. Really, really grim. Another one in your messing. Another one in your messing. Let's move on to Ryan Gravenberch, shall we? I had a mini chat about Gravenberch a minute ago, so I'll let you guys talk on this one and sort of guide me where you think he should go. He's not quite been good second half, Liam Carr. I just don't... Listen, his first half of the season was so unexpectedly exceptional, let's put it like that. He was the best midfielder in the league for me for 4 months there. I thought he was sublime, and not many could really hold a candle to him. But for whatever reason, whether it be people have worked him out, whether it be tiredness, whether it be Liverpool generally not quite being the same team, I'm not sure. But he hasn't reached those heights again Not on a consistent basis, I know it is. Definitely been moments, there's been games whereby he's been better. But yeah, for whatever reason, we're not seeing the same version of Ryan Gravenberch anymore. And if it's a case of that was just a flash in the pan, you're never going to see it again, then we might have to think about that in the summer and go and sign something to be that, because that was what we need. We need that Ryan Gravenberch week in, week out. Or whether it was just a sheer amount of football thing and we just need somebody to come in and take some of the load off him. Because Wataru Endo, we all love Wataru Endo. Clearly Slot doesn't think he's capable of taking a load off him. And that's fine. That's fine. They're different players. They play it in a different way, completely different profiles. But that needs addressing in the summer for me, because there's something missing in Gravenberch's performances recently, and it needs addressing. Absolutely. Whichever way you want to do it. Andre says straddle sound and you're messing. Grav has run out of energy playing game after game after game, and his national team messing him. But that's it. He had that complete break during the international break, and even then, off the back of that, like, is he that done in that even like a 2-week off period means he can't get back up to speed again? I don't think he was that bad today. Don't get me wrong, but it's still not the Gravenberch at the start of the season, is he? At all. At all. Let's do Alexis McAllister. Exceptional goal. Like, again, let's start on a positive and go from there. He was, what a hit. I like Pacetic, by the way, but I'm going to address that really quick while it's on the screen. I've said that for a while. I think he could be somebody who could come in and be an option, with maybe Endo sticking around, and McConnell even could be an option to take some of the minutes off Gravenberch. But then Pacetic on the bench today for Las Palmas, I don't think he got on. Las Palmas in a relegation battle in the Liga, they got beat 3-1 by Valladolid. I know that's random information to give you, but it's true. Like, are we really thinking, and I love him, I think he's a talented kid, are we really considering Pacetic being an option for us when he can't get a game for them? I don't know. Conversation for a different day. Alexis McAllister, again, brilliant goal. Right out of the top drawer. Nice habit of scoring against them. But outside of that, same as Kelleher, says Just Marty. High sound. Yeah, okay, I'm glad about this. And that's not just because I adore Alexis McAllister, which I do, but I thought he was okay. Listen, they all gave the ball away. The first half was littered with examples of people randomly gifting possession back to them. So Bosley was guilty of it, McAllister was guilty of it. Almost every single one of them. Gravenberch did it once or twice as well. Almost every one of them was guilty of it. But yeah, I don't think it was quite as bad as some of his teammates. And that's not particularly high praise indeed. Dom Szoboszlai. I've got a horrible feeling about Dom Szoboszlai. Not that I care, but I've got a horrible feeling about Dom Szoboszlai and what you guys are going to be saying about it. So I'll leave it up to you. Passion of John kicks us off with You're Messing. You're Messing. Macca above Jones, says Aidan. Really, yeah? Do you want him up a touch? About there? Okay, I'm fine with that. You're Messing for Dom. I don't know. Yeah. Hard to disagree. And I said that a moment ago, he gave the ball away far too cheaply sometimes. And there's just, I don't know, for somebody who's played the 10 all season long, I know he has chipped in with goals and a few assists along the way. And maybe it's what Slot wants from his 10, but he just doesn't play it like you'd expect the 10 to play it. And some games need his, effervescent energy and running. But when they don't, and it's not required, I do struggle with Szoboszlai's performances sometimes, because when you want somebody, the game against Fulham at home, actually, when we were down to 10, because Robbo's not having a good time against Fulham, but because he got sent off, we needed, essentially, to try and get back up to 11 without it being physically possible to do so. Szoboszlai was the difference in that. Every blade of grass, never stops running, never say die, boss. But when you don't need that, you just need a bit more guile, a bit more intelligence, and just some more invention on the ball. I'm finding it hard to see it from Dom more often than not, I'll be honest. And then Harvey Elliott comes on and shows us all that. Put him under Ibu, Jesus Christ. He's not a playmaker. No, he's not a playmaker. And that's kind of the point I'm driving at. And if you're going to play in that position, you kind of need that spiritual black dimension. So not even on the board. We need more from him. Yeah, that's kind of Sobbo, you're messing, gave the ball away and ran around. Yeah, he'll always run. We can't question his work rate, and I've said it dozens, but like we all adore Dirk Kuyt, etc. for his work rate. But sometimes, again, when you don't, when that's not what the MO is, and that's not what your main thing you need is, I struggle to see what he's bringing to the party, really. You're messing. Okay. Let's do, there we go, front line. Mo Salah first, eh? Let's do Mo Salah. What do we think of Mo Salah? Freshness is extremely needed, yeah, I agree. If Slot rotated more, we would have been champs already, yeah, quite possibly. And listen, I'm not going to shoot me on horn, let's move on. Salah messing, Salah low sound, Mo low sound. You're messing, anything more than that is a crime after today. Mo messing, you're messing, should have been taken off for Chiesa. Listen, I'm not going to go anything above you messing for Mo Salah after that. And I tend to agree with this as well. Well, I mean, that last bit is not what I agree with, by the way. I'm sorry, is what I believe. Salah low, you're messing on the floor, you're messing. Mo was awful, awful, awful. Yeah, they did a bit of a job on him, didn't they? Let's have it right. He never really got into the game at all. I think his second touch in the box came with that half volley that was woefully, woefully high over the bar. Didn't even threaten to go in for a single second. Salah Long said, I'm terrible off and nothing. Matt Rigby says, you're messing. Mo messing for first half, sound for second half. Yeah, I'm struggling to get him into a sound. Liverpool were generally better in second half, which, you know, Mo, yeah, might have been part of. But I thought his deliveries into the box were poor. The one thing he did do, he slipped Jota in, but I can't base even a slightly positive ranking on one pass that didn't even materialise into an assist, which albeit wasn't his fault, but still, the facts remain. Yeah, Fulham were miles better than us today. Miles better than us. And not only were they better than us, they made far less mistakes than us. Because those mistakes were unforced errors, weren't they? To use a tennis term. Like, nobody was really pressuring Ibu Konate when he decided to mad turn this box. The Robertson switch was on. He just executed it horrendously well. Yeah, and I don't love the switch, by the way. I've already said, like, to try and play that pass with the traffic that was there is a bit fucking stupid to me. As proven. Diogo Jota. What do we think of Diogo Jota? Misses that chance, one-on-one with Bernd Leno, which might have changed the direction of travel of the game. Yeah, I think this was an okay Jota performance. He frustrated me once or twice in the first half when his touch was a little bit off. Yeah, not pretty. Shite, you're messing, low sound. Jota, low sound. Jota, you're messing, says Holly Bobs. Liam Daly says sound. Basically, Vader says shite, you're messing. You've been banging that stop playing into the lone striker drum for a while. What do you want, like big man, little man? I don't know what you're asking for, really. Do tell us. Sound, low sound. Jota sounds, low sound, not as bad as Salah. No, I think he comes above Salah. I think Salah was probably the worst of the three up there today, to be honest, which is not something I say lightly. High messing, says Alan Gregg. Herman says low sound. Jota, you're messing. I think we're in around the straddling zone here for Diogo. Something like that. They're both Salah, quite literally as well. That'll do for me. Cody Gakpo back in the starting 11. I don't think he took that chance necessarily, ran with it. I thought he was okay. I think actually the two left wingers on show today were probably the most threatening that we had. I thought once or twice he created decent space inside the box and then probably went once too many times. I think there was definitely an instance in the first half where it looked like he created an opportunity to either shot or cross, and then he tried to do them again and got the ball taken off him because of that. Forgot Gakpo was on. Oh, we're not liking Cody. Cody messing. Low sounds as John Lee David Blackshaw. Low sound hasn't been the same. No, he's not looked anything like as sharp as he did pre-injury, definitely. But again, in a very, very, very underwhelming performance from everyone today. I thought he was probably just the standout. But again, it's not saying a lot. Low sound, straddle, you're messing, low sound, lots of low sounds coming in. On the border again, yeah, okay, I think we're just about on the border. In the round of Diogo Jota reaches, which is fine. Let's do some subs. Let's finish on a mini high, shall we? Was that it? No, Darwin, of course, and Connor. There you are, my mate. Let's do it. Let's do... Who have I got first? Okay, let's do Darwin Núñez first. Nearly, like with the final action of the game, nearly. I thought we had another Darwin Núñez moment there. Nearly got his head on the end of that, didn't he? I haven't watched it back, so I don't know whether the pass was just away from him, he didn't get up high enough, I'm not quite sure. But yeah, just for a split second, I thought he was getting the end of that cross, but it wasn't to be. And people are not pleased. Núñez, you're messing, low sound, messing sound, poor again in general play, low sound. Yeah, he wasn't necessarily brought, and I know this is sound like I'm making excuses for him, I'm not. Because again, the performance was so bad, it doesn't warrant it. But other than him being offside once or twice in general play, which frustrated the life out of us all, I don't think he was brought on to, like, I don't know, facilitate and add to an overall performance. He was brought on for a moment, really, wasn't he? Which again, nearly came late on, but wasn't quite his day. You're messing, not switched on. Okay, yeah, people are fuming. Let's just do messing. Let's do Chiesa. Let's do Federico Chiesa. Again, I said it before, I think when he's on the pitch, things seem to happen, and they tend to be quite positive. He had one though, which the shot I think he should do better with personally. He could either go left-footed or he has to strike it better right-footed. He goes with the outside of his right boot. It's a little bit tame because that's half a chance for me. And then there's one about a minute later. He's on the edge of the box and he tries to set it for himself and he just gets his touch wrong and it bounces off into the path of the defender. Again, a couple way thing, but then when you sort of caveat all that, there's a very, very obvious explanation, and it's the fact that he's just not played anywhere near enough football to be as sharp as you'd like him to be. So, yeah, possibly that. A lot of people saying sound for Chiesa, a lot of people saying sound for Chiesa, actually. And I'm inclined to agree. Did a lot more than Salah. Okay, people are giving Chiesa some flowers here. And does more of a game. Yeah, I think a lot of these next players we're about to touch upon will fall into that bracket of, you know, actually having a positive impact on what was a otherwise pretty dismal performance. Let's do Harvey Elliott next, shall we? Hits the bar. You know what? I know in the grand scheme of things it doesn't really matter because we lose the game and it would have just been a goal to potentially equalise. But I'd have loved nothing more than Harvey Elliott to score that goal at Fulham because they still boo him. And again, it doesn't matter who's asked. I'm sure he doesn't give a shit. But honestly, it would have been joyous to watch. Low boss. Shit me, I did not expect that. Elliott sounds. Chiesa's footy IQ is. I mean, again, yeah. Give Chiesa a chance. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's move on to Harvey. Harvey at high sound as well. I can't believe I've seen low boss. That's I did not expect any boss whatsoever today. High sound. Wild shot, nothing more than sound. High sound. I'm just about gonna this sort of edge with the high sounds, I think. Let's see what we've got so far. I think he was probably the pick of what we've got on the board up until this point, I want to say. High sound bordering on boss. Okay, yeah, we really are. Really are having it. I just think he offered more than anyone that had been on up until that point, really. So yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Let's do Connor Bradley. We really are ending on a high here. Connor, just nice to see somebody at right back who is used to playing the role, really. And I think he did it really effectively. Obviously, he provides the assist, popping up in a 10 position. He's got a nice knack of doing that and wandering to midfield. I think he can play. He does it in a different way than what you'd expect Trent to do. Because obviously Trent's, you know, his cheat code is his passing ability. Conor Bradley's isn't that. It's his energy and it's his timing of when to go in there seems to be really, really smart as well. He seems to pick up the pockets of space as and when it's required. I've known him do that once or twice now. And today was definitely that. And the ball to Diaz too allows Diaz to finish. So, yeah, when we've been crying out for a right back, just to be a right back, it was a very, very timely return from Conor Bradley, and hopefully he's ready for 60 to the whole 90 next week, because yeah, we've missed him badly. High sound if not boss. Bradley with high sound, glad he's on the mend. Yeah, okay, I think we're all having Conor, which again I'm very pleased about. I thought it was really, really, really positive from the bench today. There weren't loads of positives to take from today, but Connor was definitely one of them. And I think the another one, and probably the final one, was Luis Diaz. What do we make of Luis? Obviously gets the goal, and I think even prior to the goal, looked like he might be the main outlet and the main threat for us. If we were going to get back into the game, I felt a lot of it was going to be Luis Diaz led, and it very, very nearly was. And you guys look like you agree. Alongside Elliot, low boss, boss, Diaz sound, high sound for Diaz, low boss, Diaz sound. Yeah, I don't disagree with this comment, by the way, which is saying something wild, isn't it? We've got to win the Premier League, and yet still, look at us with all our first world problems. High sound, Diaz sound. Yeah, honestly, I thought he was really direct. A lot of the things I'm quite critical of Diaz for, in terms of like, he does frustrate the life out of me sometimes because he's got so much ability and he can make defenders look so stupid. I don't think he does it often enough. But honestly, I thought today, in a circumstance and situation which required nothing more than we're chasing the game, let's go and do something about it, he was the actual perfect addition to bring on and the added impetus that we required. So actually, whilst I think Slot made a mistake not starting him off the back of midweek, it nearly paid dividends, albeit, who knows how the game would have panned out had he been on from the start. I've got to get a fucking man the match card as well. God almighty. Arne Slot. Speaking of Arne Slot, this might be true as well, Paul City Rocker, to be honest. Yeah, okay. Let's do Arne Slot. I'm intrigued. How much blame do we put at his door for this? That's what I want to know. Team selection, no subs at half-time after possibly the worst first half of the season so far. I think maybe we conceded 3, so that's new. So yeah, no changes at half-time. Makes the changes eventually and we do improve, so good, lose the game. They're sort of our main talking points around Arne. And what do we rank him as after all that? Slot needs to allow Diaz to play more like he does for Colombia. The Colombian version of Diaz definitely is more impactful than the Liverpool one, I think it's fair to say. Scored twice in international break recently. Yeah. Slot, you're messing, needs to rotate more. A lot of the grievance towards Arne Slot has been sort of season-long, if you like. Now, we're not just criticising for the sake of criticising because, again, first world problems, look at all our problems, top of the league, 11 points clear, 8 games to go, likely going to win the Premier League. We're very, very appreciative of that position. But I think a lot of people now, and the Carabao Cup final and Champions League game, sorry to take us back to that, are seeing the effects and the impact of Slot's reluctance to rotate a lot. And I think a lot of people have generated a bit of uncertainty around his methods because of that as well. And I think we're seeing that again today because, again, it wasn't a brilliant performance, far from it. And people are putting that down to the fact that we've barely rotated, which might be true. Might well be true. Exactly that, really. Can't blame Slot. And that's what, as I was wrapping up what I was saying then, I was wondering, does lack of rotation, I guess psychologically and mentally, a bit of tiredness, a bit of fatigue also plays a part, but does him not swapping and changing in midfield mean that Andy Robertson does what he did? I'm not quite sure. Does it mean that Van Dijk isn't strong enough in his situation? I'm not quite sure either. But yeah, Arne Slot. Anyway, I think the general consensus is pretty fucking negative, to be honest. I think it's in around that, so I'm going to put him there. And I've got the joyous job now of wrapping up the show with a Man of the Match award. I'm not looking forward to it. Feel free to tell me just to go home and not do this bit, by the way. I would be much appreciative of that. I'll wait and see what you want to do as the comments load in the chat. They're taking a sweet time. Here we go. Bradley should be a little bit higher, says Liam Kopp. Slot stubborn, not a bad thing, but stay was shocking. Yeah, it certainly was. Slot has to be sound, does he? Diaz man of the match, no one deserved it on the pitch. Where's Conor Bradley? There he is. I'm not against putting him a little bit higher, as it's been requested. Let's see. Curtis, I don't believe you. Diaz, somebody said skip. I had one skip. Most people have gone with actual suggestions, though, so I'll do it. Lots of Diaz's, lots of Conor Bradleys. Simicast he is fit and available, yeah. I know, I kind of agree. But, I'm holding it, so let's just do it. Yeah, that is, you for watching and me for doing it. I know I'm contractually obliged, but still. The point remains, My car's only 30 yards away. Let's do man of the match. I think it might have to be Luis Diaz. I think, listen, we're right. It's Diaz or Bradley. There's no one else is even in contention for me. But I think it might just be Diaz. Give no man the match. Bradley, definitely. Me for not picking anything. I think I'm going to go with Diaz, you know. I mean, they're pretty much on par in terms of where I actually ranked them. But I think it's just about Lucho. I do. I mean, listen, look at the state of it. The only thing properly in Boss is the man of the match card, and that's because we've got no more space for it, which kind of tells you all you need to know about what we've just witnessed. Because it wasn't very good, but thankfully it wasn't very us, and doubly thankfully, it might not matter. Hopefully. That's that. Player rankings done. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for making this show as bearable as possible. Because, listen, nobody likes losing. Nobody likes Liverpool losing. But it's pretty grim when you've got to come on and talk about it for about an hour. But you've done it. I've done it. We've done it together. And thanks for helping. Sounds, that's that. We are back tomorrow afternoon with a podcast to talk about it all again. Bet you can't wait. And then obviously we're back next week for some more watch-along stuff. Well, we'll do it all again from start to finish. I look forward to it immensely. Enjoy your week. Try to enjoy your week. Listen, it was shit. It was really shit. But when you look at the league table, we're going to be all right, okay? We're going to be all right. We just need to be better and win more games of football between now and the end of the season. And then we can all celebrate together at the end of May. Let's do that, shall we? Honestly, have a boss week. And honestly, thank you very much for getting involved. It's much appreciated. Take care. Look after yourselves.